Upon all these matters, I am now to ask your advice, Mr. Jarvie, which I have no doubt will point out the best way to act for my father's advantage and my own honor. You're right, young man, you're right, said the bailie. I take the counsel of those who are older and wiser than yourself and binna, like the godless Rehoboam, who took the advice o' a ween beardless callants, neglecting the auld counsellors, who had sate at the feet o' his father Solomon. And as it was weel put by Mr. MacLeod in his lecture on the chapter, were doubtless partakers of his sapience. But I maun hear neething about we can neething here, but about credit honor is a homicide and a bloodspiller that gangs about making frays in the street. But credit is a decent, honest man that sits at hame and makes the pat play. Assuredly, Mr. Jarvie, said our friend Owen, credit is the sum total, and if we can but save that at whatever discount. Ye are right, Mr. Owen, I are right, ye speak weel and wisely, and I trust bowls will row right though they are a wee agi no. But touching Robin, I am of opinion, he will befriend this young man if it is in his power. He has a gude heart, pure Robin. And though I lost a matter o' £200 why his former engagements, and heena muckle expectation ever to see back my £1,000 Scots, that he promises me eno, yet I will never say but what Robin means fair by men. I am then to consider him, I replied, as an honest man. Replied Jarvie with a precautionary sort of cough. Aye, he has a kind o' Highland honest is honest, after sort as they say. My father, the deacon, used I to laugh, when he told me how that byword came up ane Captain Coslet was cracking crouse about his loyalty to King Charles and Clerk Pettigrew. Yell hay heard money a tale about him, asked him after what manner he served the king when he was fighting again him at Worcester in Cromwell's army, and Captain Coslet was a ready body, and said that he served him after a sort. My honest father used to laugh weel at that sportend sae. The byword came up. But do you think I said that this man will be able to serve me after a sort, or should I trust myself to this place of rendezvous which he has given me? Frankly and fairly, it's worth trying, ye see yourself. There's some risk in your staying here. This bit body Morris has gotten a custom house place down at Greenock that's a port on the Firth down by here, and though the world kens him to be but a twelget creature, why a goose's head and a hen's heart, that goes about on the quay plaguing folk about permits and cockets and dockets, and of that vexatious trade. Yet, if he lodge an informationu, nae doubt, a man in magisterial duty maun attend to it, and ye might come to be clapped up between four, was whilk wad be ill-convenient to your father's affairs. True, I observed, yet what service am I likely to render him by leaving Glasgow, which it is probable will be the principal scene of Rashleigh's machinations, and committing myself to the doubtful faith of a man of whom I know little but that he fears justice, and has doubtless good reasons for doing so, and that for some secret and probably dangerous purpose, he is in close league and alliance with the very person who is like to be the author of our ruin. Ah, but ye judge Rob hardly, said the bailie, ye judge him hardly, pure chield, and the truth is that ye ken neething about our hill country or Highlands, as we ca' them. They are clean another set fray, the like, hus there's nae bailie courts, among them nae magistrates that dinna bear the sword in vain like the worthy deacon. That's a wa, and I may sate like mysel and other present magistrates in the city, but it's just the laird's command, and the loon maun loop, and the never another law hae they, but the length o' their dirks, broadswords, pursuer or plaintiff as you Englishers ca' it, and the target is defender. The stoutest head bears langest outan. There's a Highland plea for ye. Owen groaned deeply, and I allow that the description did not greatly increase my desire to trust myself in a country so lawless as he described these Scottish mountains. Now, sir, said Jarvie, we speak little o' the things because they are familiar to ourselves, and where's the use o' vilifying ane's country, and bringing a discredit on ane's kin before Southrons and strangers? It's an ill bird that files its ain nest. Well, sir, but as it is no impertinent curiosity of mine, but real necessity, that obliges me to make these inquiries, I hope you will not be offended at my pressing for a little farther information. I have to deal on my father's account with several gentlemen of these wild countries, and I must trust your good sense and experience for the requisite lights upon the subject. This little morsel of flattery was not thrown out in vain. Experience, said the bailie, I hae had experience, nae doubt, and I hae made some calculations. And to speak quietly among ourselves, I hae made some perquisitions through Andrew Wiley, my auld clerk. He's why Macvitty co no, but he whiles drinks a gill on the Saturday afternoons, why his auld master, and since ye say ye are willing to be guided by the Glasgow weaver body's advice, I am no the man that will refuse it to the son of an auld correspondent, and my father the deacon was. Nain sick afore me, I have whilst thought o' letting my lights burn before the Duke of Argyll or his brother Lord Illay, for wherefore should they be hidden under a bushel? But the like o' thee grit men, wadna mind the like o' me, a pure wobster bodathie think mair o' wa. Says a thing then o' what the thing is, that said the mares the pity not that I wad speak ony ill of this Mac Callum Morecurse, not the rich in your bedchamber Seth, the son of Surach, for a bird of the air shall carry the clatter and pinstoops hey lang lugs. I interrupted these prolegomena, in which Mr. Jarvie was apt to be somewhat diffuse, by praying him to rely upon Mr. Owen and myself, as perfectly secret and safe confidants. It's no for that he replied, for I fear, nay manwhat for suld I speak, nay treasonally the Hielandmen hey lang grips, and I walls gang a wee bit up the glens to see some auld kinsfolks, and I wadna willingly be in bad blood, why ony o' their clans howsomever to proceed I maun, understand I found my remarks on figures whilk, as Mr. Owen here weel kens, is the only true demonstrable root of human knowledge. Owen readily assented to a proposition, so much in his own way, and our orator proceeded. These Hielands of ours, as we ca' them gentlemen, are but a wild kind of world by themselves full of heights, and house woods, caverns, lochs, rivers, and mountains, that it wad tire the very devil's wings to flee to the tap o' them. And in this country, and in the Isles whilk, are little better, or to speak the truth, rather war than the mainland. There are about 230 paracheens, including the Orkneys, whether they speak Gaelic or no I wotna, but they are an uncivilized people now, sirs. I saw hod ilk paracheen, at the moderate estimate of 800 examinable persons, deducting children under 9 years of age, and then adding 1/5 to stand for bairns of 9 years old, and under the whole population will reach to the sum offlet, us add 1/5 to 800 to be the multiplier, and 230 being the multiplicand. The product, said Mr. Owen, who entered delightedly into these statistics of Mr. Jarvie, will be 230,000. Right, sir, perfectly right, and the military array of this Hieland country, where the menfolk between 18 and 56 brought out, that could bear arms couldna come weel short of 57,500 men. Now, sir, it's a sad, and awfu' truth that there is neither wark, nor the very fashion nor appearance of wark for the half of the pure creatures, that is to say that the agriculture, the pasturage, the fisheries, and every species of honest industry, about the country, cannot employ the one moiety of the population, let them work as lazily as they like. And they do work, as if a plug or a spade burnt their fingers. Awil, sir, this moiety of unemployed bodies, amounting to 115,000 souls, said Owen, being the half of the above product. Ye heat, Mr. Owen, I heat whereof, there may be 28,700 able-bodied gillies fit to bear arms, and that do bear arms, and will touch or look at nae honest means of livelihood, even if they could get it, which lackaday they cannot. But is it possible, said I, Mr. Jarvie, that this can be a just picture of so large a portion of the island of Britain? Sir, ill make it as plain as Peter Pasley's pikestaff. I will allow that ilk paracheen on an average employs 50 plugs whilk, is a great proportion in sick miserable soil, as the creatures hay to labour, and that there may be pasture enough for plug horses, and ozen, and 40 or 50 cows now to take care o' the plugs. And cattle wees, allow 7 to 5 families of 6 lives in ilk family, and wees, add 50 mare to make even numbers, and ye hae 500 souls the half o', the population employed and maintained in a sort o' fashion, why some chance of sour milk and crowdy. But I wad be glad to ken what the other 500 are to do. In the name of God, said I, what do they do, Mr. Jarvie? It makes me shudder to think of their situation. Sir, replied the bailie, ye wad maybe shudder mair if ye were living near hand them, for admitting that the half of them may make some little thing for themselves honestly in the lowlands, by shearing and harse droving haymaking, and the like ye hae still money hundreds and thousands o' langligate Hieland gillies, that will neither work nor want, and maun gang thigging and sorning about on their acquaintance, or live, by doing the laird's bidding bet right or bet wrang. Thigging and sorning was a kind of genteel begging, or rather something between begging and robbing, by which the needy in Scotland used to extort cattle, or the means of subsistence from those who had any to. And mair especially money hundreds o' them come down to the borders of the low country, where there's gear to grip and live by stealing reiving lifting cows, and the like depredations, a thing deplorable in ony Christian contrith, mair especially that they take pride in it, and reckon driving a sprig wilk is in plain Scotch stealing a herd of nowt a gallant manly action, and mair befitting of pretty men as sick reivers will ca' themselves, than to win a day's way, by ony honest thrift. The word pretty is or was used in Scotch in the sense of the German prachtig, and meant a gallant alert fellow, prompt and ready at his weapons. And the lairds are as bad as the loons, for if they dinna bid them gie reeve and harry the deal, a bit they forbid them, and they shelter them, or let them shelter themselves in their woods and mountains and strongholds, whenever the things doon, and every ane o' them, will maintain as money o' his ain name or his clan, as we say as he can rap and rend, means, for or wilkes the same thing as money as can in ony fashion fair or foul maintain themselves, and there they are wy gun and pistol dirk and dowerlatch ready to disturb the peace o' the country whenever the laird likes. And that's the grievance of the Hielands wilk are, and hae been for this 1,000 years, bypast a bike, o' the mayest lawless unchristian limmers, that ever disturbed a douce quiet God-fearing neighborhood like this o' ours in the west. And this kinsman of yours and friend of mine, is he one of those great proprietors, who maintain the household troops you speak of? I inquired. None, said Bailie Jarvie, he's nane o' your great grandees o' chiefs, as they ca' them neither, though he is weel born, and lineally descended frae auld Glenstry. I ken his lineage indeed, he is a near kinsman, and as I said of Gude, gentle Hieland blued, though ye may think weel that I care little about that nonsensates a moonshine in waterways threads, and thrums as we say, but I could show ye letters frae his father, that was the third aff Glenstry to my father Deacon Jarvie Peace, be why his memory beginning dear Deacon, and ending your loving kinsman to command thee, are amiest o' about borrowed siller, sae, the Gude Deacon, that's dead and gane keepit them, as documents and evidence he was a careful man. But if he is not, I resumed, one of their chiefs or patriarchal leaders, whom I have heard my father talk of, this kinsman of yours, has at least much to say in the Highlands, I presume. Ye may say thatny name better kenned between the Lennox and Breadalbane Robin, was ance a weel-doing painstaking drover, as ye wad see amang 10,000 it was a pleasure to see him in his belted plaid, and brogues why his target at his back and claymore, and dirk at his belt following 100 Highland stots, and a dozen o' the gillies as rough and ragged as the beasts they drave, and he was baith civil and just in his dealings, and if he thought his chapman had made a hard bargain, he wad gie him a luckpenny to the men's. I hae kenned him gie back 5 shillings out o' the pund sterling. 25%, said Owen, a heavy discount. He wad gie it though, sir, as I tell ye, mair especially if he thought the buyer was a pure man, and couldna stand by a loss. But the times cam hard, and Rob was venturesome, it wasna my fault, it wasna my faut, he canna white me, I told him aught. And the creditors, mair especially some grit neighbours, owe his grip to his living and land, and they say his wife was turned out o' the house to the hillside, and sair misguided to the boot. Shameful, I am a peaceful man and a magistrate, but if ony ane had guided sae muckle as my servant Queen Mattie as it's like, they guided Rob's wife, I think it sold hay, set the shabble that my father the deacon had at Bothwell Brig, a walking again. Cutlass! Wheel Rob cam hame and fan desolation, God pity us, where he left plenty. He looked east, west, south, north, and saw neither hauled, nor hope neither bailed, nor shelter sae. He e'en put the bonnet o'er his brow, belted the broadsword to his side, took to the breaside, and became a broken man. An outlaws. The voice of the good citizen was broken by his contending feelings. He obviously, while he professed to contemn the pedigree of his Highland kinsman, attached a secret feeling of consequence to the connection, and he spoke of his friend in his prosperity with an overflow of affection, which deepened his sympathy for his misfortunes, and his regret for their consequences. Thus tempted and urged by despair, said I, seeing Mr. Jarvie did not proceed in his narrative, I suppose your kinsman became one of those depredators you have described to us. No sae bad as that, said the Glaswegiano Athagither, and outright sae bad as that, but he became a levier of blackmail wider, and farther than ever it was raised in our day, through the Lennox and Menteith, and up to the gates o' Stirling Castle. Blackmail, I do not understand the phrase, I remarked. Oh, ye see, Rob soon gathered an unco band o' bluebonnets at his back, for he comes o' a rough name when he's kent by his ain, and a name that's held its ain for money, a lang year baith again king and parliament, and Kirk too, for aught I ken, an auld and honourable name, for as sair as it has been worried, and hadden down, and oppressed my mother, was a MacGregor. I carena wha kens, it and Rob had soon a gallant band, And as it grieved him, he said to see sick hership, and waste and depredation to the south, o the Highland line, why if ony heritor or farmer wad pay him 4 punds Scots out of each 100 punds of valued rent whilk, was doubtless a moderate consideration Rob, engaged to keep them scatheless let them send to him, if they lost sae muckle as a single clute by thieving, and Rob engaged to get them again, or pay the valuing he I keep it his word I canna deny. But he keep it his word amen allow Rob keeps his word. This is a very singular contract of assurance, said Mr. Owen. It's clean again our statute law that must be owned said Jarvie clean again, law the levying and the paying blackmail are baith punishable. But if the law canna protect my barn, and buyer what for sold I no engage why a Highland gentleman that can answer me that. But said I Mr. Jarvie is this contract of blackmail, as you call it completely voluntary on the part of the landlord or farmer, who pays the insurance, or what usually happens in case anyone refuses payment of this tribute. Aha lad said the bailie laughing, and putting his finger to his nose, ye think ye hae me their troth I wad advise ony friends, o mine to gree why rob for watch as they like, and do what they like they are sair apt to be harried when the lang nights come on. Plundered. Some o' the Graham and Colquhoun gentry stood out, but what thenthy lost their hale stock, the first winter, sae mayest folks now think it best to come into Rob's terms he's easy why a body that will be easy why him, but if ye thraw him, ye had better thraw the devil. And by his exploits in these vocations, I continued I suppose, he has rendered himself amenable to the laws of the country. Amenable I may say that his Craig wad ken the weight o' his hurdies if they could get hod o' Rob, but he has gude friends among the grit folks, and I could tell ye o' I grit family, that keeps him up as far as they decently can to be a them in the sight of another. And then he's sick an auld farin lang-headed shield, as never took up the trade o' Caterin in our time money, a daft rake, he has played mair than wad fill a book, and a queer in it wad be us gude as Robin Hood or William Wallacia fu o. Venturesome deeds and escapes sick as folk, tell o'er at a winter ingle in the daft, days it's a queer thing o me gentleman, that am a man o peace mysel, and a peaceful man's son for the deacon my father quarrelled why, nain out o the town councilates, a queer thing I say. But I think the Highland blood o me warms at the daft tales, and whiles I like better to hear them than a word o prophet gude forgy me, but they are vanitas in fu vanitas and moreover, again the statute, lew again the statute, and gospel law. I now followed up my investigation by inquiring what means of influence this Mr. Robert Campbell could possibly possess over my affairs or those of my father. Why ye are to understand, said Mr. Jarvie, in a very subdued tone I speak among friends, and under the rose ye are to understand that the Highlands hae been keep it quiet since the year 89 that was killicranky year. But how hae they been keep it quiet, think ye by siller Mr. Owen B. Siller Mr. Osbaldistone, King William, caused Breadalbane distribute 20,000 oud punds sterling among them, and it said the auld Highland Earl keep it a lang lug ot in his ain sparren, and then Queen Anne, that's dead gie, the chiefs bits o pensions sae they had wherewith to support their gillies and caterans, that work nae work as I said afore, and they lay by quiet enug saying some spreakery on the lowlands whilk, is their use and want and some cutting o thrapples among themselves that nae civilized body kens, or cares onything anentweel. But there's a new world come up why this King George, I say God bless him for anothers neither like to be siller, nor pensions gone among them they hena the means, o maintaining the clans that eat them up, as ye may guess frae what I said before their credits gain in the lowlands, and a man that can whistle ye up 1,000 or 1,500, linking lads to do his will wad hardly get 50 punds on his band, at the cross o Glasgow this canna stand lang there, will be an outbreak for the Stuarts there will be an outbreak thee, will come down on the low country like a flood as they did in the Weefu Wars o Montrose, and that will be seen and heard tell o ere a 12-month gangs round. Yet still I said, I do not see how this concerns Mr. Campbell, much less my father's affairs. Rob can levy 500 men, sir, and therefore war sold concern him as muckle as mayest folk, replied the bailie, for it is a faculty that is far less profitable in time o peace, than, to tell ye the truth I doubt, he has been the prime agent between some o our Highland chiefs, and the gentlemen in the north. O England, we a heard o the public money that was teen frae the Chield Morris somewhere about the fit o cheviot by Rob, and ane o the Osbaldistone lads. And to tell ye the truth word geed, that it was yoursel Mr. Francis and sorry, was I that your father's son sold hae teen to sick practices na ye needna say. Word about a tie sea wheel I was misteen, But I wad believe onything o a stage player whilk I concluded ye to be. But now I doubtna it has been Rashleigh himself, or some other o your cousins thee, are atard why the same stickrank Jacobites and Papists and wad, think the government siller and government papers. Lawful prize, and the creature Morris is sick a cowardly caitiff, that to this hour, he donna say that it was Rob took the portmanteau af him and troth he's right for your custom house, and excise cattle, are ill licket on a sides, and Rob might get a backhanded lick at him before the board as they cat could help him. I have long suspected this, Mr. Jarvie, said I, and perfectly agree with you, but as to my father's affairs. Suspected it's certain I ken them, that saw some of the papers that were teen af Morrisets, needless to say where but to your father's affairs ye maun think, that in 20 years, bygain some o the Highland lairds and chiefs, hae come to some sma sense, o their ain interest your father, and others hae bought the woods of Glen Surrey's Glen Kissock Toberna Kippock, and money mair besides, and your father's house has granted large bills in paymenthand as the credit o Osbaldistone and Tresham was Gutefer ill say before Mr. Owen's face, as I wad behind his back, that bating misfortunes, o the Lord sending nae men, could be mair honourable in business Highland gentlemen. Holders, o the bills, hae found credit in Glasgow and Edinburgh. I might amius say in Glasgow wholly, for it's little the prideful Edinburgh folk do in real business for all or the greater part of the contents o the bills, so that aha die see me now. I confessed I could not quite follow his drift. Why, said he, if these bills are not paid, the Glasgow merchant comes on the Highland lairds we hae deal a bottle o siller, and will like ill to spew up what is item. A spent they will turn desperate 500, will rise that might hae sitten at Hameth deal, will gie ower Jock Wobsterand. The stopping of your father's house will hasten the outbreak that's been sae lang biding us. You think then, said I, surprised at this singular view of the case, that Rashleigh Osbaldistone has done this injury to my father, merely to accelerate a rising in the Highlands, by distressing the gentlemen to whom these bills were originally granted. Doubtless it has been one main reason, Mr. Osbaldistone, I doubtna, but what the ready money he carried off why him might be another, but that makes comparatively, but a small part o your father's loss, though it might make the mayest part o Rashleigh's direct gain. The assets he carried off are of nae mair use to him, than if he were to light his pipe why them he tried, if Mac Viddy co wad gie him siller on them that, I ken by Andro, whilebut they were ower. Auld cats to draw that stree afore them thigh keep it af, and gie fair words, Rashleigh Osbaldistone, is better kenned, than trusted in Glasgow, for he was here about some Jacobitical papistical troking in 1707, and left debt ahint him, none not can a pit af the paper here folk, will misdoubt him, how he came by it none nahel, hae the stuff safe at some o their halds in the Highlands, and I dore say my cousin Rob could get at it gin he liked. But would he be disposed to serve us in this pinch, Mr. Jarvie, said Roman, when you have described him as an agent of the Jacobite party, and deeply connected in their intrigues, will he be disposed for my sake, or if you please for the sake of justice, to make an act of restitution, which supposing it in his power, would according to your view of the case materially interfere with their plans? I canna precisely speak to that the grandees among them are doubtful o Rob, and he's doubtful o them, and he's been weel friended, why the Argyle family wa stand for the present model of government. If he was freed o his hornings and captions, he would rather be on Argyle's side than he wad be on Breadalbane's, for there's auld ill will between the Breadalbane family and his kin, and name the truth is that Rob is for his ain hand, as Henry Wind Futell, take the side that suits him best. If the deal was laird, Rob wad be for being tenant, and ye canna blame him pure fallow considering his circumstances. Two great clans fought out a quarrel with 30 men of a side, in presence of the king on the north inch of Perth, on or about the year 1392, a man was a-missing on one side, whose room was filled by a little bandaliged citizen of Perth. This substitute Henry Windor, as the Highlanders called him, Gow Crome, that is the bandaliged smith, fought well, and contributed greatly to the fate of the battle, without knowing which side he fought on. So to fight for your own hand like Henry Wind, passed into a proverb. This incident forms a conspicuous part of the subsequent novel, The Fair Maid of Perth. But there's I things sair again, Rob has a grey mare in his stable at hame. A grey mare, said Roman 1, what is that to the purpose? The wife manth wifean off a wife she is, she down abide the sight o a kindly Scot, if he come frae the lowlands far less of an Englisher, and shall be keen for that can set up King James, and ding down King George. It is very singular, I replied that the mercantile transactions of London citizens should become involved with revolutions and rebellions. Not at a manot, at a returned Mr. Jarvie, that's a your silly prejudications I read whiles in the lang dark nights, and I hae read in Baker's Chronicle that the merchants o' London could gar the Bank of Genoa break their promise to advance a mighty sum to the King o' Spain, whereby the sailing of the Grand Spanish Armada was put aft for a hale year. What think you of that, sir? The Chronicle of the Kings of England, by Sir Richard Baker, with continuations passed through several editions, between 1641 and 1733, whether any of them contain the passage alluded to is doubtful. That the merchants did their country golden service, which ought to be honorably remembered in our histories. I think sae too, and they wad do weel and deserve weel baith o' the state and o' humanity, that wad save 3 or 4 honest Highland gentlemen frae looping heads o'er heels into destruction, why their pure sackless followers, just because they canna pay back the siller they had reason to count upon, as their ain end save your father's creditand my ain gude siller, that Osbaldistone and Tresham, awes me into the bargain. Sackless that is innocent. I say if ane could manage a this, I think it sould be done, and said unto him, even if he were a pure catheshuttle body, as unto one, whom the king delighteth to honor. I cannot pretend to estimate the extent of public gratitude, I replied, but our own thankfulness, Mr. Jarvie, would be commensurate with the extent of the obligation. Which, added Mr. Owen, we would endeavour to balance with a per contra, the instant our Mr. Osbaldistone returns from Holland. I doubt na is a very worthy gentleman and responsible, and why some o' my lights might do muckle business in Scotland will, sir, if these assets could be redeemed out o' the hands o' the Philistines, they are gude paperthy, are the right stuff when they are in the right hands, and that's yours, Mr. Owen. And find ye 3 men in Glasgow for as little as ye may think, o' us Mr. Owen that's Sandy Steenson in the tradesland, and John Peary in Candleriggs, and another that Saul be nameless at this present Saul advance. What sounds are sufficient to secure the credit of your house, and seek nae better security. Owen's eyes sparkled at this prospect of extrication, but his countenance instantly fell on recollecting how improbable it was that the recovery of the assets, as he technically called them, should be successfully achieved. Dinna despair, certain despair, said Mr. Jarvie. I hae teen sae muckle concern, why your affairs already that it maun e'en be ower shoon ower boots why me now. I am just like my father the deacon praise be why him, I canna meddle why a friend's business. But I end why making it my ain sae, ill e'en pit on my boots. The morn and be jogging ower Dryman Muir why Mr. Frank here, and if I canna mak Rob here reason, and his wife too I dinna ken wha, can I hae been a kind friend to them afore now, to say neathing o' overlooking him last night, when naming his name wad hae cost him his life'll be hearing o' this in the council maybe. Frae Bailie Graham and Mac Vitie, and some o' them they hae coosed up my kindred to rob to me already. I set up their nashgabs. I told them I wad vindicate nae man's faults, but set apart what he had done again the law o' the country, and the hership o' the Lennox, and the misfortune o' some folk losing life by him. He was an honester man than stood on ony o' their shanks, and what for sold I mind their clavers, if Rob is an outlaw to himsel, be it said there is nae laws now about reset of intercommune persons, as there was in the ill times, o' the last Stuarts. I trow, I hae a Scotch tongue in my head if they speak ease answer. It was with great pleasure that I saw the bailie gradually surmount the barriers of caution, under the united influence of public spirit, and good-natured interest in our affairs together, with his natural wish to avoid loss and acquire gain, and not a little harmless vanity, through the combined operation of these motives, he at length arrived at the doughty resolution of taking the field in person to aid in the recovery of my father's property. His whole information led me to believe that if the papers were in possession of this Highland adventurer, it might be possible to induce him to surrender what he could not keep with any prospect of personal advantage. And I was conscious that the presence of his kinsman was likely to have considerable weight with him. I therefore cheerfully acquiesced in Mr. Jarvie's proposal that we should set out early next morning. That honest gentleman was indeed as vivacious and alert in preparing to carry his purpose into execution as he had been slow and cautious in forming it. He roared to Matty to air his trotcosie, to have his jackboots greased and set before the kitchen fire all night, and to see that his beast be corned, and his riding gear in order, having agreed to meet him at 5 o'clock next morning, and having settled that Owen, whose presence could be of no use to us upon this expedition, should await our return at Glasgow, we took a kind farewell of this unexpectedly zealous friend. I installed Owen in an apartment in my lodgings contiguous to my own, and giving orders to Andrew Fairservice to attend me next morning at the hour appointed, I retired to rest with better hopes than it had lately been my fortune to entertain. Chapter 10th. Far as the eye could reach, no tree was seen. Earth-clad in russet, scorned the lively green. No birds, except as birds of passage flew. No bee was heard to hum, no dove to coo. No streams as amber smooth as amber clear were seen to glide or heard to warble here. Prophecy of famine. It was in the bracing atmosphere of a harvest morning that I met by appointment Fairservice with the horses at the door of Mr. Jarvie's house, which was but little space distant from Mrs. Flyter's hotel. The first matter which caught my attention was that whatever were the deficiencies of the pony, which Mr. Fairservice's legal adviser Clerk Towthorpe generously bestowed upon him, in exchange for Thorncliffe's mare, he had contrived to part with it, and procure in its stead an animal with so curious and complete a lameness, that it seemed only to make use of 3 legs for the purpose of progression, while the 4th appeared, as if meant to be flourished in the air by way of accompaniment. What do you mean by bringing such a creature as that here, sir, and where is the pony you rode to Glasgow upon, were my very natural and impatient inquiries. I selt it, sir, it was a slink beast, and wad hae eaten its head aff, standing at Lucky Flyter's at livery, and I hae bought this on your honour's account. It's a grand bargain cost. But a pund sterling the foot, that's 4 athagither the string halt will gie aff when it's gien a mile. It's a weelkind ganger, they call it supple tam. On my soul, sir, said I, you will never rest till my supple jack and your shoulders become acquainted. If you do not go instantly, and procure the other brute, you shall pay the penalty of your ingenuity. Andrew, notwithstanding my threats, continued to battle the point, as he said it would cost him a guinea of rhubargin to the man who had bought his pony, before he could get it back again, like a true Englishman. Though sensible I was duped by the rascal, I was about to pay his exaction, rather than lose time, when forth sallied Mr. Jarvie, cloaked, mantled, hooded, and booted, as if for a Siberian winter, while 2 apprentices under the immediate direction of Matty led forth the decent ambling steed, which had the honour on such occasions to support the person of the Glasgow magistrate ere he clomb to the saddle, an expression descriptive of the bailie's mode of mounting than that of the knights-errant to whom Spenser applies it. He inquired the cause of the dispute betwixt my servant and me. Having learned the nature of honest Andrew's manoeuvre, he instantly cut short all debate by pronouncing that if Fairservice did not forthwith return the 3-legged palfrey and produce the more useful quadruped which he had discarded, he would send him to prison and immerse him in half his wages. Mr. Osbaldistone said he contracted for the service of both your horse and Utwa brutes at Ankai, unconscionable rascal, but ise look weel after you during this journey. It will be nonsense finding me, said Andrew doubtfully, that hasna a grey groat to pay a fine way. It's ill taking the breeks aff a Hielandman. If ye hae nae purse to fine, ye hae flesh to pine, replied the bailie, and I will look weel to ye getting your deserts the tea way or the tither. To the commands of Mr. Jarvie, therefore, Andrew was compelled to submit, only muttering between his teeth, "Ower money maester, sower money maesters," as the paddock said to the harrow, when every tooth gie her a tig. Apparently, he found no difficulty in getting rid of supple Tam and recovering possession of his former Bucephalus, for he accomplished the exchange without being many minutes absent, nor did I hear further of his having paid any smart money for breach of bargain. We now set forward, but had not reached the top of the street in which Mr. Jarvie dwelt, when a loud hallooing and breathless call of "Stop, stop" was heard behind us. We stopped accordingly, and were overtaken by Mr. Jarvie's 2 lads, who bore 2 parting tokens of Mada's care for her master. The first was conveyed in the form of a voluminous silk handkerchief, like the mainsail of one of his own West Indiamen, which Mrs. Matty particularly desired he would put about his neck, and which thus entreated he added to his other entanglements. The second youngster brought only a verbal charge. I thought I saw the rogue disposed to laugh, as he delivered it on the part of the housekeeper, that her master would take care of the waters. "Pooh, pooh, silly hussy," answered Mr. Jarvie, but added, turning to me, "It shows a kind heart, though it shows a kind heart. In Sae young a quean Mada's a careful lass." So speaking, he pricked the sides of his palfrey, and we left the town without farther interruption. While we paced easily forward by a road which conducted us northeastward, from the town I had an opportunity to estimate and admire the good qualities of my new friend, although like my father, he considered commercial transactions the most important objects of human life. He was not wedded to them, so as to undervalue more general knowledge, on the contrary, with much oddity and vulgarity of manner, with a vanity which he made much more ridiculous by disguising it now and then under a thin veil of humility. And devoid as he was of all the advantages of a learned education, Mr. Jarvie's conversation showed tokens of a shrewd, observing liberal, and to the extent of its opportunities, a well-improved mind. He was a good local antiquary, and entertained me as we passed along with an account of remarkable events which had formerly taken place in the scenes through which we passed. And as he was well acquainted with the ancient history of his district, he saw with the perspective eye of an enlightened patriot the buds of many of those future advantages which have only blossomed and ripened within these few years. I remarked also, and with great pleasure, that although a keen Scotchman and abundantly zealous for the honor of his country, he was disposed to think liberally of the sister kingdom, when Andrew Fairservice, whom by the way the bailie could not abide, chose to impute the accident of one of the horses casting his shoe to the deteriorating influence of the union, he incurred a severe rebuke from Mr. Jarvie. Wished its ill-scraped tongues like yours that make mischief atween neighbourhoods and nations, there's neathing sae gude on this side o' time. But it might hae been better, and that may be said o' the Union nane were keener against it than the Glasgow folk why their rabblings and their risings and their mobs, as they ca' them nowadays. But it's an ill wind blaws. Naebody gude let ilka ane roost the ford, as they find it. I say let Glasgow flourish whilk is judiciously and elegantly puttin' round the town's arms by way of byword now, since St. Mungo catched herrings in the Clyde, what was ever like to gar us flourish like the sugar and tobacco trade? Will anybody tell me that, and grumble at the treaty that opened us a road westawa yonder? Andrew Fairservice was far from acquiescing in these arguments of expedience, and even ventured to enter a grumbling protest that it was an unco change to hae Scotland's laws made in England, and that for his share he wadna for the herring barrels in Glasgow, and of the tobacco casks to boot hae gene up the riding o' the Scots Parliament, or sent awa our crown, and our sword, and our sceptre, and mons, meg to be keepit by the English pockputtings in the Tower o' Lunnon. Note G. Mons meg. What wad Sir William Wallace, or Auld Davy Lindsay, hae said to the Union or them that made it? The road which we travelled, while diverting the way with these discussions, had become wild and open as soon as we had left Glasgow a mile or two behind us, and was growing more dreary as we advanced. Huge continuous heaths spread before, behind, and around us in hopeless barrenness, no level, and interspersed with swamps, green with treacherous verdure or sable with turf, or as they call them in Scotland, peatbigsand, now swelling into huge heavy ascents, which wanted the dignity and form of hills, while they were still more toilsome to the passenger. There were neither trees nor bushes to relieve the eye from the russet livery of absolute sterility. The very heath was of that stinted, imperfect kind, which has little or no flower, and affords the coarsest and meanest covering which, as far as my experience enables me to judge, Mother Earth is ever arrayed in living thing. We saw none, except occasionally a few straggling sheep of a strange diversity of colors, as black, bluish, and orange. The sable hue predominated, however, in their faces and legs. The very birds seemed to shun these wastes, and no wonder, since they had an easy method of escaping from Themet. Least, I only heard the monotonous and plaintive cries of the lapwing and curlew, which my companions denominated the peasweep and wop. At dinner, however, which we took about noon at a most miserable alehouse, we had the good fortune to find that these tiresome screamers of the morass were not the only inhabitants of the moors. The good wife told us that the Gudeman had been at the hill, and well for us that he had been so, for we enjoyed the produce of his chasse in the shape of some broiled morgamia dish, which gallantly eked out the ewe milk cheese, dried salmon, and oaten bread, being all besides that the house afforded some very indifferent twopenny ale, and a glass of excellent brandy crowned our repast. And as our horses had in the meantime discussed their corn, we resumed our journey with renovated vigor. I had need of all the spirits a good dinner could give to resist the dejection which crept insensibly on my mind, when I combined the strange uncertainty of my errand with the disconsolate aspect of the country through which it was leading me. Our road continued to be, if possible, more waste and wild than that we had traveled in the forenoon. The few miserable hovels that showed some marks of human habitation were now of still rarer occurrence, and at length, As we began to ascend an uninterrupted swell of moorland, they totally disappeared. The only exercise which my imagination received was when some particular turn of the road gave us a partial view to the left of a large assemblage of dark blue mountains, stretching to the north and northwest, which promised to include within their recesses country as wild perhaps, but certainly differing greatly, in point of interest from that which we now traveled. The peaks of this screen of mountains were as wildly varied and distinguished as the hills which we had seen on the right were tame and lumpish, and while I gazed on this alpine region, I felt a longing to explore its recesses, though accompanied with toil and danger, similar to that which a sailor feels when he wishes for the risks and animation of a battle, or a gale, in exchange for the insupportable monotony of a protracted calm. I made various inquiries of my friend Mr. Jarvie respecting the names and positions of these remarkable mountains, but it was a subject on which he had no information, or did not choose to be communicative. There the Highland hills y'all see, and hear enug about them before ye see Glasgow cross again. I down a look at them, I never see them, but they gar me grew. It's no for fear, but just for grief for the pure blinded half-starved creatures that inhabit them, but say nae mair about it. It's ill speaking o Highlandmen sae near the line. I hae kend money, an honest man wadna hae ventured this length without he had made his last will and testament. Maddie had a will to see me set awa on this ride, and grat owie the silly topi, but it's nae mair furly to see a woman greet than to see a goose gang barefoot. I next attempted to lead the discourse on the character and history of the person whom we were going to visit, but on this topic Mr. Jarvie was totally inaccessible, owing perhaps in part to the attendance of Mr. Andrew Fairservice, who chose to keep so close in our rear that his ears could not fail to catch every word which was spoken, while his tongue assumed the freedom of mingling in our conversation. As often as he saw an opportunity for this, he occasionally incurred Mr. Jarvie's reproof. "Keep back, sir, as best sets ye," said the bailie as Andrew pressed forward to catch the answer to some question I had asked about Campbell. "Ye wad fain ride the forehorse, and ye wist how that chield's eye for being out o' the cheese-fet he was moulded in now. As for your questions, Mr. Osbaldistone, now that chield's out of earshot, I'll just tell you it's free to you to speer, and it's free to me to answer, or no gude. I canna say muckle o' Rob pure chield. I winna say o' him for forby that he's my cousin were coming near his ain country, and there may be ane o' his gillies ahint every windbush for what I ken, and if ye'll be guided by my advice, the less ye speak about him, or where we are gone, or what we are gone to do, well be the mair likely to speed us in our errand. For its like, we may fa and wisome o' his unfriendster are een ower money o' them about, and his bonnet sits even on his brow yet for that. But I doubt they'll be upsides why Rob at the last day or late day, the fox's hide finds I the flaying knife." "I will certainly," I replied, "be entirely guided by your experience." "Right, Mr. Osbaldistone, right. But I maun speak to this gabbling skite too, for bairns and fules speak at the cross what they hear at the Ingleside die. Hear you, Andrew, what's your name, Fairservice?" Andrew, who at the last rebuff had fallen a good way behind, did not choose to acknowledge the summons. "Andrew, ye scoundrel," repeated Mr. Jarvie. "Here, sir, here." "Here is for the dog," said Andrew, coming up sulkily. "I'll gie you dog's wages, ye rascal, if ye dinna attend to what I say. We are gone into the Highlands a bit." "I judged as muckle," said Andrew. "Haud your peace, ye knave, and hear what I have to say, till you we are gone a bit into the Highlands." "Ye told me already," replied the incorrigible Andrew. "I'll break your head," said the bailie, rising in wrath, "if ye dinna haud your tongue." "A hadden tongue," replied Andrew, "makes a slabbered mouth." It was now necessary I should interfere, which I did by commanding Andrew, with an authoritative tone, to be silent at his peril. "I am silent," said Andrew. "Say do a your lawful bidding. Without a naysay, my pure mother used I to tell me. Be it better, be it worse. Be ruled by him that has the purse. Ye may e'en speak as lang as ye like, baith the tane, and the tither, owe you for Andrew." Mr. Jarvie took the advantage of his stopping, after quoting the above proverb, to give him the requisite instructions. "Now, sir, it's as muckle as your life's worth. That wad be dear o' little siller to be sure, but it is as muckle as our lives are worth, if ye dinna mind what I say to ye in this public war we are gone to, and war it is like. We may hae to stay a night, men o' a clans and kindred Highland, and lowland tak up their quarters, and, whiles there are mair drawn dirks than open Bibles among them, when the usquebaugh gets uppermost, see ye neither meddle nor mac, nor gie nae offence why that clavering tongue o' yours, but keep a calm suff, and let ilka cock fight his ain battle. Muckle needs to tell me that, said Andrew contemptuously, as if I had never seen a Hielandman before, and kenned nae how to manage them, nae, man alive, can cuiddle up Donald better than mysel. I hae bought why them sald, why them eat, why them drucken, why them. Did ye ever fight why them? Said Mr. Jarvie. Nunna, answered Andrew. I took care that it wad ill hae set me, that am an artist and half a scholar to my trade to be fighting amang, a ween kilted loons that dinna ken the name, a single herb, or flower in braid Scots, let Abby in the Latin tongue. Then said Mr. Jarvie, as ye wad keep either your tongue in your mouth, or your lugs in your head, and ye might miss them for as saucy members, as they are I charge ye, to say nae word gude or bad, that ye can weel get by to onybody that may be in the clachan, and ye'll specially understand that you're no to be bleezing and blasting about your master's name, and mine, or saying that this is Mr. Bailie Nicol Jarvie, the Sout Market son, the worthy Deacon Nicol Jarvie, that a body has heard about. And this is Mr. Frank Osbaldistone's son, of the managing partner, of the great house of Osbaldistone and Tresham in the city. Anyway said, answered Andrew. Anyway said, what need ye think I wad be speaking about your names? For I hae mony things, mair importance to speak about, I trow. It's the very things of importance, that I am feared for ye blethering goose. Ye mauna speak onything gude, or bad, that ye can by any possibility help. If ye dinna think me fit, replied Andrew in a huff, to speak like ither folk, gie me my wages, and my boardwages, and say gie back to Glasgow, there's sma sorrow at our parting, as the auld mere said to the broken cart. Finding Andrew's perverseness again, rising to a point which threatened to occasion me inconvenience, I was under the necessity of explaining to him that he might return if he thought proper, but that in that case I would not pay him a single farthing for his past services. The argument ad crumenam, as it has been called, by jocular logicians has weight with the greater part of mankind, and Andrew was in that particular far from affecting any trick of singularity. He drew in his horns, to use the bailie's phrase, on the instant professed no intention whatever to disoblige, and a resolution to be guided by my commands, whatever they might be. Concord being thus happily restored to our small party, we continued to pursue our journey. The road, which had ascended for 6 or 7 English miles, began now to descend for about the same space through a country, which neither in fertility nor interest could boast any advantage over that which we had passed already, and which afforded no variety unless when some tremendous peak of a Highland mountain appeared at a distance. We continued, however, to ride on without pause, and even when night fell and overshadowed the desolate wilds, which we traversed, we were, as I understood from Mr. Jarvie, still 3 miles, and a bittock distant from the place where we were to spend the night. Chapter 11th. Baron of Bucklevy. May the foul fiend drive ye, and a to pieces rive ye, for building sick a town, where there's neither horse meat, nor man's meat, nor a chair to sit down. Scottish popular rhymes on a bed. The night was pleasant, and the moon afforded us good light for our journey. Under her rays the ground over which we passed assumed a more interesting appearance than during the broad daylight, which discovered the extent of its wasteness. The mingled light and shadows gave it an interest which naturally did not belong to it, and like the effect of a veil flung over a plain woman, irritated our curiosity on a subject which had in itself nothing gratifying. The descent, however, still continued, turned winded, left the more open heaths, and got into steeper ravines, which promised soon to lead us to the banks of some brook or river, and ultimately made good their presage. We found ourselves at length on the bank of a stream, which rather resembled one of my native English rivers than those I had hitherto seen in Scotland. It was narrow, deep, still, and silent, although the imperfect light, as it gleamed on its placid waters, showed also that we were now among the lofty mountains, which formed its cradle. That's the Forth, said the bailie with an air of reverence, which I have observed the Scotch usually pay to their distinguished rivers. The Clyde, the Tweed, the Forth, the Spey are usually named by those who dwell on their banks with a sort of respect and pride, and I have known duels occasioned by any word of disparagement. I cannot say I have the least quarrel with this sort of harmless enthusiasm. I received my friend's communication with the importance which he seemed to think appertained to it. In fact, I was not a little pleased after so long and dull a journey to approach a region which promised to engage the imagination. My faithful Squire Andrew did not seem to be quite of the same opinion, for he received the solemn information, that is the Forth with a umphin. He had said that's the public house it wad hae been mair to the purpose. The fourth, however, as far as the imperfect light permitted me to judge, seemed to merit the admiration of those who claimed an interest in its stream, a beautiful eminence of the most regular round shape, and clothed with copsewood of hazels, mountain ash, and dwarf oak, intermixed with a few magnificent old trees, which, rising above the underwood, exposed their forked and bared branches to the silver moonshine, seemed to protect the sources from which the river sprung, if I could trust the tale of my companion, which, while professing to disbelieve every word of it, he told under his breath, and with an air of something like intimidation. This hill, so regularly formed, so richly verdant, and garlanded, with such a beautiful variety of ancient trees and thriving copsewood, was held by the neighborhood to contain within its unseen caverns the palaces of the fairyessa race of airy beings, who formed an intermediate class between men and demons, and who, if not positively malignant to humanity, were yet to be avoided and feared on account of their capricious, vindictive, and irritable disposition. Note H. Fairy superstition. They ca them, said Mr. Jarvie, in a whisper. Dina Skewhook signifies, as I understand, men of peace, meaning thereby to make their gudewill, and we may e'en as weel ca them, that to Mr. Osbaldistone, for there's nae gude in speaking ill o' the laird within his ain bounds. But he added presently after, on seeing one or two lights, which twinkled before us, it's deceits o' Satan, after and I fearna to say it, for we are near the manse now, and yonder are the lights in the clachan of Aberfoyle. I own I was well pleased at the circumstance, to which Mr. Jarvie alluded not so much, that it set his tongue at liberty in his opinion with all safety, to declare his real sentiments with respect to the Dina sky or fairies, as that it promised some hours' repose to ourselves, and our horses, of which, after a ride of 50 miles, and upwards, both stood in some need. We crossed the Infant Forth by an old-fashioned stone bridge, very high and very narrow. My conductor, however, informed me that to get through this deep and important stream, and to clear all its tributary dependencies, the general pass from the Highlands to the southward lay, by what was called the fords of Frew, at all times deep and difficult of passage, and often altogether unfordable. Beneath these fords there was no pass of general resort until so far east as the bridge of Stirling, so that the river of Forth forms a defensible line between the Highlands and lowlands of Scotland, from its source nearly to the firth or inlet of the ocean, in which it terminates. The subsequent events which we witnessed led me to recall with attention what the shrewdness of Bailie Jarvie suggested in his proverbial expression, that Forth bridles the wild Highlandman. About half a mile's riding after we crossed the bridge placed us at the door of the public house, where we were to pass the evening. It was a hovel rather worse than better than that in which we had dined, but its little windows were lighted up, voices were heard from within, and all intimated a prospect of food and shelter, to which we were by no means indifferent. Andrew was the first to observe that there was a peeled willow wand placed across the half-open door of the little inn. He hung back, and advised us not to enter, for, said Andrew, some of their chiefs and grit men are burling at the Usquebaugh inn by there, and dinna want to be disturbed, and the least well get if we gang Ramstem in on them will be a broken head to learn us better havings. If we dinna come by the length of a called dirk in our wame wilk is just as likely. I looked at the bailie, who acknowledged in a whisper that the gowk had some reason for singing ants in the year. Meantime a staring half-clad wench or two came out of the inn, and the neighboring cottages, on hearing the sound of our horses' feet. No one bade us welcome, nor did any one offer to take our horses from which we had alighted, and to our various inquiries the hopeless response of Ha Neil Sassenach was the only answer we could extract. The bailie, however, found in his experience a way to make them speak English. If I jye ye a bobby, said he to an urchin of about 10 years old, with a fragment of a tattered plaid about him, will you understand Sassenach? Aye, that will I, replied the brat in very decent English. Then gang, and tell your mammy, my man, there's twa Sassenach gentlemen come to speak wi' her. The landlady presently appeared with a lighted piece of split fir blazing in her hand. The turpentine in this species of torch, which is generally dug from out the turf bogs, makes it blaze and sparkle readily, so that it is often used in the Highlands in lieu of candles. On this occasion, such a torch illuminated the wild and anxious features of a female, pale, thin, and rather above the usual size, whose soiled and ragged dress, though aided by a plaid or tartan screen, barely served the purposes of decency, and certainly not those of comfort. Her black hair, which escaped in uncombed elflocks from under her coif, as well as the strange and embarrassed look with which she regarded us, gave me the idea of a witch disturbed in the midst of her unlawful rites. She plainly refused to admit us into the house. We remonstrated anxiously, and pleaded the length of our journey, the state of our horses, and the certainty that there was not another place where we could be received. Nearer than Callander, which the bailie stated to be 7 Scots miles distant, how many these may exactly amount to in English measurement, I have never been able to ascertain, but I think the double ratio may be pretty safely taken as a medium computation. The obdurate hostess treated our expostulation with contempt. Better gang, farther than fair war, she said, speaking the Scottish lowland dialect, and being indeed a native of the Lennox district. Her house was teen up why them wadna like to be intruded on why strangers. She didna ken wha mair might be their redcoats, it might be frae the garrison. These last words she spoke under her breath, and with very strong emphasis. The night, she said, was fair abune head a night amming the heather wad collar our bloodswe might sleep in our clees, as money a gude blade does in the scabbard. There wasna muckle flowmoss in the shaw if we took up our quarters right, and we might pit up our horses to the hill. Nebody wad say neathing against it. But my good woman, said I, while the bailie groaned and remained undecided, it is 6 hours since we dined, and we have not taken a morsel since. I am positively dying with hunger, and I have no taste for taking up my abode supperless among these mountains of yours. I positively must enter, and make the best apology you can to your guests for adding a stranger or two to their number. Andrew, you will see the horses put up. The Hecate looked at me with surprise, and then ejaculated, a wilfu man will hae his waitham that will to Cupar mon to Cupar to see the English belegods. He has had I fu meal the day already, and hell venture life and liberty, rather than hell want a het supper set roasted beef, and putting on the opposite side o' the pit o' tofet, and an Englishman will mak a spang at it. But I wash my hands ought follow me, sir, to Andrew, and e say show you where to pit the beasts. I own I was somewhat dismayed at my landlady's expressions, which seemed to be ominous of some approaching danger. I did not, however, choose to shrink back after having declared my resolution, and accordingly I boldly entered the house, and after narrowly escaping breaking my shins over a turf back and a salting tub which stood on either side of the narrow exterior passage, I opened a crazy half-decayed door constructed not of plank, but of wicker, and followed by the bailie, entered into the principal apartment of this Scottish caravansary. The interior presented a view which seemed singular enough to southern eyes. The fire, fed with blazing turf and branches of dried wood, blazed merrily in the center, but the smoke, having no means to escape, but through a hole in the roof, eddied round the rafters of the cottage, and hung in sable folds at the height of about 5 feet from the floor. The space beneath was kept pretty clear by innumerable currents of air, which rushed towards the fire from the broken panel of basketwork, which served as a door from 2 square holes designed as ostensible windows, through one of which was thrust a plaid, and through the other a tattered greatcoatan. Moreover, through various less distinguishable apertures in the walls of the tenement, which being built of round stones and turf cemented by mud, let in the atmosphere at innumerable crevices. At an old oaken table adjoining to the fire sat 3 men guests, apparently, whom it was impossible to regard with indifference. 2 were in the Highland dress. The one, a little dark-complexioned man, with a lively, quick, and irritable expression of features, wore the trews or close pantaloons, wove out of a sort of checkered stocking stuff. The bailie whispered me that he behoved to be a man of some consequence for that nebody, but their doin hussels wore the truthsy were ill to weave exactly to their Highland pleasure. The other mountaineer was a very tall, strong man, with a quantity of reddish hair, freckled face, high cheekbones, and long china, sort of caricature of the national features of Scotland. The tartan which he wore differed from that of his companion, as it had much more scarlet in it, whereas the shades of black and dark green predominated in the checkers of the other. The third, who sate at the same table, was in the lowland dress, a bold, stout-looking man, with a cast of military daring in his eye and manner, his riding dress showily and profusely laced, and his cocked hat of formidable dimensions. His hanger and a pair of pistols lay on the table before him. Each of the Highlanders had their naked dirks stuck upright in the board beside him, an emblem, I was afterwards informed, but surely a strange one, that their computation was not to be interrupted by any brawl. A mighty pewter measure, containing about an English quart of usquebaugh, a liquor nearly as strong as brandy, which the Highlanders distill from malt and drink undiluted in excessive quantities, was placed before these worthies. A broken glass with a wooden foot served as a drinking cup to the whole party, and circulated with a rapidity which, considering the potency of the liquor, seemed absolutely marvelous. These men spoke loudly and eagerly together, sometimes in Gaelic, at other times in English. Another Highlander, wrapped in his plaid, reclined on the floor, his head resting on a stone from which it was only separated by a wisp of straw, and slept or seemed to sleep. Without attending to what was going on around him, he also was probably a stranger, for he lay in full dress, and accoutred with the sword and target the usual arms of his countrymen. When on a journey, cribs there were of different dimensions beside the walls, formed some of fractured boards, some of shattered wickerwork or plated boughs, in which slumbered the family of the house, men, women, and children, their places of repose only concealed by the dusky wreaths of vapor which arose above, below, and around them. Our entrance was made so quietly, and the carousers I have described were so eagerly engaged in their discussions, that we escaped their notice for a minute or two. But I observed the Highlander, who lay beside the fire, raise himself on his elbow as we entered, and drawing his plaid over the lower part of his face, fix his look on us for a few seconds, after which he resumed his recumbent posture, and seemed again to betake himself to the repose which our entrance had interrupted. We advanced to the fire, which was an agreeable spectacle after our late ride during the chillness of an autumn evening among the mountains, and first attracted the attention of the guests, who had preceded us. By calling for the landlady, she approached, looking doubtfully and timidly now at us, now at the other party, and returned a hesitating and doubtful answer to our request to have something to eat. She didna ken, she said, she wasna sure there was onything in the house, and then modified her refusal with the qualification that, is onything fit for the like of us? I assured her we were indifferent to the quality of our supper, and looking round for the means of accommodation, which were not easily to be found, I arranged an old hencoop as a seat for Mr. Jarvie, and turned down a broken tub to serve for my own. Andrew Fairservice entered presently afterwards, and took a place in silence behind our backs. The natives, as I may call them, continued staring at us with an air as if confounded by our assurance, and we, at least I myself, disguised as well as we could under an appearance of indifference any secret anxiety we might feel concerning the mode in which we were to be received by those whose privacy we had disturbed. At length the lesser Highlander, addressing himself to me, said in very good English, and in a tone of great haughtiness, "Ye make yourself at home, sir, I see." "I usually do so," I replied, "when I come into a house of public entertainment." "And did she na see," said the taller man, by the white wand at the door, that gentlemans had taken up the public house on their ain business? "I do not pretend to understand the customs of this country, but I am yet to learn," I replied, "how 3 persons should be entitled to exclude all other travellers from the only place of shelter and refreshment for miles round." "There's nae reason for't, gentlemen," said the bailie, "we mean nae offence, but there's neither law nor reason for't, but as far as a stoup o' gude brandy wad, make up the quarrel, we being peaceable folk wad be willing." "Damn your brandy, sir," said the Lowlander, adjusting his cocked hat fiercely upon his head, "we desire neither your brandy nor your company." And up he rose from his seat. His companions also arose, muttering to each other, drawing up their plaids, and snorting, and snuffing the air after the mariner of their countrymen, when working themselves into a passion. "I told ye what wad come, gentlemen," said the landlady, "and ye wad hae been toljet, o why ye out o' my house, and make nae disturbance herethers. Nae gentleman be disturbed at Jeannie MacAlpine's, and she can hinder a ween idle English loons gone about the country under cloud o' night, and disturbing honest peaceable gentlemen that are drinking their drap drink at the fireside." At another time, I should have thought of the old Latin adage, Dat veniam corvus vexet censure Columbus. But I had not any time for classical quotation, for there was obviously a fray about to ensue, at which, feeling myself indignant at the inhospitable insolence with which I was treated, I was totally indifferent unless on the bailie's account, whose person and qualities were ill qualified for such an adventure. I started up, however, on seeing the others rise, and dropped my cloak from my shoulders, that I might be ready to stand on the defensive. "We are 3 to 3, said the lesser Highlander, glancing his eyes at our party, "if ye be pretty men, draw," and unsheathing his broadsword he advanced on me. I put myself in a posture of defense, and aware of the superiority of my weapon, a rapier or small sword, was little afraid of the issue of the contest. The bailie behaved with unexpected mettle as he saw the gigantic Highlander confront him with his weapon drawn. He tugged for a second or two at the hilt of his shabble, as he called it, but finding it loth to quit the sheath to which it had long been secured by rust and disuse, he seized as a substitute on the red-hot coulter of a plough which had been employed in arranging the fire by way of a poker, and brandished it with such effect that at the first pass he set the Highlander's plaid on fire, and compelled him to keep a respectful distance, till he could get it extinguished. Andrew, on the contrary, who ought to have faced the lowland champion, had I grieved to say, it vanished at the very commencement of the fray, but his antagonist, crying fair play, seemed courteously disposed to take no share in the scuffle. Thus we commenced our rencontre on fair terms. As to numbers, my own aim was to possess myself if possible of my antagonist's weapon, but I was deterred from closing for fear of the dirk, which he held in his left hand, and used in parrying the thrusts of my rapier. Meantime, the bailie, notwithstanding the success of his first onset, was sorely bested. The weight of his weapon, the corpulence of his person, the very effervescence of his own passions, were rapidly exhausting both his strength and his breath, and he was almost at the mercy of his antagonist when up started the sleeping Highlander from the floor, on which he reclined with his naked sword and target in his hand, and threw himself between the discomfited magistrate and his assailant, exclaiming, "Her Nainsell has eaten the town Priad at the Cross o' Glasgow, and pie her troth shall fight for Bailie Sharvey at the Clachan of Aberfoltat will she e'en." And seconding his words with deeds, this unexpected auxiliary made his sword whistle about the ears of his tall countryman, who, nothing abashed, returned his blows with interest, but being both accoutred with round targets, made of wood, studded with brass, and covered with leather, with which they readily parried each other's strokes, their combat was attended with much more noise and clatter than serious risk of damage. It appeared, indeed, that there was more of bravado than of serious attempt to do us any injury, for the lowland gentleman, who, as I mentioned, had stood aside for want of an antagonist when the brawl commenced, was now pleased to act the part of moderator and peacemaker. Fray at Jeannie McAlpine's. Hand your hands, haud your handsanug donanug, done the quarrels no mortal. The strange gentlemen have shown themselves men of honor, and Jean reasonable satisfaction. Ill stand on mine honor as kittle as ony man, but I hate unnecessary bloodshed. It was not, of course, my wish to protract the fray. Me adversary seemed equally disposed to sheathe his sword. The bailie, gasping for breath, might be considered as hors de combat, and our two sword buckler men gave up their contest with as much indifference as they had entered into it. And now, said the worthy gentleman who acted as umpire, let us drink, and gree like honest fellows. The house will haud us. I propose that this good little gentleman, that seems sair forfoin, as I may say in this toolsy, shall send for a tass o' brandy and ill pay for another by way of Arkelo, and then well burl our bobbies around about like brethren. And fause to pay my new pawnee plaid, said the larger Highlander, why a hole burnt int ane might put a kilpet through. Saw ever onybody a decent gentleman fight why a firebrand before. Let that be nae hindrance, said the bailie, who had now recovered his breath, and was at once disposed to enjoy the triumph of having behaved with spirit, and avoid the necessity of again resorting to such hard and doubtful arbitramention. I hae broken the head, he said. I saw find the plaister a new plaid saul ye hae, and oh the bestier ain clancolers mannen. You will tell me where it can be sent tie frae Glasgow. I needna name my clan. I am of a king's clan, as is weel kend, said the Highlander, but ye may tak a bit o' the plaidfig. She smells like a singet sheep's head, and that'll learn ye the set end. A gentleman that's a cousin o' my ain, that carries eggs down frae Glencroe will ca fort about Mardamas, and ye will tell her where ye bide. But honest gentlemen, neist time ye fight and ye hae ony respect for your adversary, let it be why your sword man, since ye wear ain, and know why thee het coulters and firebrands like a wild Indian. Conscience, replied the bailie, every man maun do as he dow. My sword hasna seen the light since Bothwell Brig, when my father that's dead, and gain wear it, and I kenna weel if it was forthcoming then, either for the battle was the briefest at ony rate. It's glued to the scabbard now beyond my power to part them, and finding that I e'en grip it at the first thing I could make offend, why I trow my fighting days is done, though I like ill to take the scorn for that. But where's the honest lad that took my quarrel on himself? Sae, frankly, bestow a gill o' aquavity on him, and I sold never ca for another. Arkelo, of unknown derivation, signifies a peace offering. The champion, for whom he looked around, was however no longer to be seen. He had escaped unobserved by the bailie immediately when the brawl was ended, yet not before I had recognized in his wild features and shaggy red hair our acquaintance, Dougal, the fugitive turnkey of the Glasgow jail. I communicated this observation in a whisper to the bailie, who answered in the same tone, Weel I see that him that ye ken said very right. There is some glimmering common sense about that creature Dougal. I maun see, and think oh something will do him some good. Thus saying he sat down, and fetching one or two deep aspirations, by way of recovering his breath, called to the landlady I think lucky now, that I find that there's nae hole in my wame wilk, I had muckle reason to doubt frae the doings o' your house, I wad be the better o' something to pit and tilt. The dame who was all officiousness, so soon as the storm had blown over immediately undertook, to broil something comfortable for our supper. Indeed nothing surprised me more in the course of the whole matter, than the extreme calmness, with which she and her household seemed to regard the martial tumult, that had taken place. The good woman was only heard to call to some of her assistants steek the door kill or be killed, let nobody pass out till they hae paid the lowin, and as for the slumbers in those lairs by the wall, which served the family for beds, they only raised their shirtless bodies to look at the fray ejaculated oig oig in the tone, suitable to their respective sex and ages, and were I believe fast asleep again, ere our swords were well returned to their scabbards. Our landlady however now made a great bustle to get some victuals ready, and to my surprise, very soon began to prepare for us in the frying pan a savoury mess of venison collops, which she dressed in a manner that might well satisfy hungry men, if not epicures. In the meantime the brandy was placed on the table, to which the Highlanders, however partial to their native strong waters, showed no objection, but much the contrary, and the lowland gentlemen, after the first cup had passed round, became desirous to know our profession and the object of our journey. We are bits o' Glasgow bodies, if it please your honour, said the bailie, with an affectation of great humility, travelling to Stirling to get in some siller that is owing us. I was so silly as to feel a little disconcerted at the unassuming account which he chose to give of us, but I recollected my promise to be silent and allow the bailie to manage the matter his own way. And really when I recollected, well, that I had not only brought the honest man a long journey from home, which even in itself had been some inconvenience, if I were to judge from the obvious pain and reluctance with which he took his seat or arose from it, but had also put him within a hairsbreadth of the loss of his life, I could hardly refuse him such a compliment. The spokesman of the other party, snuffing up his breath through his nose, repeated the words with a sort of sneer, you Glasgow tradesfolks hae neathing to do but to gang frae the tea end o' the west o' Scotland to the ither, to plague honest folks that may chance to be owie ahint the hand like me. If our debtors were a sick honest gentleman, as I believe you to be Garschattachin, replied the bailie conscience, we might save ourselves a labour, for they wad come to seek us. What how, exclaimed the person whom he had addressed as, I shall live by bread, not forgetting beef, and brandy. It's my auld friend Nicol Jarvie, the best man that ever counted down merks on a band, till a distressed gentleman, were ye na coming up my wayward, ye na coming up the Enrich to Garschattachin. Troth no, Maester Galbraith, replied the bailie, I had other eggs on the spit end. I thought ye wad be saying I cam to look about the annual rent, that's due on the bit heritable band that's between us. Damn the annual rent, said the laird with an appearance of great heartiness, deal a word o' business. Will you or I speak now that you're so near my country, to see how a Trotcosie and a Joseph can disguise a man that I suldna ken, my auld feel friend the deacon. The bailie, if ye please, resumed my companion, but I ken what gars ye mistak the band was granted to my father, that's happy, and he was deacon. But his name was Nicol as weel as mine. I dinna mind that there's been a payment of principal sum or annual rent on it in my day, and doubtless that has made the mistake. We'll the devil take the mistake, and all that occasioned it, replied Mr. Galbraith. But I am glad ye are a bailie gentleman. Philip Brimmerthis is my excellent friend Bailie Nicol Jarvie's health. I kenned him and his father these 20 years. Are ye a cleared Kelty af Phil another? Here's to his being soon provost. I say provost lord provost Nicol Jarvie, and them that affirms there's a man walks the Hee Street o' Glasgow that's fitter for the office. They will do weel not to let me. Duncan Galbraith of Garschattachin hear them say, see, that's all. And therewith Duncan Galbraith martially cocked his hat and placed it on one side of his head with an air of defiance. The brandy was probably the best recommendation of their complimentary toasts to the two Highlanders, who drank them, without appearing anxious to comprehend their purport. They commenced a conversation with Mr. Galbraith in Gaelic, which he talked with perfect fluency, being, as I afterwards learned, a near neighbour to the Highlands. I ken that Scantigrace weel enug fray the very outset, said the bailie in a whisper to me, but when bluid was warm, and swords were out at ony rate wa kens, what way he might hae thought o' paying his debts, It will be lang, or he does it in common form, but he's an honest lad, and has a warm heart too. He disna come often to the cross o' Glasgow, but money a buck and blackcock he sends us down frae the hills, and I can want my siller weel enug my father. The deacon had a great regard for the family of Garschattachin. Supper being now nearly ready, I looked round for Andrew Fairservice, but that trusty follower had not been seen by anyone since the beginning of the rencontre. The hostess, however, said that she believed our servant had gone into the stable, and offered to light me to the place, saying that no entreaties of the bairns or hers could make him give any answer, and that truly she caredna to gang into the stable herself at this hour. She was a lone woman, and it was weel kenned how the brownie of Benniegas guided the guidwife of Ardnagowan, and it was I judged there was a brownie in our stable, which was just what gaed me jye ower keeping an hostler. As however she lighted me towards the miserable hovel, into which they had crammed our unlucky steeds, to regale themselves on hay every fibre of which was as thick as an ordinary goosequill, she plainly showed me that she had another reason for drawing me aside from the company than that which her words implied. Read that she said, slipping a piece of paper into my hand, as we arrived at the door of the shed, I bless God, I am rid aught between sogers and Saxons, and Caterans, and cattle lifters and hership and Blewitshed. An honest woman wad live quieter in hell than on the Highland line. So saying, she put the pine torch into my hand, and returned into the house. Chapter 12. Bagpipes not lyres the Highland hills adorn. Maclean's loud hollow and MacGregor's horn. John Cooper's reply to Allan Ramsay. I stopped in the entrance of the stable, if indeed a place be entitled to that name, where horses were stowed away along with goats, poultry, pigs, and cows under the same roof with the mansion house, although by a degree of refinement, unknown to the rest of the hamlet, and which I afterwards heard was imputed to an overpride on the part of Jeanie MacAlpine, our landlady. The apartment was accommodated with an entrance different from that used by her biped customers. By the light of my torch, I deciphered the following billet, written on a wet, crumpled, and dirty piece of paper, and addressed for the honoured hands of Mr. F. O, a Saxon young gentleman. The contents were as follows. Sir, there are nighthawks abroad so that I cannot give you, and my respected kinsman B. N.J. the meeting at the Clachan of Aberfoyle Wilk. Was my purpose, I pray you to avoid unnecessary communication with those you may find there, as it may give future trouble. The person who gives you this is faithful, and may be trusted, and will guide you to a place where, God willing, I may safely give you the meeting when I trust my kinsman, and you will visit my poor house, wherein despite of my enemies, I can still promise sick cheer as ane Hielandman may jye his friends, and where we will drink a solemn health to a certain Roman 500 Roman 5, and look to certain affairs, whilk I hope to be your aidance in, and I rest as is wont among gentlemen. Your servant to command R Roman 1000 Roman 100. I was a good deal mortified at the purport of this letter, which seemed to adjourn to a more distant place, and date the service which I had hoped to receive from this man Campbell. Still, however, it was some comfort to know that he continued to be in my interest, since without him I could have no hope of recovering my father's papers. I resolved, therefore, to obey his instructions, and observing all caution before the guests, to take the first good opportunity I could find to procure from the landlady directions how I was to obtain a meeting with this mysterious person. My next business was to seek out Andrew Fairservice, whom I called several times by name, without receiving any answer, surveying the stable all round at the same time, not without risk of setting the premises on fire, had not the quantity of wet litter and mud so greatly counterbalanced 2 or 3 bunches of straw, and hey, at length my repeated cries of Andrew Fairservice, Andrew Foolis, where you produced a doleful here in a groaning tone, which might have been that of the brownie itself. Guided by this sound, I advanced to the corner of a shed, where ensconced in the angle of the wall, behind a barrel full of the feathers of all the fowls which had died in the cause of the public for a month past, I found the manful Andrew, and partly by force, partly by command and exhortation, compelled him forth into the open air. The first words he spoke were, I am an honest lad, sir. Who the devil questions your honesty, said I, or what have we to do with it at present? I desire you to come and attend us at supper. Yes, reiterated Andrew, without apparently understanding what I said to him. I am an honest lad, whatever the bailie may say to the contrary. I grant the world, and the world's gear sits o'er near my heart whiles, as it does to money a ain, but I am an honest lad, and though I spak o leaving ye in the muir, yet God knows it was far frae my purpose, But just like idle things folks says, when they're driving a bargain to get it as far to their ain side as they can, and I like your honour wheel for sae young a lad, and I wadna part why ye lightly. What the deuce are you driving at now? I replied, has not everything been settled again and again to your satisfaction? And are you to talk of leaving me every hour without either rhyme or reason? But I was only making fashion before, replied Andrew, but it's come on me in sair earnest now lose, or when I dorgie nae farther why your honour. And if ye'll tak my foolish advice, ye'll bide by a broken tryst, rather than gang forward yoursel. I hae a sincere regard for ye, and I am sure ye'll be a credit to your friends, if ye live to saw out your wild aits, and get some mair sense and steadiness. But I can follow ye nae farther, even if ye sold founder and perish from the way for lack of guidance, and counsel to gang into Rob Roy's country, is a mere tempting o' Providence. Rob Roy, said I in some surprise, I know no such person. What new trick is this, Andrew? It's hard, said Andrew, very hard, that a man canna be believed when he speaks heaven's truth, just because he's whiles overcome, and tells lees a little when there is necessary occasion. Ye needna ask wee Rob Roy is the reiving lifter that he is. God forgie me, I hope nobody hears us when ye hae a letter frae him in your pouch. I heard ane o' his gillies bid that auld Ruda's jawed of a guidwife jai ye, that they thought I didna understand their gibberish. But though I canna speak it muckle, I can jai a gude guess at what I hear them say. I never thought to hae told ye that, but in a fright o' things come out that suld be keep it in o' Maester Frank, o' your uncle's follies, and o' your cousin's pliskies, were neathing to this drink clean cap out like Sir Hildebrand begin the blessed morning, with brandy sops like Squire Percy, swagger like Squire Thorncliffe, rin wud amang the lasses like Squire John Gamble, like Richard win souls to the Pope, and the devil like Rashleigh rive rant break the Sabbath, and do the Pope's bidding like them a put the gither. But merciful Providence, take care o' your young bluid, and gang nae near Rob Roy. Andrew's alarm was too sincere to permit me to suppose he counterfeited. I contented myself, however, with telling him that I meant to remain in the alehouse that night, and desired to have the horses well looked after. As to the rest, I charged him to observe the strictest silence upon the subject of his alarm, and he might rely upon it I would not incur any serious danger without due precaution. He followed me with a dejected air into the house, observing between his teeth, man, suld be served afore beastie. Hena had a morsel in my mouth, but the rough legs o' that auld muircock this hail blessed day. The harmony of the company seemed to have suffered some interruption since my departure, for I found Mr. Galbraith and my friend, the bailie, high in dispute. "Ill hear nae sick language," said Mr. Jarvie, as I entered, respecting the Duke o' Argyll. "And the name o' Campbell, he's a worthy public-spirited nobleman, and a credit to the country, and a friend and benefactor to the trade o' Glasgow. Ill sae neathing against Mac Callum More, and the Sleochnan Diamid," said the lesser Highlander, laughing. "I live on the wrang side of Glencroe to quarrel with Inverara." "Our loch near saw the Commel Limfads," said the bigger Highlander. "Limfads, the galley which the family of Argyll and others of the clan Campbell carry in their arms. Shall speak her mind, and fear nebody. She dosna value a Commel mare as a cowan, and you may tell Mac Callum More that Alan Ivrech said sae, it's a far cry to Lacho. Lacho and the adjacent districts formed the original seat of the Campbells. The expression of a far cry to Lacho was proverbial. Mr. Galbraith, on whom the repeated pledges which he had quaffed had produced some influence, slapped his hand on the table with great force, and said in a stern voice, "There's a bloody debt due by that family, and they will pay it one day. The banes of a loyal and a gallant Graham hae lang rattled in their coffin for vengeance on the Dukes of and Lords forlorn. Their near was treason in Scotland, but a Commel was at the bottom o't, and now that the rang sides uppermost wa, but the Commels for keeping down the right. But this world winna last lang, and it will be time to sharp the maiden for shearing o' craigs and thrapples. I hope to see the auld rusty lass linking at a bluety harst again. A rude kind of guillotine, formerly used in Scotland." "For shame, Garshatachen," exclaimed the bailie. "Fie for shame, Sir Wad, ye say sick things before a magistrate, and bring yoursel into trouble. How die think to maintain your family, and satisfy your creditors mysel, and others, if ye gang on in that wild way, which cannot but bring you under the law to the prejudice of a that's connected why ye." "DN my creditors," retorted the gallant Galbraith, "and you if ye be ane o' them. I say there will be a new world soon, and we shall hae nae Commels cocking their bonnet sae high, and hounding their dogs where they doanna come themselves, nor protecting thieves, nor murderers and oppressors, to harry and spoil better men and more loyal clans than themselves. The bailie had a great mind to have continued the dispute when the savoury vapour of the broiled venison, which our landlady now placed before us, proved so powerful a mediator, that he betook himself to his trencher, with great eagerness leaving the strangers to carry on the dispute among themselves. "And that's true," said the taller Highlander whose name I found was Stuartfer, "we suldna be plagued, and worried here why meetings to pit down Rob Roy. If the commons didna jie him, refuch. I was ane o 30 o my ain name part Glenfinlas, and part men that came down frae a pine. We chased the MacGregors as ye wad chase deer till we came into Glenfalloch's country. And the commons raise and wadna let us pursue nae farder and sae. We lost our labour but her wad jie twa, and a plack to be as near Rob as she was tat day." It seemed to happen very unfortunately that in every topic of discourse, which these warlike gentlemen introduced my friend, the bailie found some matter of offence. "Yell forgy me speaking my mind, sir. But ye wad maybe hae jean the best bowl in your bonnet, to hae been as far away frae Rob, as ye are e'en now od my het pluculter, wad hae been neathing to his claymore. She had better speak nae mair about her culter, or by gee her will gar her eat her words, and twa handfuls o' called steel to drive them o'er why." And with a most inauspicious and menacing look, the mountaineer laid his hand on his dagger. "Well hae nae quarrelling, Allan," said his shorter companion, "and if the Glasgow gentleman has ony regard for Rob Roy Hell, maybe see him in called irons the night, and playing tricks on a toe. The morn for this country has been o'er lang plagued. Why him and his race is nearhand run, and it's time, Allan, we were ganging to our lads." "Hout awa in Vereshellach," said Galbraith, mind the auld saw man. "It's a bald moon," quoth Bennigaskenother pint, quoth Lesliewell, "no start for another chapin." "I hae had chapins enug," said in Vereshellach, "ill drink, my quart of usquebaugh or brandy, why ony honest fellow, but the deal a drap mare when I hae work to do in the morning. And in my pure thinking, Garschattachin, ye had better be thinking to bring up your horsemen to the clachan before day, that we may I start fair." "What the deevil are ye in sick a hurry for?" said Garschattachin meat, "and mass never hindered wark, and it had been my directing deal, a bit o' me wad, hae fast ye to come down the glens, to help us the garrison, and our ain horse could hae teen Rob Roy easily enough. There's the hand," he said, holding up his own, "should lay him on the green, and never ask a Hielandman, o ye a for his help. Ye might hae loot us bide still where we were then," said in Vereshellach. "I didna come 60 miles, without being sent for, but in yell hae my opinion. I read ye keep your mouth better steekit, if ye hope to speed shord folk live lang, and sae may him ye can o. The way to catch a bird is no to fling your bannet at her, and also the gentlemen hae heard some things they suldna hae heard, and the brandy hadna been o'er bald for your brain, Major Galbraith. Ye needna cock your hat, and bully why me man, for I will not bear it." "I hae said it," said Galbraith with a solemn air of drunken gravity, "that I will quarrel no more this night, either with broadcloth or tartan. When I am off duty I'll quarrel with you or ony man in the Hielands or lowlands, but not on duty. No. I wish we heard o' these redcoats. If it had been to do onything against King James, we wad hae seen them lang syne, but when it's to keep the peace o' the country they can lie as lound as their neighbours." As he spoke, we heard the measured footsteps of a body of infantry on the march, and an officer followed by 2 or 3 files of soldiers entered the apartment. He spoke in an English accent, which was very pleasant to my ears, now so long accustomed to the varying brogue of the Highland and lowland Scotch. "You are, I suppose, Major Galbraith of the squadron of Lennox militia, and these are the 2 Highland gentlemen with whom I was appointed to meet in this place." They assented, and invited the officer to take some refreshments, which he declined. "I have been too late, gentlemen, and am desirous to make up time. I have orders to search for and arrest 2 persons guilty of treasonable practices." "Well, wash our hands o' that," said in Vereshellach. "I came here why my men to fight against the Red MacGregor that killed my cousin, 7 times removed Duncan MacLaren in Invernity. But I will hae nothing to do touching honest gentlemen that may be gone through the country on their ain business." This, as appears from the introductory matter to this tale, is an anachronism. The slaughter of MacLaren, a retainer of the chief of a pine, by the MacGregors did not take place till after Rob Roy's death, since it happened in 1736. "Nor I neither," said Ivrach. Major Galbraith took up the matter more solemnly, and premising his oration with a hiccup spoke to the following purpose. "I shall say nothing against King George Captain, because as it happens my commission may rin in his name, but one commission being good, sir, does not make another bad, and some think that James may be just as good a name as George. There's the king, that is, and there's the king that sold of right bi, say an honest man may and sold be loyal to them, both, captain. But I am of the Lord Lieutenant's opinion for the time as it becomes a militia officer and a deputy lieutenant hand about treason, and all that it's lost time to speak of it least, said, is soonest mended. I am sorry to see how you have been employing your time, sir, replied the English officers. Indeed the honest gentleman's reasoning had a strong relish of the liquor he had been drinking, and I could wish, sir, it had been otherwise on an occasion of this consequence. I would recommend to you to try to sleep for an hour. Do these gentlemen belong to your party? Looking at the bailie and me, who engaged in eating our supper, had paid little attention to the officer on his entrance. Travellers, sir, said Galbraith, lawful travellers by sea and land, as the prayer book hath it. My instructions, said the captain, taking a light to survey us closer, are to place under arrest an elderly and a young person, and I think these gentlemen answer nearly the description. Take care what you say, sir, said Mr. Jarvie. It shall not be your red coat, nor your laced hat shall protect you if you put any affront on me. Ease it convene. Ye baith in an action of scandal and false imprisonment. I am a free burgess, and a magistrate o' Glasgow. Nicol Jarvie is my name. Sae was my father's afore me. I am a bailie, be praised for the honour, and my father was a deacon. He was a prickyard cur, said Major Galbraith, and fought agin the king at both. He paid what he ought, and what he bought, Mr. Galbraith, said the bailie, and was an honester man than ever stood on your shanks. I have no time to attend to all this, said the officer. I must positively detain you gentlemen, unless you can produce some respectable security that you are loyal subjects. I desire to be carried before some civil magistrate, said the bailieth Shara, or the judge of the bounds. I am not obliged to answer every redcoat that spears questions at me. Well, sir, I shall know how to manage you, if you are silent. And you, sir, to me, what may your name be? Francis Osbaldistone, sir. What, a son of Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone of Northumberland? No, sir, interrupted the bailie, a son of the great William Osbaldistone, of the house of Osbaldistone and Tresham, Crane Alley, London. I am afraid, sir, said the officer, your name only increases the suspicions against you, and lays me under the necessity of requesting that you will give up what papers you have in charge. I observed the Highlanders look anxiously at each other when this proposal was made. I had none, I replied, to surrender. The officer commanded me to be disarmed, and searched to have resisted would have been madness. I accordingly gave up my arms, and submitted to a search, which was conducted as civilly as an operation of the kind. Well, could they found nothing, except the note which I had received that night through the hand of the landlady. This is different from what I expected, said the officer, but it affords us good grounds for detaining you here. I find you in written communication with the outlawed robber Robert MacGregor Campbell, who has been so long the plague of this district. How do you account for that? Spies of Rob, said Inverashalloch, we wad serve them right to strap them up till the neist tree. We are gone to see after some gear o' our ain gentleman, said the bailie, that's feen into his hands by accidenters, nay law agin a man looking after his ain. I hope. How did you come by this letter? Said the officer, addressing himself to me. I could not think of betraying the poor woman who had given it to me, and remained silent. Do you know anything of it, fellow? Said the officer, looking at Andrew, whose jaws were chattering like a pair of castanets at the threats thrown out by the Highlander. Oh, I ken about it was a Hieland loon gied the letter to that lang-tongued jod the gudewife. There ill be sworn my maester kenned neathing about it, but he's wilfu to gang up the hills and speak. Why, Rob, and oh, sir, it wad be a charity just to send a ween o' your redcoats to see him safe back to Glasgow again, whether he will or no, and ye can keep Mr. Jarvie, as lang as ye like. He's responsible enough for ony fine ye may lay on him, and so's my master for that matter. For me, I am just a pure gardener lad, and no worth your steering. I believe, said the officer, the best thing I can do is to send these persons to the garrison under an escort. They seem to be in immediate correspondence with the enemy, and I shall be in no respect answerable for suffering them to be at liberty. Gentlemen, you will consider yourselves as my prisoners. So soon as dawn approaches, I will send you to a place of security. If you be the persons you describe yourselves, it will soon appear, and you will sustain no great inconvenience from being detained a day or two. I can hear no remonstrances, he continued, turning away from the bailie, whose mouth was open to address him, "The service I am on gives me no time for idle discussions." "Awil, sir," said the bailie, "You're welcome to a tune on your ain fiddle, but see if I dinna gar ye dance till to 4 as dune." An anxious consultation now took place between the officer and the Highlanders, but carried on in so low a tone that it was impossible to catch the sense so soon. As it was concluded, they all left the house at their departure. The bailie thus expressed himself: "The Highlandmen are o' the Westland clans, and just as light-handed as their neighbours in a tales be true. And yet ye see they hae brought them frae the head o' Argyllshire to make war wi' pure Rob for some auld ill will that they hae at him and his surname, and there's the Grahams and the Buchanans and the Lennox gentry amounted, and in orderits we'll ken their quarrel, and I dinna blame them, naebody likes to lose his kye. And then there's soders pure things hoyed out frae the garrison, at a body's bidding pure Rob will hae his hands fu. By the time the sun comes o'er, the hill wheelits rang for a magistrate, to be wishing onything agin the course o' justice. But deal o' me, and I wad break my heart to hear that Rob had gene them o' their pakes." Chapter 13. Generals, hear me and mark me well, and look upon me directly in my face, me woman's face. See if one fear one shadow of a terror, one paleness dare appear but from my anger, to lay hold on your mercies. Bonjukas. We were permitted to slumber out the remainder of the night in the best manner that the miserable accommodations of the alehouse permitted. The bailie, fatigued with his journey, and the subsequent scenesless, interested also in the event of our arrest, which to him could only be a matter of temporary inconvenience, perhaps less nice than habit had rendered me, about the cleanliness or decency of his couch, tumbled himself into one of the cribs which I have already described, and soon was heard to snore soundly, a broken sleep snatched by intervals. While I rested my head upon the table, was my only refreshment in the course of the night, I had occasion to observe that there seemed to be some doubt and hesitation in the motions of the soldiery. Men were sent out as if to obtain intelligence, and returned apparently without bringing any satisfactory information to their commanding officer. He was obviously eager and anxious, and again dispatched small parties of 2 or 3 men, some of whom, as I could understand from what the others whispered to each other, did not return again to the clachan. The morning had broken when a corporal and 2 men rushed into the hut, dragging after them in a sort of triumph a Highlander whom I immediately recognized as my acquaintance, the externkey. The bailie, who started up at the noise with which they entered, immediately made the same discovery and exclaimed, "Mercy on us, they hae grippit the pure creature. Dougal, captain, I will put in bail, sufficient bail for that Dougal creature." To this offer, dictated undoubtedly by a grateful recollection of the late interference of the Highlander in his behalf, the captain only answered by requesting Mr. Jarvie to mind his own affairs, and remember that he was himself for the present a prisoner. "I take you to witness, Mr. Osbaldistone," said the bailie, who was probably better acquainted with the process in civil than in military cases, "that he has refused sufficient bail. It's my opinion that the creature Dougal will have a good action of wrongus imprisonment, and damages agin him under the Act 1700, and one and ill see the creature righted." The officer, whose name I understood was Thornton, paying no attention to the bailie's threats or expostulations, instituted a very close inquiry into Dougal's life and conversation, and compelled him to admit, though with apparent reluctance, the successive facts: that he knew Rob Roy MacGregor, that he had seen him within these 12 months, within these 6 months, within this month, within this week, in fine, that he had parted from him only an hour ago. All this detail came like drops of blood from the prisoner, and was to all appearance only extorted by the threat of a halter, and the next tree, which Captain Thornton assured him should be his doom if he did not give direct and special information. "And now, my friend," said the officer, "you will please inform me how many men your master has with him at present." Dougal looked in every direction except at the querist, and began to answer, "She canna just be sure about that." "Look at me, you Highland dog," said the officer, "and remember your life depends on your answer. How many rogues had that outlawed scoundrel with him when you left him?" "Oh no, aboon 6 rogues when I was gane." "And where are the rest of his banditti?" "Gane why the lieutenant Aginta Westland Carls." "Against the Westland clans," said the captain. "That is likely enough. And what rogue's errand were you dispatched upon?" "Just to see what your honour and ta gentlemen redcoats were doing down here at ta clachan." "The creature will prove fossy-hearted," after said the bailie, who by this time had planted himself close behind me, It's lucky. I didna pit mysel to expenses anent him. And now, my friend, said the captain, let us understand each other. You have confessed yourself a spy, and should string up to the next tree. But come, if you will do me one good turn, I will do you another. You, Donald, you shall just in the way of kindness carry me and a small party to the place where you left your master, as I wish to speak a few words with him on serious affairs, and ill let you go about your business, and give you 5 guineas to boot. Oig, oig, exclaimed Dougal in the extremity of distress and perplexity. She canna do tatch shall, rather be hanged. Hanged then, you shall be, my friend, said the officer, and your blood be upon your own head. Corporal Cramp, do you play provost marshal away with him? The corporal had confronted poor Dougal for some time, ostentatiously twisting a piece of cord, which he had found in the house, into the form of a halter. He now threw it about the culprit's neck, and with the assistance of 2 soldiers had dragged Dougal as far as the door, when, overcome with the terror of immediate death, he exclaimed, "Gentlemen, stop, shall do his honour's bidding, stops." "Awa, why the creature," said the bailie, "he deserves hanging mair now than ever. Awa, why him, corporal? Why dinna ye tak him awa?" "It's my belief and opinion, honest gentleman," said the corporal, "that if you were going to be hanged yourself, you would be in no such hurry." This dialogue prevented my hearing what passed between the prisoner and Captain Thornton, but I heard the former snivel out in a very subdued tone, and yell, "Ask her to gang nae farther than just to show ye where the MacGregor is. Ohan. Silence your howling, you rascal. No, I give you my word, I will ask you to go no farther. Corporal, make the men fall in front of the houses. Get out these gentlemen's horses, we must carry them with us. I cannot spare any men to guard them here. Come, my lads, get under arms." The soldiers bustled about, and were ready to move. We were led out along with Dougal in the capacity of prisoners. As we left the hut, I heard our companion in captivity remind the captain of Ta Foive Cunias. "Here they are for you," said the officer, putting gold into his hand, "but observe that if you attempt to mislead me, I will blow your brains out with my own hand." "The creature," said the bailie, "is war than I judged him. It is a worldly and a perfidious creature. Oh, the filthy lucre of gain, that men gies themselves up to. My father, the deacon, used to say the penny siller slew mair souls than the naked sword slew bodies." The landlady now approached and demanded payment of her reckoning, including all that had been quaffed by Major Galbraith and his Highland friends. The English officer remonstrated, but Mrs. McAlpine declared if she hadna trusted to his honour's name being used in their company, she wad never hae drawn them a stoop o' liquor for Mr. Galbraith. She might see him again, or she might no, but weel did she wot she had sma chance of seeing her Sillerand. She was a pure widow, had neathing but her custom to rely on. Captain Thornton put a stop to her remonstrances by paying the charge, which was only a few English shillings, though the amount sounded very formidable in Scottish denominations. The generous officer would have included Mr. Jarvie and me in this general acquittance, but the bailie, disregarding an intimation from the landlady to make as muckle of the Englishers as we could, for they were sure to gie us plague enug, went into a formal accounting respecting our share of the reckoning, and paid it accordingly. The captain took the opportunity to make us some slight apology for detaining us if we were loyal and peaceable subjects. He said we would not regret being stopped for a day, when it was essential to the king's service. If otherwise, he was acting according to his duty. We were compelled to accept an apology which it would have served no purpose to refuse, and we sallied out to attend him on his march. I shall never forget the delightful sensation with which I exchanged the dark, smoky, smothering atmosphere of the Highland hut, in which we had passed the night, so uncomfortably, for the refreshing fragrance of the morning air, and the glorious beams of the rising sun, which from a tabernacle of purple and golden clouds were darted full on such a scene of natural romance and beauty as had never before greeted my eyes. To the left lay the valley down which the Forth wandered on its easterly course, surrounding the beautiful detached hill, with all its garland of woods on the right. Amid a profusion of thickets, knolls, and crags, lay the bed of a broad mountain lake, lightly curled into tiny waves by the breath of the morning breeze, each glittering in its course under the influence of the sunbeams. High hills, rocks, and banks waving with natural forests of birch and oak formed the borders of this enchanting sheet of water, and as their leaves rustled to the wind and twinkled in the sun, gave to the depth of solitude a sort of life and vivacity. Man alone seemed to be placed in a state of inferiority, in a scene where all the ordinary features of nature were raised and exalted. The miserable little burrocks, as the bailie termed them, of which about a dozen formed the village, called the clachan of Aberfoyle, were composed of loose stones, cemented by clay instead of mortar, and thatched by turfs laid rudely upon rafters, formed of native and unhewn birches, and oaks from the woods around the roofs approached the ground, so nearly, that Andrew Fairservice observed we might have ridden over the village the night before, and never found out we were near it unless our horses' feet had gained through the riggin. From all we could see Mrs. McAlpine's house miserable, as were the quarters it afforded was still by far the best in the hamlet, and I dare say, if my description gives you any curiosity to see it, you will hardly find it much improved at the present day, for the Scotch are not a people who speedily admit innovation, even when it comes in the shape of improvement. Note Roman 1 Clachan of Aberfoyle. The inhabitants of these miserable dwellings were disturbed by the noise of our departure, and as our party of about 20 soldiers drew up in rank, before marching off, we were reconnoitred by many a beldam from the half-open door of her cottage, as these sibyls thrust forth their grey heads, imperfectly covered with close caps of flannel, and showed their shriveled brows and long skinny arms with various gestures, shrugs, and muttered expressions in Gaelic, addressed to each other. My imagination recurred to the witches of Macbeth, and I imagined I read in the features of these crones the malevolence of the weird sisters, the little children also who began to crawl forth, some quite naked, and others very imperfectly covered with tatters of tartan stuff, clapped their tiny hands and grinned at the English soldiers with an expression of national hate and malignity, which seemed beyond their years. I remarked particularly that there were no men nor so much as a boy of 10 or 12 years old to be seen among the inhabitants of a village, which seemed populous in proportion to its extent, and the idea certainly occurred to me that we were likely to receive from them, in the course of our journey, more effectual tokens of ill will than those which lowered on the visages, and dictated the murmurs of the women and children. It was not until we commenced our march that the malignity of the elder persons of the community broke forth into expressions. The last file of men had left the village to pursue a small broken track formed by the sledges, in which the natives transported their peats and turfs, and which led through the woods that fringed the lower end of the lake, when a shrilly sound of female exclamation broke forth, mixed with the screams of children, the whooping of boys, and the clapping of hands with which the Highland dames enforced their notes, whether of rage or lamentation. I asked Andrew, who looked as pale as death, what all this meant. I doubt well Ken that Ower Soon said it means that the Highland wives are cursing and banning the redcoats, and wishing a luck to them, and ilka ane that ever spoke the Saxon tongue. I have heard wives flight in England, and Scotland it's nae marvel to hear them flight ony gate, but sick ill scrappit tongues, as the Highland Carlinesand, sick gruesome wishes that men should be slaughtered like sheep, and that they may lapper their hands to the elbows in their hearts, blooding that they sold the death of Walter Cumming of Giach, wa hadna as muckle o him left the gither, as would supper a messendogsic awesome language, as that I near heard out o a human thrapeland, unless the deal wad rise among them to gie them a lesson. I thinkna that their talent at cursing could be amended. A great feudal oppressor, who riding on some cruel purpose through the forest of Giach, was thrown from his horse, and his foot being caught in the stirrup was dragged along by the frightened animal, till he was torn to pieces. The expression Walter of Giach's curse is proverbial. The worst ought is they bid us I gang up the loch, and see what well land in. Adding Andrew's information to what I had myself observed, I could scarce doubt that some attack was meditated upon our party. The road, as we advanced, seemed to afford every facility for such an unpleasant interruption. At first it winded apart from the lake through marshy meadow ground overgrown with copsewood, now traversing dark and close thickets, which would have admitted an ambuscade to be sheltered within a few yards of our line of march, and frequently crossing rough mountain torrents, some of which took the soldiers up to the knees, and ran with such violence that their force could only be stemmed by the strength of 2 or 3 men, holding fast by each other's arms. It certainly appeared to me, though altogether unacquainted with military affairs, that a sort of half-savage warriors, as I had heard the Highlanders asserted to be, might in such passes as these attack a party of regular forces with great advantage. The bailie's good sense and shrewd observation had led him to the same conclusion, as I understood from his requesting to speak with the captain, whom he addressed nearly in the following terms: Captain, it's no to fleech ony favour out o ye, for I scorn it, and it's under protest that I reserve my action and pleas of oppression and wrongus imprisonment, but being a friend to King George and his army, I take the liberty to speer dinna. Ye think ye might tack a better time to gang up this glen, if you're seeking Rob Roy he's kenned, to be better than 100 men strong when he's at the fewest, and if he brings in the Glengall folk, and the Glenfinlas and Balquhidder lads, he may come to gie your Kyle through the reek. And it's my sincere advice as a king's friend, ye had better tack back again to the clachan, for the women at Aberfoyle are like the scarts and seamaws at the Cumrasters eye foul, weather follows their skirting. Make yourself easy, sir, replied Captain Thornton, I am in the execution of my orders. And as you say you are a friend to King George, you will be glad to learn that it is impossible that this gang of ruffians whose license has disturbed the country so long can escape the measures now taken to suppress them. The horse squadron of militia commanded by Major Galbraith is already joined by 2 or more troops of cavalry, which will occupy all the lower passes of this wild country. 300 Highlanders under the 2 gentlemen you saw at the inn are in possession of the upper part, and various strong parties from the garrison are securing the hills and glens in different directions. Our last accounts of Rob Roy correspond with what this fellow has confessed, that finding himself surrounded on all sides, he had dismissed the greater part of his followers, with the purpose either of lying concealed or of making his escape through his superior knowledge of the passes. I dinna ken, said the bailie, there's mair brandy than brains in Garschattachins head this morning, and I wadna and I were you captain rest my main dependence on the Hieland men hawks winna, pike out hawks e'en they may quarrel among themselves, and gie ilk ither ill names, and maybe a slash wi' a claymore, but they are sure to join in the lang run against a civilized folk that wear breeks on their hinder ends, and hae purses in their pouches. Apparently, these admonitions were not altogether thrown away on Captain Thornton. He reformed his line of march, commanded his soldiers to unsling their firelocks and fix their bayonets, and formed an advanced and rearguard, each consisting of a non-commissioned officer and 2 soldiers, who received strict orders to keep an alert lookout. Dougal underwent another and very close examination, in which he steadfastly asserted the truth of what he had before affirmed, and being rebuked on account of the suspicious and dangerous appearance of the route by which he was guiding them, he answered with a sort of testiness that seemed very natural. Her nainsell didna mac ta road and gentlemen's licket grand roads, she sold hay pided at Glasgow. All this passed off well enough, and we resumed our progress. Our route, though leading towards the lake, had hitherto been so much shaded by wood that we only from time to time obtained a glimpse of that beautiful sheet of water. But the road now suddenly emerged from the forest ground, and winding close by the margin of the loch afforded us a full view of its spacious mirror, which now the breeze, having totally subsided, reflected in still magnificence, the high dark heathy mountains, huge grey rocks and shaggy banks, by which it is encircled, the hills now sunk on its margin so closely, and were so broken and precipitous, as to afford no passage, except just upon the narrow line of the track which we occupied, and which was overhung with rocks, from which we might have been destroyed merely by rolling down stones, without much possibility of offering resistance. Add to this that, as the road winded round every promontory and bay which indented the lake, there was rarely a possibility of seeing 100 yards before us. Our commander appeared to take some alarm at the nature of the pass in which he was engaged, which displayed itself in repeated orders to his soldiers to be on the alert, and in many threats of instant death to Dougal, if he should be found to have led them into danger. Dougal received these threats with an air of stupid impenetrability, which might arise either from conscious innocence or from dogged resolution. If gentlemans were seeking ta Red Gregorach, he said to be sure they couldna expect to find her without some wee danger. Just as the Highlander uttered these words, a halt was made by the corporal commanding the advance, who sent back one of the file who formed it to tell the captain that the path in front was occupied by Highlanders, stationed on a commanding point of particular difficulty. Almost at the same instant, a soldier from the rear came to say that they heard the sound of a bagpipe in the woods through which we had just passed. Captain Thornton, a man of conduct as well as courage, instantly resolved to force the pass in front without waiting till he was assailed from the rear, and assuring his soldiers that the bagpipes which they heard were those of the friendly Highlanders who were advancing to their assistance, he stated to them the importance of advancing and securing Rob Roy, if possible, before these auxiliaries should come up, to divide with them the honor as well as the reward which was placed on the head of this celebrated freebooter. He therefore ordered the rearguard to join the centre, and both to close up to the advance, doubling his files, so as to occupy with his column the whole practicable part of the road, and to present such a front as its breadth admitted Dougal, to whom he said in a whisper, "You dog, if you have deceived me, you shall die," for it was placed in the centre between two grenadiers, with positive orders to shoot him if he attempted an escape. The same situation was assigned to us, as being the safest, and Captain Thornton, taking his half-pike from the soldier who carried it, placed himself at the head of his little detachment, and gave the word to march forward. The party advanced with the firmness of English soldiers, not so Andrew Fairservice, who was frightened out of his wits, and not so, if truth must be told, either the bailie, or I myself, who, without feeling the same degree of trepidation, could not with stoical indifference see our lives exposed to hazard in a quarrel with which we had no concern. But there was neither time for remonstrance nor remedy. We approached within about 20 yards of the spot where the advanced guard had seen some appearance of an enemy. It was one of those promontories which run into the lake, and round the base of which the road had hitherto winded in the manner I have described in the present case. However, the path, instead of keeping the water's edge, sealed the promontory by one or two rapid zigzags, carried in a broken track along the precipitous face of a slaty grey rock, which would otherwise have been absolutely inaccessible on the top of this rock, only to be approached by a road so broken, so narrow, and so precarious. The corporal declared he had seen the bonnets and long-barreled guns of several mountaineers, apparently couched among the long heath and brushwood, which crested the eminence. Captain Thornton ordered him to move forward with 3 files to dislodge the supposed ambuscade, while at a more slow but steady pace, he advanced to his support with the rest of his party. The attack which he meditated was prevented by the unexpected apparition of a female upon the summit of the rock. "Stand," she said with a commanding tone, "and tell me what ye seek in MacGregor's country. I have seldom seen a finer or more commanding form than this woman. She might be between the term of 40 and 50 years, and had a countenance which must once have been of a masculine cast of beauty, though now imprinted with deep lines by exposure to rough weather, and perhaps by the wasting influence of grief and passion. Its features were only strong, harsh, and expressive. She wore her plaid not drawn around her head and shoulders, as is the fashion of the women in Scotland, but disposed around her body as the Highland soldiers, where there she had a man's bonnet with a feather in it, an unsheathed sword in her hand, and a pair of pistols at her girdle. "It's Helen Campbell, Rob's wife," said the bailie in a whisper of considerable alarm, "and there will be broken heads among us, or it's lang." "What seek ye here?" she asked again of Captain Thornton, who had himself advanced to reconnoitre. "We seek the outlaw Rob Roy MacGregor, Campbell," answered the officer, "and make no war on women. Therefore offer no vain opposition to the king's troops, and assure yourself of civil treatment." "I," retorted the Amazon, "I am no stranger to your tender mercies. Ye have left me neither name, nor fame. Me mother's bones will shrink aside in their grave, when mine are laid beside them. Ye have left me neither house, nor hold blanket, nor bedding, cattle to feed us, or flocks to clothe us. Ye have taken from us outlaw, the very name of our ancestors have ye taken away, and now ye come for our lives." "I seek no man's life," replied the captain, "I only execute my orders. If you are alone, good woman, you have not to fear. If there are any with you so rash as to offer useless resistance, their own blood be on their own heads. Move forward, sergeant." "Forward march," said the non-commissioned officer. "Huzzah, my boys, for Rob Roy's head, and a purse of gold." He quickened his pace into a run, followed by the 6 soldiers, but as they attained the first traverse of the ascent, the flash of a dozen of firelocks from various parts of the pass parted in quick succession, and deliberate aim. The sergeant shot through the body, still struggled to gain the ascent, raised himself by his hands to clamber up the face of the rock, but relaxed his grasp after a desperate effort, and falling rolled from the face of the cliff into the deep lake, where he perished. Of the soldiers, 3 fell slain, or disabled. The others retreated on their main body, all more or less wounded. "Grenadiers to the front," said Captain Thornton. "You are to recollect that in those days, this description of soldiers actually carried that destructive species of firework from which they derive their name." The 4 grenadiers moved to the front accordingly. The officer commanded the rest of the party to be ready to support them, and only saying to us, "Look to your safety, gentlemen," gave in rapid succession the word to the grenadiers, "Open your pouches, handle your grenades, blow your matches, fall on." The whole advanced with a shout, headed by Captain Thornton. The grenadiers, preparing to throw their grenades among the bushes where the ambuscade lay, and the musketeers to support them by an instant and close assault. Dougal, forgotten in the scuffle, wisely crept into the thicket which overhung that part of the road where we had first halted, which he ascended with the activity of a wild cat. I followed his example, instinctively recollecting that the fire of the Highlanders would sweep the open track I clambered, until out of breath for a continued spattering fire, in which every shot was multiplied by 1,000 echoes, the hissing of the kindled fusees of the grenades, and the successive explosion of those missiles, mingled with the huzzas of the soldiers, and the yells and cries of their Highland antagonists, formed a contrast, which added I do not shame to own it wings to my desire to reach a place of safety. The difficulties of the ascent soon increased so much that I despaired of reaching Dougal, who seemed to swing himself from rock to rock and stump to stump with the facility of a squirrel, and I turned down my eyes to see what had become of my other companions. Both were brought to a very awkward standstill. The bailie, to whom I suppose fear had given a temporary share of agility, had ascended about 20 feet from the path, when his foot slipping, as he straddled from one huge fragment of rock to another, he would have slumbered with his father the deacon, whose acts and words he was so fond of quoting, but for a projecting branch of a ragged thorn, which, catching hold of the skirts of his riding coat, supported him in mid-air, where he dangled not unlike to the sign of the Golden Fleece over the door of a mercer in the Trongate of his native city. As for Andrew Fairservice, he had advanced with better success, until he had attained the top of a bare cliff, which rising above the wood exposed him, at least in his own opinion, to all the dangers of the neighboring skirmish, while at the same time it was of such a precipitous and impracticable nature that he dared neither to advance nor retreat, footing it up and down upon the narrow space which the top of the cliff afforded. Very like a fellow at a country fair dancing upon a trencher, he roared for mercy in Gaelic and English, alternately according to the side on which the scale of victory seemed to predominate, while his exclamations were only answered by the groans of the bailie, who suffered much, not only from apprehension, but from the pendulous posture in which he hung suspended by the loins. On perceiving the bailie's precarious situation, my first idea was to attempt to render him assistance, but this was impossible without the concurrence of Andrew, whom neither sign nor entreaty nor command nor expostulation could inspire with courage to adventure the descent from his painful elevation, where, like an unskillful and obnoxious minister of state unable to escape from the eminence to which he had presumptuously ascended, he continued to pour forth piteous prayers for mercy, which no one heard, and to skip to and fro, writhing his body into all possible antic shapes, to avoid the balls which he conceived to be whistling around him. In a few minutes, this cause of terror ceased, for the fire, at first so well sustained, now sunk at once a sure sign that the conflict was concluded to gain. Some spot from which I could see how the day had gone was now my object, in order to appeal to the mercy of the victors, who, I trusted, whichever side might be gainers, would not suffer the honest bailie to remain suspended like the coffin of Mahomet between heaven and earth, without lending a hand to disengage him. At length, by dint of scrambling, I found a spot which commanded a view of the field of battle. It was indeed ended, and as my mind already augured from the place and circumstances attending the contest, it had terminated in the defeat of Captain Thornton. I saw a party of Highlanders, in the act of disarming that officer, and the scanty remainder of his party. They consisted of about 12 men, most of whom were wounded, who, surrounded by treble their number and without the power either to advance or retreat, exposed to a murderous and well-aimed fire, which they had no means of returning with effect, had at length laid down their arms, by the order of their officer, when he saw that the road in his rear was occupied, and that protracted resistance would be only wasting the lives of his brave followers by the Highlanders who fought under cover. The victory was cheaply bought at the expense of 1 man slain and 2 wounded by the grenades. All this I learned afterwards. At present, I only comprehended the general result of the day from seeing the English officer, whose face was covered with blood, stripped of his hat and arms, and his men with sullen and dejected countenances, which marked their deep regret, enduring from the wild and martial figures who surrounded them the severe measures to which the laws of war subject the vanquished for security of the victors. Chapter 14. Woe to the vanquished was stern Breno's word, when sunk proud Rome beneath the Gallic sword. Woe to the vanquished when his massive blade bore down the scale against her ransom weighed, and on the field of foughten battles woe knows no limits save the victor's will. The Goliad. I anxiously endeavored to distinguish Dougal among the victors. I had little doubt that the part he had played was assumed on purpose to lead the English officer into the defile, and I could not help admiring the address with which the ignorant and apparently half-brutal savage had veiled his purpose, and the affected reluctance with which he had suffered to be extracted from him the false information which it must have been his purpose from the beginning to communicate. I foresaw we should incur some danger on approaching the victors in the first flush of their success, which was not unstained with cruelty, for one or two of the soldiers, whose wounds prevented them from rising, were poniarded by the victors, or rather by some ragged Highland boys who had mingled with them. I concluded, therefore, it would be unsafe to present ourselves without some mediator, and as Campbell, whom I now could not but identify with the celebrated freebooter Rob Roy, was nowhere to be seen, I resolved to claim the protection of his emissary. After gazing everywhere in vain, I at length retraced my steps to see what assistance I could individually render to my unlucky friend, when to my great joy, I saw Mr. Jarvie delivered from his state of suspense, and though very black in the face, and much deranged in the garments, safely seated beneath the rock in front of which he had been so lately suspended. I hastened to join him, and offer my congratulations, which he was at first far from receiving in the spirit of cordiality, with which they were offered. A heavy fit of coughing scarce permitted him breath enough to express the broken hints, which he threw out against my sincerity. Usi say a frienda you have friend sticketh closer than a brithera. When I came up here Maester Osbaldistone to this country cursed of God and Manu, a heaven forgy me for swearingen nay man's errand. But yours die think it was Farah. Udo leave me first to be shot or drowned atween redwood Highlanders and redcoats, and next to be hung up between heaven and earth like an auld potato boggle, without sae muckle, as triinga usi muckle, as trying to relieve me. I made 1,000 apologies, and labored so hard to represent the impossibility of my affording him relief, by my own unassisted exertions, that at length I succeeded, and the bailie, who was as placable as hasty in his temper, extended his favor to me. Once more, I next took the liberty of asking him how he had contrived to extricate himself. Me extricate, I might hae hung there till the day of judgment, or I could hae helped mysel wi my head hinging down on the tea side, and my heels on the t'other like the yarnskills in the wayhouse. It was the creature Dougal that extricated me, as he did yestreen. He cut it aff the tails o' my coat wi his dirk, and another gilly and him set me on my legs, as cleverly as if I had never been aff them. But to see what a thing gude braid claith is had I been in ony o' your rotten French camlets now, or your drabdeberries, it would hae screeded like an auld rag, why sic a weight as mine. But fair fa the weaver that wrought the weft ought I swung, and bob it yonder as safe as a gabbart, that's moored by a threeply cable at the Broomielaw. A kind of lighter used in the river, Clyde probably from the French Aber. I now inquired what had become of his preserver. The creature, so he continued to call the Highlandman, contrived to let me ken there wad be danger in gone near the Letty, till he came back, and bade me stay here. I am o' the mind, he continued, that he's seeking after Ewits, a considerate creaturine troth. I wad swear he was right. About the Letty as he cast her to Helen Campbell was nane o' the mayest douce maidens, nor meekest wives neither, and folk say that Rob himself stands in awe o' her. I doubt she winna ken me for its money years. Since we met I am clear for waiting for the Dougal creature, or we gang near her. I signified my acquiescence in this reasoning, but it was not the will of fate that day that the bailie's prudence should profit himself or anyone else. Andrew Fairservice, though he had ceased to caper on the pinnacle upon the cessation of the firing, which had given occasion for his whimsical exercise, continued as perched on the top of an exposed cliff, too conspicuous an object to escape the sharp eyes of the Highlanders when they had time to look a little around them. We were apprised he was discovered by a wild and loud halloo set up among the assembled victors, 3 or 4 of whom instantly plunged into the copsewood, and ascended the rocky side of the hill, in different directions, towards the place where they had discovered this whimsical apparition. Those who arrived first within gunshot of poor Andrew did not trouble themselves to offer him any assistance in the ticklish posture of his affairs, but leveling their long Spanish-barreled guns gave him to understand by signs, which admitted of no misconstruction, that he must contrive to come down, and submit himself to their mercy, or to be marked at from beneath, like a regimental target set up for ball practice. With such a formidable hint for venturous exertion, Andrew Fairservice could no longer hesitate. The more imminent peril overcame his sense of that which seemed less inevitable, and he began to descend the cliff at all risks, clutching to the ivy and oak stumps, and projecting fragments of rock with an almost feverish anxiety, and never failing as circumstances left him a hand at liberty to extend it to the platted gentry below in an attitude of supplication, as if to deprecate the discharge of their leveled firearms. In a word, the fellow, under the influence of a counteracting motive for terror, achieved a safe descent from his perilous eminence, which I verily believe nothing but the fear of instant death could have moved him to attempt. The awkward mode of Andrew's descent greatly amused the Highlanders below, who fired a shot or two while he was engaged in it, without the purpose of injuring him, as I believe, but merely to enhance the amusement they derived from his extreme terror, and the superlative exertions of agility to which it excited him. At length he attained firm and comparatively level ground, or, rather to speak more correctly, his foot slipping at the last point of descent, he fell on the earth at his full length, and was raised by the assistance of the Highlanders who stood to receive him, and who, ere he gained his legs, stripped him not only of the whole contents of his pockets, but of periwig, hat, coat, doublet, stockings, and shoes performing the feat, with such admirable celerity, that although he fell on his back, a well-clothed and decent burgher-seeming servingman, he arose a forked, uncased, bald-pated, beggarly-looking scarecrow, without respect to the pain which his undefended toes experienced from the sharp encounter of the rocks, over which they hurried him. Those who had detected Andrew proceeded to drag him downward towards the road through all the intervening obstacles. In the course of their descent, Mr. Jarvie and I became exposed to their lynx-eyed observation, and instantly half a dozen of armed Highlanders thronged around us with drawn dirks and swords pointed at our faces and throats, and cocked pistols presented against our bodies. To have offered resistance would have been madness, especially as we had no weapons capable of supporting such a demonstration. We therefore submitted to our fate, and with great roughness on the part of those who assisted at our toilette, were in act of being reduced to as unsophisticated a state, to use King Lear's phrase, as the plumeless biped Andrew Fairservice, who stood shivering between fear and cold at a few yards' distance. Good chance, however, saved us from this extremity of wretchedness, for just as I had yielded up my cravat, a smart Steinkirk by the way and richly laced, and the bailie had been disrobed of the fragments of his ridding cotentur Dougal, and the scene was changed by a high tone of expostulation, mixed with oaths and threats. As far as I could conjecture the tenor of his language from the violence of his gestures, he compelled the plunderers, however reluctant, not only to give up their further depredations on our property, but to restore the spoil they had already appropriated. He snatched my cravat from the fellow who had seized it, and twisted it in the zeal of his restitution around my neck, with such suffocating energy as made me think that he had not only been, during his residence at Glasgow, a substitute of the jailer, but must moreover have taken lessons as an apprentice of the hangman. He flung the tattered remnants of Mr. Jarvie's coat around his shoulders, and as more Highlanders began to flock towards us from the high road, he led the way downwards, directing and commanding the others to afford us, but particularly the bailie, the assistance necessary to our descending with comparative ease and safety. It was, however, in vain that Andrew Fairservice employed his lungs in obsecrating a share of Dougal's protection, or at least his interference, to procure restoration of his shoes. "None," said Dougal in reply, "she's nae gentle pody, I trow her petters hae ganged barefoot, or she's muckle mistine." And leaving Andrew to follow at his leisure, or rather at such leisure as the surrounding crowd were pleased to indulge him with, he hurried us down to the pathway in which the skirmish had been fought, and hastened to present us as additional captives to the female leader of his band. We were dragged before her accordingly, Dougal fighting, struggling, screaming, as if he were the party most apprehensive of hurt, and repulsing by threats and efforts all those who attempted to take a nearer interest in our capture than he seemed to do himself. At length, we were placed before the heroine of the day, whose appearance, as well as those of the savage, uncouth, yet martial figures who surrounded us, struck me, to own the truth, with considerable apprehension. I do not know if Helen MacGregor had personally mingled in the fray, and indeed I was afterwards given to understand the contrary, but the specks of blood on her brow, her hands, and naked arms, as well as on the blade of her sword, which she continued to hold in her hand, her flushed countenance, and the disordered state of the raven locks, which escaped from under the red bonnet and plume that formed her headdress, seemed all to intimate that she had taken an immediate share in the conflict. Her keen black eyes and features expressed an imagination inflamed by the pride of gratified revenge and the triumph of victory, yet there was nothing positively sanguinary or cruel in her deportment. And she reminded me, when the immediate alarm of the interview was over, of some of the paintings I had seen of the inspired heroines in the Catholic churches of France. She was not indeed sufficiently beautiful for a Judith, nor had she the inspired expression of features which painters have given to Deborah, or to the wife of Heber the Kenite, at whose feet the strong oppressor of Israel, who dwelled in Harosheth of the Gentiles, bowed down, fell and lay. A dead man, nevertheless, the enthusiasm by which she was agitated gave her countenance and deportment wildly dignified in themselves an air, which made her approach nearly to the ideas of those wonderful artists who gave to the eye the heroines of Scripture history. I was uncertain in what terms to accost a personage so uncommon, when Mr. Jarvie, breaking the ice with a preparatory cough for the speed with which he had been brought into her presence, had again impeded his respiration, addressed her as follows: a Roman 100, Roman 100. I am very happy to have this joyful opportunity. A quaver in his voice strongly belied the emphasis which he studiously laid on the word. Jephalthah's joyful occasion. He resumed, trying to give the adjective a more suitable accentuation, to wish my kinsman Robin's wife a very good morning. How's a ye? By this time, he had talked himself into his usual jogtrot manner, which exhibited a mixture of familiarity and self-importance. How's a ye this lang time? Yell hey forgotten me, Mrs. MacGregor Campbell. As your cousin Ubat, yell mind my father Deacon Nicol Jarvie, in the Sout Market, Glasgow, an honest man he was, and responsible, and respected you and yours, sae as I said before. I am right glad to see you, Mrs. MacGregor Campbell, as my kinsman's wife. I wad crave the liberty of a kinsman to salute you, but that your gillies keep such a doleful fast haud o' my arms, and to speak heaven's truth, and a magistrate's, ye wadna be the war of a cogfu o' water before ye welcomed your friends. There was something in the familiarity of this introduction, which ill suited the exalted state of temper of the person to whom it was addressed, then busied with distributing dooms of death, and warm from conquest, in a perilous encounter. What fellow are you, she said, that dare to claim kindred with the MacGregor, and neither wear his dress nor speak his language? What are you that have the tongue and the habit of the hound, and yet seek to lie down with it? I dinna ken, said the undaunted bailie, if the kindred has ever been weel read out to you, yet cussin' but it's kenned, and can be Prov Roman 500. My mother Elspeth MacFarlane was the wife of my father Deacon Nicol Jarvipiece. Be why them Batehand. Elspeth was the daughter of Parlane MacFarlane at the Sheeling o' Loch Sloy. Now this Parlane MacFarlane, as his surviving daughter Maggie MacFarlane alias MacNab, married Duncan MacNab, o Stuck of Relichin, can testify, stood as near to your Gudeman Robert MacGregor, as in the 4th degree of kindred. For the virago lopped the genealogical tree, by demanding haughtily if a stream of rushing water acknowledged any relation with the portion withdrawn from it, for the mean domestic uses of those who dwelt on its banks. Vera true kinswoman, said the bailie, but for that the burn wad be glad to hae the mildem back again in simmer, when the chucky estons are white in the sun. I ken weel. Enug, you Hieland folk, haud us Glasgow people light and cheap for our language, and our cleesput, everybody speaks their native tongue, that they learned in infancy, and it would be a daft-like thing to see me wy my fat wame in a short Hieland coat, and my pure short hose gartered below the knee like ane o' your langligid gillies mare by token kinswoman. He continued in defiance of various intimations, by which Dougal seemed to recommend silence, as well as of the marks of impatience which the Amazon evinced at his loquacity. I wad hae ye to mind that the king's errand whiles comes in the cadger's gate, and that for as high as ye may think o' the Gudeman, as its right every wife should honour her husband. There's scripture warrant for Thaddeus, as high as ye haud him. As I was saying, I hae been serviceable to Rob ere no forby. A set o' purlins I sent yourself when ye was gone to be married, and when Rob was an honest wheeldoing drover, and nane o' this unlawful work, why fighting and flashes and fluffjibs, disturbing the king's peace, and disarming his soldiers. He had apparently touched on a key which his kinswoman could not brook. She drew herself up to her full height, and betrayed the acuteness of her feelings by a laugh of mingled scorn and bitterness. Yes, she said, you, and such as you might claim a relation to us, when we stoop to be the paltry wretches fit to exist under your dominion, as your hewers of wood and drawers of water tow, find cattle for your banquets and subjects for your laws to oppress and trample on. But now we are free by the very act which left us neither house, nor hearth food, nor covering, which bereaved me of Alof Alland makes me groan, when I think I must still cumber the earth for other purposes than those of vengeance, And I will carry on the work this day has so well commenced by a deed that shall break all bands between MacGregor and the lowland churls here. Alan Dougal bind these Sassenachs neck and heel together, and throw them into the Highland loch, to seek for their Highland kinsfolk. The bailie, alarmed at this mandate, was commencing an expostulation, which probably would have only inflamed the violent passions of the person whom he addressed when Dougal threw himself between them, and in his own language, which he spoke with a fluency and rapidity strongly contrasted by the slow, imperfect, and idiot-like manner in which he expressed himself in English, poured forth what I doubt not was a very animated pleading in our behalf. His mistress replied to him, or rather cut short his harangue, by exclaiming in English, as if determined to make us taste in anticipation the full bitterness of death-base dog, and son of a dog, do you dispute my commands? Should I tell ye to cut out their tongues, and put them into each other's throats to try which would their best nap Southron, or to tear out their hearts, and put them into each other's breasts, to see which would their best plot treason against the MacGregor? And such things have been done of old in the day of revenge. When our fathers had wrongs to redress, should I command you to do this, would it be your part to dispute my orders? To be sure, Dougal replied with accents of profound submission, her pleasure sold be donetats. But reason, but in it wheretat is in it could be thought the same to her, to coo the ill-ford loon of ta redcoat captain and him's corporal cramp, and twa three, the redcoats into the loch herself wad. Why muckle mair great satisfaction, than to hurt ta honest civil shentlemans as were friends to the Gregorach, and came up on the chief's assurance, and not to do no treason as herself could testify. The lady was about to reply, when a few wild strains of a pibroch were heard advancing up the road, from Aberfoyle, the same probably which had reached the ears of Captain Thornton's rearguard, and determined him to force his way onward, rather than return to the village on finding the pass. Occupied the skirmish being of very short duration, the armed men who followed this martial melody had not, although quickening their march, when they heard the firing, been able to arrive in time sufficient to take any share in the rencontre. The victory therefore was complete without them, and they now arrived only to share in the triumph of their countrymen. There was a marked difference betwixt the appearance of these newcomers and that of the party by which our escort had been defeated, and it was greatly in favour of the former among the Highlanders, who surrounded the chieftainess, if I may presume to call her so without offence to grammar, were men in the extremity of age, boys scarce able to bear a sword, and even women, all in short whom the last necessity urges to take up arms, and it added a shade of bitter shame to the defection which clouded Thornton's manly countenance, when he found that the numbers and position of a foe otherwise so despicable had enabled them to conquer his brave veterans, but the 30 or 40 Highlanders who now joined the others were all men in the prime of youth or manhood, active, clean-made fellows, whose short hose and belted plaids set out their sinewy limbs to the best advantage. Their arms were as superior to those of the first party as their dress and appearance. The followers of the female chief had axes, scythes, and other antique weapons in aid of their guns, and some had only clubs, daggers, and long knives, but of the second party most had pistols at the belt, and almost all had dirks hanging at the pouches which they wore in front. Each had a good gun in his hand, and a broadsword by his side, besides a stout round target made of light wood covered with leather, and curiously studded with brass, and having a steel spike screwed into the center. These hung on their left shoulder during a march or while they were engaged in exchanging fire with the enemy, and were worn on their left arm when they charged with sword in hand. But it was easy to see that this chosen band had not arrived from a victory, such as they found their elapunted companions, possessed of the pibroch, sent forth occasionally a few wailing notes expressive of a very different sentiment from triumph. And when they appeared before the wife of their chieftain, it was in silence, and with downcast and melancholy looks they paused when they approached her, and the pipes again sent forth the same wild and melancholy strain. Helen rushed towards them with a countenance in which anger was mingled with apprehension. What means this, Alastair? She said to the minstrelsy. A lament in the moment of victory. Robert Hamishwares the MacGregor, where's your father? Her sons, who led the band, advanced with slow and irresolute steps towards her, and murmured a few words in Gaelic at hearing, which she set up a shriek that made the rocks ring again, in which all the women and boys joined, clapping their hands and yelling as if their lives had been expiring in the sound. The mountain echoes, silent since the military sounds of battle had ceased, had now to answer these frantic and discordant shrieks of sorrow, which drove the very night birds from their haunts in the rocks, as if they were startled to hear orgies more hideous and lowland than their own performed in the face of open day. Taken, repeated Helen, when the clamor had subsided. Taken, captivated you live to say so, coward dogs. Did I nurse you for this, that you should spare your blood on your father's enemies, or see him prisoner, and come back to tell it? The sons of MacGregor to whom this expostulation was addressed were youths of whom the eldest had hardly attained his 20th year. Hamish or James, the elder of these youths, was the tallest by a head, and much handsomer than his brother. His light blue eyes, with a profusion of fair hair, which streamed from under his smart blue bonnet, made his whole appearance a most favourable specimen of the Highland youth. The younger was called Robert, but to distinguish him from his father, the Highlanders added the epithet Oig, or the young. Dark hair, and dark features, with a ruddy glow of health and animation, and a form strong and well set beyond his years, completed the sketch of the young mountaineer. Both now stood before their mother with countenances clouded with grief and shame, and listened with the most respectful submission to the reproaches with which she loaded them. At length, when her resentment appeared in some degree to subside, the eldest, speaking in English, probably that he might not be understood by their followers, endeavored respectfully to vindicate himself and his brother from his mother's reproaches. I was so near him as to comprehend much of what he said, and as it was of great consequence to me to be possessed of information in this strange crisis, I failed not to listen as attentively as I could. The MacGregor, his son stated, had been called out upon a trysting with a lowland Hallian who came with a token from. He muttered the name very low, but I thought it sounded like my own. The MacGregor, he said, accepted of the invitation, but commanded the Saxon who brought the message to be detained as a hostage, that good faith should be observed to him. Accordingly, he went to the place of appointment, which had some wild Highland name that I cannot remember, attended only by Angus Breck and little Rory, commanding no one to follow him. Within half an hour Angus Breck came back with the doleful tidings that the MacGregor had been surprised and made prisoner by a party of Lennox militia under Galbraith of Garshitachin. He added that Galbraith, on being threatened by MacGregor, who upon his capture menaced him with retaliation on the person of the hostage, had treated the threat with great contempt, replying, "Let each side hang his man, well hang the thief, and your Catherines may hang the gauger Rob, and the country will be rid of two damned things at once, a wild Highlander and a revenue officer." Angus Breck less carefully looked to than his master contrived to escape from the hands of the captors, after having been in their custody long enough to hear this discussion, and to bring off the news. "And did you learn this, you falsy-hearted traitor," said the wife of MacGregor, "and not instantly rush to your father's rescue, to bring him off, or leave your body on the place?" The young MacGregor modestly replied by representing the very superior force of the enemy, and stated that as they made no preparation for leaving the country, he had fallen back up the glen, with the purpose of collecting a band sufficient to attempt a rescue with some tolerable chance of success. At length he said the militiamen would quarter, he understood, in the neighbouring house of Gardarton, or the old castle in the port of Monteith, or some other stronghold, which, although strong and defensible, was nevertheless capable of being surprised, could they but get enough of men assembled for the purpose. I understood afterwards that the rest of the freebooters' followers were divided into two strong bands, one destined to watch the remaining garrison of Inversnade, a party of which under Captain Thornton had been defeated, and another to show front to the Highland clans, who had united with the regular troops and Lowlanders in this hostile and combined invasion of that mountainous and desolate territory, which, lying between the lakes of Loch Lomond, Loch Katrine, and Loch Ard, was at this time currently called Rob Roy's, or the MacGregor. Country messengers were dispatched in great haste to concentrate, as I supposed, their forces with a view to the purposed attack on the Lowlanders, and the dejection and despair at first visible on each countenance gave place to the hope of rescuing their leader, and to the thirst of vengeance. It was under the burning influence of the latter passion that the wife of MacGregor commanded that the hostage exchanged for his safety should be brought into her presence. I believe her sons had kept this unfortunate wretch out of her sight for fear of the consequences, but if it was so, their humane precaution only postponed his fate. They dragged forward at her summons a wretch already half dead with terror, in whose agonized features I recognized to my horror and astonishment my old acquaintance Morris. He fell prostrate before the female chief, with an effort to clasp her knees, from which she drew back, as if his touch had been pollution, so that all he could do in token of the extremity of his humiliation was to kiss the hem of her plaid. I never heard entreaties. For life poured forth with such agony of spirit, the ecstasy of fear, was such that instead of paralyzing his tongue as on ordinary occasions, it even rendered him eloquent, and with cheeks pale as ashes, hands compressed in agony, eyes that seemed to be taking their last look of all mortal objects, he protested with the deepest oaths his total ignorance of any design on the person of Rob Roy, whom he swore he loved and honored as his own soul. In the inconsistency of his terror, he said he was but the agent of others, and he muttered, "Name of Rashleigh," he prayed, but for life, he would give all he had in the world. It was but life he asked, life, if it were to be prolonged under tortures and privations. He asked only breath, though it should be drawn in the damps of the lowest caverns of their hills. It is impossible to describe the scorn, the loathing and contempt with which the wife of MacGregor regarded this wretched petitioner for the poor boon of existence. "I could have bid ye live," she said, "had life been to you the same weary and wasting burden that it is to me, that it is to every noble and generous mind. But Yarech, you could creep through the world unaffected by its various disgraces, its ineffable miseries, its constantly accumulating masses of crime and sorrow. You could live and enjoy yourself while the noble-minded are betrayed, while nameless and birthless villains tread on the neck of the brave, and the long-descended. You could enjoy yourself like a butcher's dog, in the shambles battening on garbage, while the slaughter of the oldest and best went on around you. This enjoyment you shall not live to partake of. You shall die, base dog, and that before yon cloud has passed over the sun." She gave a brief command in Gaelic to her attendants, two of whom seized upon the prostrate suppliant and hurried him to the brink of a cliff, which overhung the flood. He set up the most piercing and dreadful cries that fear ever uttered. I may well term them dreadful, for they haunted my sleep for years afterwards, as the murderers or executioners call them. As you will dragged him along, he recognized me even in that moment of horror, and exclaimed in the last articulate words I ever heard him utter, "Oh, Mr. Osbaldistone, save me." I was so much moved by this horrid spectacle that, although in momentary expectation of sharing his fate, I did attempt to speak in his behalf, but as might have been expected, my interference was sternly disregarded. The victim was held fast by some, while others, binding a large heavy stone in a plaid, tied it round his neck, and others again eagerly stripped him of some part of his dress. Half-naked, and thus manacled, they hurled him into the lake there, about 12 feet deep, with a loud halloo of vindictive triumph above, which, however, his last death shriek, the yell of mortal agony, was distinctly heard. The heavy burdens splashed in the dark blue waters, and the Highlanders, with their poleaxes and swords, watched an instant to guard, lest extricating himself from the load to which he was attached, the victim might have struggled to regain the shore. But the knot had been securely bound. The wretched man sunk without effort. The waters which his fall had disturbed settled calmly over him, and the unit of that life for which he had pleaded so strongly was forever withdrawn from the sum of human existence. Chapter 15. And be he safe restored ere evening set, or if there's vengeance in an injured heart, and power to wreak it in an armed hand, your land shall ache for't. Old plays. I know not why it is that a single deed of violence and cruelty affects our nerves more than when these are exercised on a more extended scale. I had seen that day several of my brave countrymen fall in battle. It seemed to me that they met a lot appropriate to humanity, and my bosom, though thrilling with interest, was affected with nothing of that sickening horror with which I beheld the unfortunate Morris put to death without resistance, and in cold blood. I looked at my companion Mr. Jarvie, whose face reflected the feelings which were painted in mine. Indeed, he could not so suppress his horror, but that the words escaped him in a low and broken whisper. I take up my protest against this deed, as a bloody and cruel murder. It is a cursed deed, and God will avenge it in his due way and time. Then you do not fear to follow, said the virago, bending on him a look of death, such as that with which a hawk looks at his prey ere he pounces. Kinswoman, said the bailie, nay man, willingly wad cut short his thread of life, before the end. Oh, his pern was fairly measured off on the yarnwinals, and I hae muckle to do, and I be spared in this world public and private business, as weel that belonging to the magistracy as to my ain particular, and nae doubt, I hae some to depend on me, as pure Matty Waugh is an orphan. She's a Farawa, cousin o' the Laird o' Limmerfield Sae, that laying a this the githerskin for skin, yea, all that a man hath will he give for his life. And were I to set you at liberty, said the imperious dame, what name could you give to the drowning of that Saxon dog? Hem, said the bailie, clearing his throat. As well as he could I sold study to say as little on that score, as might be least said, is soonest mended. But if you were called on by the courts, as you term them of justice, she again demanded what then would be your answer. The bailie looked this way, and that way like a person who meditates an escape, and then answered in the tone of one, who seeing no means of accomplishing a retreat determines, to stand the brunt of battle. I see what you are driving me to the wa about. But ill tell yout plain kinswoman I behoved just to speak according to my ain conscience, and though your ain Guterman that I wish had been here for his ain sake. And mine as wool as the pure Highland creature Dougal can tell ye that Nicol Jarvie can wink as hard at a friend's failings as onybody, yet say tell ye kinswoman, mine's near be the tongue to belie my thought, and sooner than say that yonder pure wretch was lawfully slaughtered, I wad consent to be laid beside him though. I think ye are the first Highland woman wad mint sic a doom to her husband's kinsman, but 4 times removed. It is probable that the tone and firmness assumed by the bailie in his last speech was better suited to make an impression on the hard heart of his kinswoman than the tone of supplication he had hitherto assumed. As gems can be cut with steel though they resist softer metals, she commanded us both to be placed before her. Your name, she said to me, is Osbaldistone, dead dog, whose death you have witnessed called you so. My name is Osbaldistone, was my answer. Rashleigh, then I suppose, is your Christian name, she pursued. No, me name is Francis. But you know Rashleigh Osbaldistone, she continued, he is your brother, if I mistake not at least your kinsman, and near friend. He is my kinsman, I replied, but not my friend. We were lately engaged together in a rencontre, when we were separated by a person, whom I understand to be your husband. My blood is hardly yet dried on his sword, and the wound on my side is yet green. I have little reason to acknowledge him as a friend. Then she replied, if a stranger to his intrigues, you can go in safety to Garshatachen and his party without fear of being detained, and carry them a message from the wife of the MacGregor. I answered that I knew no reasonable cause why the militia gentlemen should detain me, that I had no reason on my own account to fear being in their hands, and that if my going on her embassy would act as a protection to my friend and servant, who were here prisoners, I was ready to set out directly. I took the opportunity to say that I had come into this country on her husband's invitation, and his assurance that he would aid me in some important matters, in which I was interested, that my companion Mr. Jarvie had accompanied me on the same errand. And I wish Mr. Jarvie's boots had been full o' boiling water, when he drew them on for sic a purpose, interrupted the bailie. You may read your father, said Helen MacGregor, turning to her sons, in what this young Saxon tells us wise only when the bonnet is on his head, and the sword is in his hand, he never exchanges the tartan for the broadcloth, but he runs himself into the miserable intrigues of the lowlanders, and becomes again, after all he has suffered, their agent, their tool, their slave. Ad madam, said I, and their benefactor. Be it so, she said, for it is the most empty title of them all, since he has uniformly sown benefits, to reap a harvest of the most foul ingratitude. But enough of this. I shall cause you to be guided to the enemy's outposts, ask for their commander, and deliver him this message from me, Helen MacGregor, that, if they injure a hair of MacGregor's head, and if they do not set him at liberty within the space of 12 hours, there is not a lady in the Lennox, but shall before Christmas cry the coronach. For them she will be loath to lose. Other is not a farmer, but shall sing Wellawa over a burnt barnyard, and an empty byrether is not a laird, nor heriter shall lay his head on the pillow at night, with the assurance of being a live man in the morning. Gan to begin, as we are to end so soon as the term is expired. I will send them this Glasgow bailie, and this Saxon captain, and all the rest of my prisoners, each bundled in a plaid, and chopped into as many pieces as there are checks in the tartan. As she paused in her denunciation, Captain Thornton, who was within hearing, added with great coolness, present my compliments, Captain Thorntons of the Royals, compliments to the commanding officer, and tell him to do his duty and secure his prisoner, and not waste thought upon me. If I have been fool enough to have been led into an ambuscade by these artful savages, I am wise enough to know how to die for it, without disgracing the service. I am only sorry for my poor fellows, he said, that have fallen into such butcherly hands. Whist, whist, exclaimed the bailie, are ye weary o' your life? Yell, jye my service to the commanding officer, Mr. Osbaldistone Bailie, Nicol Jarvie's service, a magistrate o' Glasgow, as his father the deacon was, before him, and tell him here are a ween honest men in great trouble, and like to come to mair, and the best thing he can do for the common good, will be just to let Rob come his was up the glen, and nae mair about it. There's been some ill doon here already, but as it has lighted chiefly on the gauger it winna be muckle worth making a stir about. With these very opposite injunctions from the parties chiefly interested in the success of my embassy, and with the reiterated charge of the wife of MacGregor, to remember and detail every word of her injunctions, I was at length suffered to depart, and Andrew, Fairservice chiefly I believe to get rid of his clamorous supplications, was permitted to attend me, doubtful however, that I might use my horse as a means of escape from my guides, or desirous to retain a prize of some value. I was given to understand that I was to perform my journey on foot, escorted by Hamish MacGregor, the elder brother, who with 2 followers, attended as well to show me the way as to reconnoiter the strength and position of the enemy. Dougal had been at first ordered on this party, but he contrived to elude the service with the purpose, as we afterwards understood, of watching over Mr. Jarvie, whom according to his wild principles of fidelity, he considered as entitled to his good offices, from having once acted in some measure as his patron or master. After walking with great rapidity about an hour, we arrived at an eminence covered with brushwood, which gave us a commanding prospect down the valley, and a full view of the post, which the militia occupied. Being chiefly cavalry, they had judiciously avoided any attempt to penetrate the pass which had been so unsuccessfully essayed by Captain Thornton. They had taken up their situation with some military skill on a rising ground in the centre of the little valley of Aberfoyle, through which the river Forth winds its earliest course, and which is formed by 2 ridges of hills, faced with barricades of limestone rock, intermixed with huge masses of breccia or pebbles embedded in some softer substance, which has hardened around them like mortar, and surrounded by the more lofty mountains. In the distance, these ridges however left the valley of breadth enough to secure the cavalry from any sudden surprise by the mountaineers, and they had stationed sentinels and outposts at proper distances from this main body in every direction, so that they might secure full time to mount and get under arms upon the least alarm. It was not indeed expected at that time that Highlanders would attack cavalry in an open plain, though late events have shown that they may do so with success. The affairs of Prestonpans and Falkirk are probably alluded to, which marks the time of writing the memoirs, as subsequent to 1745. When I first knew the Highlanders, they had almost a superstitious dread of a mounted trooper, the horse being so much more fierce and imposing in his appearance than the little shelties of their own hills, and moreover being trained, as the more ignorant mountaineers believed, to fight with his feet, and his teeth the appearance of the piquet horses, feeding in this little valleth forms of the soldiers as they sate, stood, or walked in various groups in the vicinity of the beautiful river, and of the bare yet romantic ranges of rock, which hedge in the landscape on either side formed a noble foreground, while far to the eastward, the eye caught a glance of the lake of Menteith and Stirling Castle, dimly seen, along with the blue and distant line of the Ochil Mountains, closed the sea. After gazing on this landscape with great earnestness, young MacGregor intimated to me that I was to descend to the station of the militia, and execute my errand, to their commander, enjoining me at the same time, with a menacing gesture, neither to inform them who had guided me to that place, nor where I had parted from my escort. Thus tutored, I descended towards the military post, followed by Andrew, who, only retaining his breeches and stockings of the English costume, without a hat, bare-legged with brogues on his feet, which Dougal had given him out of compassion, and having a tattered plaid to supply the want of all upper garments, looked as if he had been playing the part of a Highland Tom off Bedlam. We had not proceeded far before we became visible to one of the videttes, who, riding towards us, presented his carabine, and commanded me to stand. I obeyed, and when the soldier came up, desired to be conducted to his commanding officer. I was immediately brought, where a circle of officers sitting upon the grass seemed in attendance upon one of superior rank. He wore a cuirass of polished steel, over which were drawn the insignia of the ancient order of the Thistle, my friend Garschattachin, and many other gentlemen, some in uniform, others in their ordinary dress, but all armed and well attended, seemed to receive their orders from this person of distinction. Many servants in rich liveries, apparently a part of his household, were also in waiting. Having paid to this nobleman the respect which his rank appeared to demand, I acquainted him that I had been an involuntary witness to the king's soldiers, having suffered a defeat from the Highlanders at the pass of Loch Ard. Such, I had learned, was the name of the place where Mr. Thornton was made prisoner, and that the victors threatened every species of extremity to those who had fallen into their power, as well as to the low country in general, unless their chief who had that morning been made prisoner, were returned to them uninjured. The Duke, for he whom I addressed was of no lower rank, listened to me with great composure, and then replied that he should be extremely sorry to expose the unfortunate gentlemen who had been made prisoners to the cruelty of the barbarians, into whose hands they had fallen, but that it was folly to suppose that he would deliver up the very author of all these disorders and offenses, and so encourage his followers in their license. You may return to those who sent you, he proceeded, and inform them that I shall certainly cause Rob Roy Campbell, whom they call MacGregor, to be executed by break of day, as an outlaw taken in arms, and deserving death by 1,000 acts of violence. That I should be most justly held unworthy of my situation and commission, did I act otherwise, that I shall know how to protect the country against their insolent threats of violence, and that if they injure a hair of the head of any of the unfortunate gentlemen, whom an unlucky accident has thrown into their power, I will take such ample vengeance, that the very stones of their glens shall sing woe for it this 100 years to come. I humbly begged leave to remonstrate respecting the honorable mission imposed on me, and touched upon the obvious danger attending it, when the noble commander replied that such being the case I might send my servant. The de'll be in my feet, said Andrew, without either having respect to the presence in which he stood or waiting, till I replied, the de'll be in my feet, if I gang my tea's length, do the folk think I hae another thrapple in my pouch, after John Highlandman's sneaked this ane why his jocktailug, or that I can dive down at the tea side of a Highland loch, and rise at the t'other like a sheldrake. None nailk ane for himsel and God, for us a folk may just make a page o' their ain age, and serve themselves, till their bairns grow up and gang their ain errands. For Andrew Rob Roy never came near the parish of Dreepdilly, to steal either pippin or pear frae me or mine. Silencing my follower with some difficulty, I represented to the Duke the great danger Captain Thornton and Mr. Jarvie would certainly be exposed to, and entreated he would make me the bearer of such modified terms as might be the means of saving their lives. I assured him I should decline no danger if I could be of service, but from what I had heard and seen, I had little doubt they would be instantly murdered, should the chief of the outlaws suffer death. The Duke was obviously much affected. It was a hard case, he said, and he felt it as such, but he had a paramount duty to perform to the country. Rob Roy must die. I own it was not without emotion that I heard this threat of instant death to my acquaintance Campbell, who had so often testified his goodwill towards me, nor was I singular in the feeling, for many of those around the Duke ventured to express themselves in his favor. It would be more advisable, they said, to send him to Stirling Castle, and there detain him a close prisoner, as a pledge for the submission and dispersion of his gang. It were a great pity to expose the country to be plundered, which now that the long nights approached it would be found very difficult to prevent, since it was impossible to guard every point, and the Highlanders were sure to select those that were left exposed. They added that there was great hardship in leaving the unfortunate prisoners to the almost certain doom of massacre denounced against them, which no one doubted would be executed in the first burst of revenge. Garschattachin ventured, yet farther confiding in the honor of the nobleman whom he addressed, although he knew he had particular reasons for disliking their prisoner Rob Roy. He said, though a kittle neighbor to the low country, and particularly obnoxious to his grace, and though he may be carried the Catherine trade farther than ony man o' his day, was an auld Ferrand Carl, and there might be some means of making him hear reason, whereas his wife and sons were reckless fiends, without either fear or mercy about them, and at the head of his limmer loons, would be a worse plague to the country than ever he had been. Pooh, pooh, replied his grace, it is the very sense and cunning of this fellow which has so long maintained his regnum. Mere Highland robber would have been put down in as many weeks as he has flourished years. His gang without him is no more to be dreaded as a permanent annoyance. It will no longer exist than a wasp without its head, which may sting once perhaps, but is instantly crushed into annihilation. Garschattachin was not so easily silenced, I am sure, my Lord Duke. He replied, I have no favour for Rob, and he has little for me, seeing he has twice cleaned out my ain byres, besides skaith among my tenants. But however, Garschattachin, said the Duke, with a smile of peculiar expression, I fancy you think such a freedom may be pardoned in a friend's friend, and Rob's supposed to be no enemy to Major Galbraith's friends over the water. If it be so, my lord, said Garschattachin in the same tone of jocularity, it's no the worst thing I have heard of him, But I wish we heard some news from the clans that we have waited for sae lang. I vow to God they'll keep a Hielandman's word. YSI never ken them better, it's ill drawing boots upon trews. I cannot believe it, said the Duke. These gentlemen are known to be men of honor, and I must necessarily suppose they are to keep their appointment. Send out 2 more horsemen to look for our friends. We cannot, till their arrival, pretend to attack the pass, where Captain Thornton has suffered himself to be surprised, and which to my knowledge 10 men on foot might make good against a regiment of the best horse in Europe. Meanwhile, let refreshments be given to the men. I had the benefit of this last order the more necessary and acceptable, as I had tasted nothing since our hasty meal at Aberfoyle the evening before. The videttes who had been dispatched returned without tidings of the expected auxiliaries, and sunset was approaching, when a Highlander belonging to the clans whose cooperation was expected appeared, as the bearer of a letter which he delivered to the Duke with a most profound conge. Now will I wad a hogshead of claret, said Garschattachin, that this is a message to tell us that these cursed Highlandmen, whom we have fetched here at the expense of so much plague and vexation, are going to draw off and leave us to do our own business if we can. It is even so, gentlemen, said the Duke, reddening with indignation, after having perused the letter, which was written upon a very dirty scrap of paper, but most punctiliously addressed for the much-honored hands of Ane High and mighty Prince the Duke. Roman 100 Roman 100 Roman 100 Our allies, continued the Duke, have deserted us, gentlemen, and have made a separate peace with the enemy. It's just the fate of all alliances, said Garschattachin. The Dutch were gone to serve us the same gate if we had not got the start of them at Utrecht. You are facetious, heir, said the Duke with a frown which showed how little he liked the pleasantry. But our business is rather of a grave cut. Just now, I suppose, no gentleman would advise our attempting to penetrate farther into the country unsupported either by friendly Highlanders or by infantry from Inversnaid. A general answer announced that the attempt would be perfect madness. Nor would there be great wisdom, the Duke added, in remaining exposed to a night attack in this place. I therefore propose that we should retreat to the house of Ducray and that of Gardarton, and keep safe and sure watch and ward until morning. But before we separate, I will examine Rob Roy before you all, and make you sensible by your own eyes and ears of the extreme unfitness of leaving him space for farther outrage. He gave orders accordingly, and the prisoner was brought before him, his arms belted down above the elbow and secured to his body by a horsegirth buckled tight behind him. 2 non-commissioned officers had hold of him, 1 on each side, and 2 file of men with carabines and fixed bayonets attended for additional security. I had never seen this man in the dress of his country, which set in a striking point of view the peculiarities of his form, a shock-head of red hair, which the hat and periwig of the lowland costume had in a great measure concealed, was seen beneath the Highland bonnet, and verified the epithet of Roy or Red, by which he was much better known in the Low Country than by any other, and is still, I suppose, best remembered. The justice of the appellation was also vindicated by the appearance of that part of his limbs, from the bottom of his kilt to the top of his short hose, which the fashion of his country dress left bare, and which was covered with a fell of thick short red hair, especially around his knees, which resembled in this respect, as well as from their sinewy appearance of extreme strength, the limbs of a red-colored Highland bull upon the whole. Betwixt the effect produced by the change of dress, and by my having become acquainted with his real and formidable character, his appearance had acquired to my eyes something so much wilder and more striking than it before presented that I could scarce recognize him to be the same person. His manner was bold, unconstrained, unless by the actual bonds haughty, and even dignified. He bowed to the Duke, nodded to Garschattachin and others, and showed some surprise at seeing me among the party. "It is long since we have met, Mr. Campbell," said the Duke. "It is so, my Lord Duke. I could have wished it had been looking at the fastening on his arms, when I could have better paid the compliments I owe to your grace, but there's a gude time coming." "No time like the time present, Mr. Campbell," answered the Duke, "for the hours are fast flying, that must settle your last account with all mortal affairs. I do not say this to insult your distress, but you must be aware yourself that you draw near the end of your career. I do not deny that you may sometimes have done less harm than others of your unhappy trade, and that you may occasionally have exhibited marks of talent, and even of a disposition which promised better things, but you are aware how long you have been the terror and the oppressor of a peaceful neighborhood, and by what acts of violence you have maintained and extended your usurped authority, You know in short that you have deserved death, and that you must prepare for it. My lord, said Rob Roy, although I may well lay my misfortunes at your grace's door, yet I will never say that you yourself have been the wilful and witting author of them, my lord. If I had thought sae your grace would not this day have been sitting in judgment on me, for you have been 3 times within good rifle distance of me when you were thinking. But of the red deer and few people have ken me miss my aim. But as for them that have abused your grace's ear, and set you up against a man, that was ance as peaceful a man as ony in the land, and made your name the warrant for driving me to utter extremity, I have had some amends of them, and for that your grace now says I expect to live to hae me. I know, said the Duke in rising anger, that you are a determined and impudent villain, who will keep his oath if he swears to mischief, but it shall be my care to prevent you. You have no enemies, but your own wicked actions. Had I called myself Graham instead of Campbell, I might have heard less about them, answered Rob Roy with dogged resolution. You will do well, sir, said the Duke, to warn your wife and family, and followers to beware how they use the gentleman now in their hands, as I will requite tenfold on them, and their kin, and allies the slightest injury done to any of his Majesty's liege subjects. My lord, said Roy in answer, none of my enemies will allege that I have been a bloodthirsty man, and were I now my folk, I could rule 400 or 500 wild Hielanders, as easy as your grace, those 8 or 10 lackeys, and footboys. But if your grace is bent to take the head away from a house, ye may lay your account, there will be misrule among the members however come aught. What like there's an honest man, a kinsman, o my ain mon come by nae skaith, is there ony body here wad do a gude deed for MacGregor, may repay it though his hands be now tied. The Highlander who had delivered the letter to the Duke replied, ill do your will for you, MacGregor, and ill gang back up the glen on purpose. He advanced and received from the prisoner a message to his wife, which being in Gaelic I did not understand, but I had little doubt it related to some measures to be taken for the safety of Mr. Jarvie. Do you hear the fellow's impudence, said the Duke. He confides in his character of a messenger. His conduct is of a piece with his masters, who invited us to make common cause against these freebooters, and have deserted us so soon as the MacGregors have agreed to surrender the Balquhidder lands they were squabbling about. No truth in plaids, no faith in tartan trews. Chameleon-like they change 1,000. Your great ancestor never said so, my lord, answered Major Galbraithand with submission. Neither would your grace have occasion to say it, wad ye, but be for beginning justice at the wellhead. Jai the honest man, his mere again let every head, where its ain bannet, and the distractions o' the Lennox wad be mended, why them oth land. Hush, hush, Garschattachin, said the Duke, this is language dangerous for you to talk to anyone and especially to me, but I presume you reckon yourself a privileged person, please, to draw off your party towards Gardarton. I shall myself see the prisoner escorted to Duckray, and send you orders tomorrow. You will please grant no leave of absence to any of your troopers. Here's Ald ordering and counter-ordering, muttered Garschattachin between his teeth, but patience, patience-o, may I day play at change, seats the king's coming. The 2 troops of cavalry now formed, and prepared to march off the ground that they might avail themselves of the remainder of daylight to get to their evening quarters. I received an intimation, rather than an invitation to attend the party, and I perceived that though no longer considered as a prisoner, I was yet under some sort of suspicion. The times were indeed so dangerous, great party questions of Jacobite and Hanoverian divided the country so effectually, and the constant disputes and jealousies between the Highlanders and Lowlanders, besides a number of inexplicable causes of feud, which separated the great leading families in Scotland from each other, occasioned such general suspicion that a solitary and unprotected stranger was almost sure to meet with something disagreeable in the course of his travels. I acquiesced, however, in my destination with the best grace I could, consoling myself with the hope that I might obtain from the captive freebooter some information concerning Rashleigh and his machinations. I should do myself injustice did I not add that my views were not merely selfish. I was too much interested in my singular acquaintance not to be desirous of rendering him such services as his unfortunate situation might demand or admit of his receiving. Chapter 16. And when he came to Broken Brig, he bent his bow and swam. And when he came to grass growing, set down his feet and ran. Gil Morris. The echoes of the rocks and ravines on either side now rang to the trumpets of the cavalry, which forming themselves into two distinct bodies began to move down the valley at a slow trot, that commanded by Major Galbraith soon took to the right hand, and crossed the Forth for the purpose of taking up the quarters assigned them for the night when they were to occupy, as I understood, an old castle in the vicinity. They formed a lively object while crossing the stream, but were soon lost in winding up the bank on the opposite side, which was clothed with wood. We continued our march with considerable good order to ensure the safe custody of the prisoner. The Duke had caused him to be placed on horseback, behind one of his retainers called, as I was informed, Ewan of Briglands. One of the largest and strongest men, who were present, a horse-belt, passed round the bodies of both and buckled, before the yeoman's breast, rendered it impossible for Rob Roy to free himself from his keeper. I was directed to keep close beside them, and, accommodated for the purpose with a true force, we were as closely surrounded by the soldiers as the width of the road would permit, and had always at least one, if not two, on each side with pistol in hand. Andrew Fairservice, furnished with a Highland pony, of which they had made prey somewhere or other, was permitted to ride among the other domestics, of whom a great number attended the line of march, though without falling into the ranks of the more regularly trained troopers. In this manner we travelled for a certain distance, until we arrived at a place where we also were to cross the river the Forth, as being the outlet of a lake is of considerable depth, even where less important in point of width, and the descent to the ford was by a broken precipitous ravine, which only permitted one horseman to descend at once, the rear and center of our small body halting on the bank while the front files passed down in succession, produced a considerable delay, as is usual on such occasions, and even some confusion for a number of those riders, who made no proper part of the squadron, crowded to the ford without regularity, and made the militia cavalry, although tolerably well drilled, partake in some degree of their own disorder. Escape of Rob Roy at the ford. It was while we were thus huddled together on the bank that I heard Rob Roy whisper to the man behind whom he was placed on horseback, "Your father, Ewan Wadna, hey, carried an auld friend to the shambles, like a calf for the dukes in Christendom." Ewan returned no answer, but shrugged as one who would express by that sign that what he was doing was none of his own choice. And when the MacGregors come down the glen, and ye see tomb falls a bluety hearthstone, and the fire flashing out between the rafters o' your house, ye may be thinking then, Ewan, that were your friend Rob to the fore you would have had that safe, which it will make your heart sair to lose. Ewan of Briglands again shrugged and groaned, but remained silent. "It's a sair thing," continued Rob, sliding his insinuations so gently into Ewan's ear that they reached no other but mine, who certainly saw myself in no shape called upon to destroy his prospects of escape. "It's a sair thing that Ewan of Briglands, whom Roy MacGregor has helped with hand, sword, and purse, sold, mind a gloom from a great man mair than a friend's life." Ewan seemed sorely agitated, but was silent. We heard the Duke's voice from the opposite bank call, "Bring over the prisoner." Ewan put his horse in motion, and just as I heard Roy say, "Never weigh a MacGregor's bluid against a broken wang o' leather, for there will be another accounting to gie for it baith here and hereafter," they passed me hastily, and dashing forward, rather precipitately entered the water. "Not yet, sir, not yet," said some of the troopers to me, as I was about to follow, while others pressed forward into the stream. I saw the Duke on the other side by the waning light, engaged in commanding his people to get into order, as they landed dispersedly, some higher, some lower, many had crossed, some were in the water, and the rest were preparing to follow, when a sudden splash warned me that MacGregor's eloquence had prevailed on Ewan to give him freedom and a chance for life. The Duke also heard the sound, and instantly guessed its meaning. "Dog," he exclaimed to Ewan as he landed, "where is your prisoner?" And without waiting to hear the apology which the terrified vassal began to falter forth, he fired a pistol at his head, whether fatally I know not, and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, disperse, and pursue the villain, an 100 guineas for him that secures Rob Roy." All became an instant scene of the most lively confusion. Rob Roy, disengaged from his bonds doubtless by Ewan's slipping the buckle of his belt, had dropped off at the horse's tail, and instantly dived, passing under the belly of the true force, which was on his left hand. But as he was obliged to come to the surface an instant for air, the glimpse of his tartan plaid drew the attention of the troopers, some of whom plunged into the river, with a total disregard to their own safety, rushing according to the expression of their country through pool and stream, sometimes swimming their horses, sometimes losing them, and struggling for their own lives. Others, less zealous or more prudent, broke off in different directions, and galloped up and down the banks to watch the places at which the fugitive might possibly land, the hollowing, the whooping, the calls for aid at different points, where they saw or conceived they saw some vestige of him they were seeking. Frequent report of pistols and carabines fired at every object, which excited the least suspicion. Sight of so many horsemen riding about in and out of the river, and striking with their long broadswords at whatever excited their attention, joined to the vain exertions used by their officers to restore order and regularity, and all this in so wild a scene, and visible only by the imperfect twilight of an autumn evening, made the most extraordinary hubbub I had hitherto witnessed. I was indeed left alone to observe it, for our whole cavalcade had dispersed in pursuit, or at least to see the event of the search. Indeed, as I partly suspected at the time, and afterwards learned with certainty, many of those who seemed most active in their attempts to waylay and recover the fugitive were in actual truth least desirous that he should be taken, and only joined in the cry to increase the general confusion, and to give Rob Roy a better opportunity of escaping. Escape, indeed, was not difficult for a swimmer so expert as the freebooter. As soon as he had eluded the first burst of pursuit, at one time he was closely pressed, and several blows were made which flashed in the water around him, the scene much resembling one of the otter hunts which I had seen at Osbaldistone Hall, where the animal is detected by the hounds from his being necessitated to put his nose above the stream to vent or breathe, while he is enabled to elude them by getting under water again so soon as he has refreshed himself by respiration. MacGregor, however, had a trick beyond the otter, for he contrived, when very closely pursued, to disengage himself, unobserved, from his plaid, and suffer it to float down the stream, where in its progress it quickly attracted general attention. Many of the horsemen were thus put upon a false scent, and several shots or stabs were averted from the party for whom they were designed. Once fairly out of view, the recovery of the prisoner became almost impossible, since in so many places the river was rendered inaccessible by the steepness of its banks, or the thickets of alders, poplars, and birch, which overhanging its banks prevented the approach of horsemen. Errors and accidents had also happened among the pursuers, whose task the approaching night rendered every moment more hopeless. Some got themselves involved in the eddies of the stream, and required the assistance of their companions to save them from drowning. Others, hurt by shots or blows in the confused melee, implored help or threatened vengeance, and in one or two instances such accidents led to actual strife. The trumpets therefore sounded the retreat, announcing that the commanding officer, with whatsoever unwillingness, had for the present relinquished hopes of the important prize, which had thus unexpectedly escaped his grasp, and the troopers began slowly, reluctantly, and brawling with each other as they returned again to assume their ranks. I could see them darkening as they formed on the southern bank of the river, whose murmurs, long drowned by the louder cries of vengeful pursuit, were now heard hoarsely mingling with the deep, discontented, and reproachful voices of the disappointed horsemen. Hitherto I had been, as it were, a mere spectator, though far from an uninterested one, of the singular scene which had passed. But now I heard a voice suddenly exclaim, "Where is the English stranger?" It was he gave Rob Roy the knife to cut the belt. "Cleave the pockbutting to the chaffs," cried one voice. "Wise a brace of balls through his harnpan," said a second. "Drive 3 inches of cauld airn into his brisket," shouted a third. And I heard several horses galloping to and fro, with the kind purpose, doubtless, of executing these denunciations. I was immediately awakened to the sense of my situation, and to the certainty that armed men, having no restraint whatever on their irritated and inflamed passions, would probably begin by shooting or cutting me down, and afterwards investigate the justice of the action. Impressed by this belief, I leaped from my horse, and turning him loose, plunged into a bush of alder trees, where, considering the advancing obscurity of the night, I thought there was little chance of my being discovered. Had I been near enough to the Duke to have invoked his personal protection, I would have done so, but he had already commenced his retreat, and I saw no officer on the left bank of the river of authority sufficient to have afforded protection in case of my surrendering myself. I thought there was no point of honor which could require in such circumstances an unnecessary exposure of my life. My first idea, when the tumult began to be appeased, and the clatter of the horses' feet was heard less frequently in the immediate vicinity of my hiding place, was to seek out the Duke's quarters when all should be quiet, and give myself up to him as a liege subject, who had nothing to fear from his justice, and a stranger who had every right to expect protection and hospitality. With this purpose, I crept out of my hiding place and looked around me. The twilight had now melted nearly into darkness. A few or none of the troopers were left on my side of the Forth, and of those who were already across it, I only heard the distant trample of the horses' feet, and the wailing and prolonged sound of their trumpets, which rung through the woods. To recall stragglers here, therefore, I was left in a situation of considerable difficulty. I had no horse, and the deep and wheeling stream of the river, rendered turbid by the late tumult of which its channel had been the scene, and, seeming yet more so under the doubtful influence of an imperfect moonlight, had no inviting influence for a pedestrian, by no means accustomed to wade rivers, and who had lately seen horsemen weltering in this dangerous passage, up to the very saddle laps. At the same time, my prospect, if I remained on the side of the river, on which I then stood, could be no other than of concluding the various fatigues of this day, and the preceding night, by passing that which was now closing in al fresco on the side of a Highland hill. After a moment's reflection, I began to consider that Fairservice, who had doubtless crossed the river with the other domestics, according to his forward and impertinent custom of putting himself always among the foremost, could not fail to satisfy the Duke, or the competent authorities, respecting my rank and situation, and that therefore my character did not require my immediate appearance at the risk of being drowned in the river off, being unable to trace the march of the squadron, in case of my reaching the other side in Saphadier, finally, of being cut down right or wrong by some straggler, who might think such a piece of good service a convenient excuse for not sooner rejoining his ranks. I therefore resolved to measure my steps back to the little inn where I had passed the preceding night. I had nothing to apprehend from Rob Roy. He was now at liberty, and I was certain, in case of my falling in with any of his people, the news of his escape would ensure me protection. I might thus also show that I had no intention to desert Mr. Jarvie, in the delicate situation in which he had engaged himself chiefly on my account. Lastly, it was only in this quarter that I could hope to learn tidings concerning Rashleigh and my father's papers, which had been the original cause of an expedition so fraught with perilous adventure. I therefore abandoned all thoughts of crossing the Forth that evening, and turning my back on the fords of Frew, began to retrace my steps towards the little village of Aberfoyle. A sharp frostwind, which made itself heard, and felt from time to time, removed the clouds of mist which might otherwise have slumbered till morning on the valley, and though it could not totally disperse the clouds of vapor, yet threw them in confused and changeful masses, now hovering round the heads of the mountains, now filling, as with a dense and voluminous stream of smoke, the various deep gullies, where masses of the composite rock or breccia, tumbling in fragments from the cliffs, have rushed to the valley, leaving each behind its course a rent and torn ravine resembling a deserted watercourse. The moon, which was now high and twinkled with all the vivacity of a frosty atmosphere, silvered the windings of the river, and the peaks and precipices, which the mist left visible, while her beams seemed as it were absorbed by the fleecy whiteness of the mist, where it lay thick and condensed, and gave to the more light and vapory specks, which were elsewhere visible, a sort of filmy transparency, resembling the lightest veil of silver gauze. Despite the uncertainty of my situation, a view so romantic, joined to the active and inspiring influence of the frosty atmosphere, elevated my spirits, while it braced my nerves. I felt an inclination to cast care away, and bid defiance to danger, and involuntarily whistled, by way of cadence to my steps, which my feeling of the cold led me to accelerate, and I felt the pulse of existence beat prouder and higher in proportion, as I felt confidence in my own strength, courage, and resources. I was so much lost in these thoughts, and in the feelings which they excited, that two horsemen came up behind me without my hearing their approach, until one was on each side of me, when the left-hand rider, pulling up his horse, addressed me in the English tongue, "So, ho friend, whither so late?" "To my supper in bed at Aberfoyle," I replied. "Are the passes open?" he inquired, with the same commanding tone of voice. "I do not know," I replied. "I shall learn when I get there." But I added, the fate of Morris recurring to my recollection, "If you are an English stranger, I advise you to turn back till daylight. There has been some disturbance in this neighborhood, and I should hesitate to say it is perfectly safe for strangers." The soldiers had the worst that they not was the. They had indeed, and an officer's party were destroyed or made prisoners. "Are you sure of that?" replied the horseman. "As sure as that I hear you speak," I replied. "I was an unwilling spectator of the skirmish." "Unwilling," continued the interrogator. "Were you not engaged in it then?" "Certainly no," I replied. "I was detained by the king's officer." "On what suspicion, and who are you, or what is your name?" he continued. I really do not know, sir, said I, why I should answer so many questions to an unknown stranger. I have told you enough to convince you that you are going into a dangerous and distracted country. If you choose to proceed, it is your own affair. But as I ask you no questions respecting your name and business, you will oblige me by making no inquiries after mine. Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, said the other rider in a voice, the tones of which thrilled through every nerve of my body, should not whistle his favorite airs when he wishes to remain undiscovered. And Diana Vernon, for she wrapped in a horseman's cloak, was the last speaker, whistled in playful mimicry the second part of the tune which was on my lips when they came up. Good God, I exclaimed like one thunderstruck, can it be you, Miss Vernon, on such a spate, such an hour in such a lawless country, in such a masculine dress? You would say, but what would you have? The philosophy of the excellent Corporal Nym is the best after all things must be as they may poca verba. While she was thus speaking, I eagerly took advantage of an unusually bright gleam of moonshine to study the appearance of her companion, for it may be easily supposed that finding Miss Vernon in a place so solitary, engaged in a journey so dangerous, and under the protection of one gentleman, only were circumstances to excite every feeling of jealousy, as well as surprise. The rider did not speak with the deep melody of Rashleigh's voice. His tones were more high and commanding. He was taller, moreover, as he sate on horseback, than that first-rate object of my hate and suspicion. Neither did the stranger's address resemble that of any of my other cousins. It had that indescribable tone and manner by which we recognize a man of sense and breeding, even in the first few sentences he speaks. The object of my anxiety seemed desirous to get rid of my investigation. Diana, he said, in a tone of mingled kindness and authority, give your cousin his property, and let us not spend time here. Miss Vernon had in the meantime taken out a small case, and leaning down from her horse towards me, she said in a tone in which an effort at her usual quaint lightness of expression contended with a deeper and more grave tone of sentiment, you see, my dear cause, I was born to be your better angel. Rashleigh has been compelled to yield up his spoil, and had we reached this same village of Aberfoyle last night, as we purposed, I should have found some Highland sylph to have wafted to you all these representatives of commercial wealth. But there were giants and dragons in the way, and errant knights and damsels of modern times, bold though they be, must not as of yore run into useless danger. Do not you do so either, my dear cause. Diana, said her companion, let me once more warn you that the evening waxes late, and we are still distant from our home. I am coming, sir, I am coming. Consider, she added with a sigh, how lately I have been subjected to control. Besides, I have not yet given my cousin the packet, and bid him farewell for ever. Yes, Frank, she said, for ever. There is a gulf between USA gulf of absolute perdition. Where we go you must not follow, what we do you must not share in. Farewell, happy parting of Di and Frank on the moor. In the attitude in which she bent from her horse, which was a Highland pony, her face not perhaps altogether unwillingly touched mine. She pressed my hand, while the tear that trembled in her eye found its way to my cheek instead of her own. It was a moment never to be forgotten, inexpressibly bitter, yet mixed with a sensation of pleasure so deeply soothing and affecting as at once to unlock all the floodgates of the heart. It was but a moment, however, for instantly recovering from the feeling to which she had involuntarily given way, she intimated to her companion she was ready to attend him, and putting their horses to a brisk pace, they were soon far distant from the place where I stood. Heaven knows it was not apathy which loaded my frame and my tongue so much that I could neither return Miss Vernon's half-embrace, nor even answer her farewell. The word, though it rose to my tongue, seemed to choke in my throat like the fatal guilty, which the delinquent who makes it his plea knows must be followed by the doom of death. The surpriseth sorrow almost stupefied me. I remained motionless with the packet in my hand, gazing after them, as if endeavoring to count the sparkles which flew from the horses' hoofs. I continued to look after even these had ceased to be visible, and to listen for their footsteps long after the last distant trampling had died in my ears. At length tears rushed to my eyes, glazed as they were by the exertion of straining after what was no longer to be seen. I wiped them mechanically, and almost without being aware that they were flowing, but they came thicker and thicker. I felt the tightening of the throat and breast, hysterica passio of poor Lear, and sitting down by the wayside, I shed a flood of the first and most bitter tears which had flowed from my eyes since childhood. Chapter 17. Danglygad, I think the interpreter is the harder to be understood of the two. Critic. I had scarce given vent to my feelings in this paroxysm. Ere was ashamed of my weakness. I remembered that I had been for some time endeavoring to regard Diana Vernon, when her idea intruded itself on my remembrance as a friend, for whose welfare I should indeed always be anxious, but with whom I could have little further communication, but the almost unrepressed tenderness of her manner joined to the romance of our sudden meeting, where it was so little to have been expected, were circumstances which threw me entirely off my guard. I recovered, however, sooner than might have been expected, and without giving myself time accurately to examine my motives, I resumed the path on which I had been traveling when overtaken by this strange and unexpected apparition. I am not, was my reflection, transgressing her injunction, so pathetically given, since I am, but pursuing my own journey, by the only open route. If I have succeeded in recovering my father's property, it still remains incumbent on me to see my Glasgow friend delivered from the situation in which he has involved himself on my account. Besides, what other place of rest can I obtain for the night, excepting at the little inn of Aberfoyle? They also must stop there, since it is impossible for travellers on horseback to go farther. Well, then we shall meet Aganmeet for the last time, perhaps, but I shall see and hear her. I shall learn who this happy man is, who exercises over her the authority of a husband. I shall learn if there remains in the difficult course in which she seems engaged any difficulty which my efforts may remove, or aught that I can do to express my gratitude for her generosity, for her disinterested friendship. As I reasoned thus with myself, coloring with every plausible pretext which occurred to my ingenuity my passionate desire once more to see and converse with my cousin, I was suddenly hailed by a touch on the shoulder, and the deep voice of a Highlander, who, walking still faster than I, though I was proceeding at a smart pace, accosted me with a braw knight, Maester Osbaldistone, have met at the mirk hour before now. There was no mistaking the tone of MacGregor. He had escaped the pursuit of his enemies, and was in full retreat to his own wilds, and to his adherents. He had also contrived to arm himself, probably at the house of some secret adherent, for he had a musket on his shoulder, and the usual Highland weapons by his side. To have found myself alone with such a character, in such situation, and at this late hour in the evening, might not have been pleasant to me in any ordinary mood of mind, for though habituated to think of Rob Roy in rather a friendly point of view, I will confess frankly that I never heard him speak, but that it seemed to thrill my blood. The intonation of the mountaineers gives a habitual depth and hollowness to the sound of their words, owing to the guttural expression so common in their native language, and they usually speak with a good deal of emphasis to these national peculiarities. Rob Roy added a sort of hard indifference of accent and manner expressive of a mind neither to be daunted nor surprised nor affected by what passed before him, however dreadful, however sudden, however afflicting. Habitual danger with unbounded confidence in his own strength and sagacity had rendered him indifferent to fear, and the lawless and precarious life he led had blunted, though its dangers and errors had not destroyed his feelings for others. And it was to be remembered that I had very lately seen the followers of this man commit a cruel slaughter on an unarmed and suppliant individual. Yet such was the state of my mind that I welcomed the company of the outlaw leader as a relief to my own overstrained and painful thoughts, and was not without hopes that through his means I might obtain some clue of guidance through the maze in which my fate had involved me. I therefore answered his greeting cordially, and congratulated him on his late escape, in circumstances when escape seemed impossible. "Aye," he replied, "there is as much between the crag and the woody as there is between the cup and the lip, but my peril was less than you may think, being a stranger to this country." Roman 1e. The throat, and the withy twigs of willow, such as bind faggots, were often used for halters in Scotland and Ireland, being a sage economy of hemp. Of those that were summoned to take me, and to keep me, and to retake me again, there was a moiety, as cousin Nicol Jarvie calls it, that had nae will that I sould be either teen or keep it fast or reteen, and of t'other moiety, there was as half was feared to stir me, and so I had only like the fourth part of 50 or 60 men to deal with all. "And enough too, I should think," replied Roman 1. "I dinna ken that," said he, "but I ken that turn every ill-willer that I had amming them out upon the green before the clachan of Aberfoyle. I wad find them play with broadsword and target one down, and another come on." He now inquired into my adventures since we entered his country, and laughed heartily at my account of the battle we had in the inn, and at the exploits of the bailie with the red-hot poker. "Let Glasgow flourish," He exclaimed the curse of Cromwell on me if I wad hae wished better sport than to see cousin Nicol Jarvie singe Ivrats plaid like a sheep's head between a pair of tongs. But my cousin Jarvie, he added more gravely, has some gentleman's bluid in his veins, although he has been unhappily bred up to a peaceful and mechanical craft, which could not but blunt any pretty man's spirit. He may estimate the reason why I could not receive you at the Clachan of Aberfoyle, as I purposed they had made a fine hosnet for me, when I was absent 2 or 3 days at Glasgow upon the king's business, but I think I broke up the league about their lugs. They'll no be able to hound one clan against another, as they hae dune. I hope soon to see the day when a Hielandman will stand shouther to shouther. But what chanced next? I gave him an account of the arrival of Captain Thornton and his party, and the arrest of the bailie and myself under pretext of our being suspicious persons. And upon his more special inquiry, I recollected the officer had mentioned that besides my name sounding suspicious in his ears, he had orders to secure an old and young person resembling our description. This again moved the outlaw's risibility. As man lives by bread, he said, the buzzards have misteened my friend the bailie for his excellency, and you for Diana Vernon, the most egregious night howlets. Miss Vernon, said I with hesitation, and trembling for the answer. Does she still bear that name? She passed, but now along with a gentleman, who seemed to use a style of authority. I answered Rob, she's under lawful authority now, and full time, for she was a daft hempa, but she's a metal queen. It's a pity his excellency is a thought eldern the like o yourself, or my son Hamish Wad, be mair sortable in point of years. Here then was a complete downfall of those castles of cards, which my fancy had, in despite of my reason, so often amused herself with building, although in truth I had scarcely anything else to expect, since I could not suppose that Diana could be travelling in such a country at such an hour with any but one who had a legal title to protect her. I did not feel the blow less severely when it came, and MacGregor's voice urging me to pursue my story sounded in my ears, without conveying any exact import to my mind. You are ill, he said at length, after he had spoken twice, without receiving an answer. This day's work has been o'er muckle for ane doubtless unused to sick things. The tone of kindness in which this was spoken recalling me to myself, and to the necessities of my situation, I continued my narrative, as well as I could. Rob Roy expressed great exultation at the successful skirmish in the pass. They say, he observed, that king's chaff is better than other folks' corn, but I think that canna be said o' king's soldiers, if they let themselves be beaten. Why, a ween auld carls that are past fighting and bairns that are no come tilt, and wives, why their rocks and distaffs the very walladragles o' the countryside. And Dougal Gregor to a wad, he thought there had been as muckle sense in his tadapow that near had a better covering than his ain shaggy hassock of hair. But say a waith, I dread what's to come neist for my Helens, an incarnate devil, when her bluid's up your thing, she has o'er muckle reason. I observed as much delicacy as I could in communicating to him the usage we had received, but I obviously saw the detail gave him great pain. I wad rather than 1,000 merks, he said, that I had been at hame to misguide strangers, and forby a my ain natural cousin that had showed me sick kindness. I wad rather they had burned half the Lennox in their folly. But this comes o' trusting women and their bairns that have neither measure nor reason in their dealings. However, it's owing to that dog of a gauger wha betrayed me by pretending a message from your cousin Rashleigh to meet him on the king's affairs. Whilk I thought was very like to be a net Garshitachin, and a party of the Lennox declaring themselves for King James' faith. But I kenned I was clean beguiled when I heard the Duke was there, and when they strapped the horsegirth o'er my arms, I might hae judged what was biding me, for I kenned your kinsman, being why pardon a slippery loon himself, is prone to employ those of his ain kidney. I wish he mayna hae been at the bottom o' the ploy himsel. I thought the chield Morris looked devilish queer, when I determined he should remain a wad or hostage for my safe backcoming. But I am come back, nay thanks to him or them that employed him, and the question is how the collector loon is to win back himsel. I promise him it will not be without a ransom. Morris said I has already paid the last ransom, which mortal man can owe. What, exclaimed my companion hastily, what I say? I trust it was in the skirmish he was killed. He was slain in cold blood, after the fight was over, Mr. Campbell. Cold blood, damnation, he said, muttering betwixt his teeth. How fell that, sir? Speak out, sir, and do not Maester or Campbell me. Me foot is on my native heath, and my name is MacGregor. His passions were obviously irritated, but without noticing the rudeness of his tone, I gave him a short and distinct account of the death of Morris. He struck the butt of his gun with great vehemence against the ground, and broke out, I vow to God such a deed might make one forswear kin, clan, country, wife, and bairns, and yet the villain wrought long for it. And what is the difference between warsling below the water? Why a stain about your neck, and wavering in the wind, why a tether round idiots, but choking after and he drees the doom he ettled for me. I could have wished, though they had rather putten a ball through him, or a dirk for the fashion of removing him, will give rise to money idle clavers, but every wight has his weird, and we maun dee, when our day comes and nobody will deny that Helen MacGregor has deep wrongs to avenge. So saying, he seemed to dismiss the theme altogether from his mind, and proceeded to inquire how I got free from the party in whose hands he had seen me. My story was soon told, and I added the episode of my having recovered the papers of my father, though I dared not trust my voice to name the name of Diana. I was sure ye wad get them, said MacGregor's letter. Ye brought me contained His Excellency's pleasure to that effect, and nae doubt it was my will to have aided in it, and I asked ye up into this glen on the very errand. But it's like His Excellency has foregathered why rashly sooner than I expected. The first part of this answer was what most forcibly struck me. Was the letter I brought you then from this person you call His Excellency? Who is he, and what is his rank and proper name? I am thinking, said MacGregor, that since ye dinna ken them already, they canna be o' muckle consequence to you and sae. I shall say neathing on that score, but weel I wot the letter was frae his ain hand, or having a sort of business of my ain on my hands, being, as ye weel may see, just as much as I can fairly manage, I canna say, I would hae fashed mysel sae muckle about the matter. I now recollected the lights seen in the library, various circumstances, which had excited my jealousy, gloveth agitation of the tapestry, which covered the secret passage from Rashleigh's apartment, and above all, I recollected that Diana retired in order to write, as I then thought the billet to which I was to have recourse in case of the last necessity. Her hours then were not spent in solitude, but in listening to the addresses of some desperate agent of Jacobitical treason, who was a secret resident within the mansion of her uncle. Other young women have sold themselves for gold, or suffered themselves to be seduced from their first love from vanity, but Diana had sacrificed my affections, and her own to partake the fortunes of some desperate adventurer to seek the haunts of freebooters through midnight deserts, with no better hopes of rank or fortune than that mimicry of both, which the mock court of the Stuarts at St. Germain's had in their power to bestow. I will see her, I said internally, if it be possible. Once more I will argue with her as a friend, as a kinsmannen, the risk she is incurring, and I will facilitate her retreat to France, where she may with more comfort and propriety as well as safety abide the issue of the turmoils which the political trepanner to whom she has united her fate is doubtless busied in putting into motion. I conclude, then, I said to MacGregor, after about 5 minutes' silence on both sides, that His Excellency, since you give me no other name for him, was residing in Osbaldistone Hall at the same time with myself. To be sure, and in the young lady's apartment, as best reason was this gratuitous information was adding gall to bitterness. But few, added MacGregor, kenned he was durned there save Rashleigh and Sir Hildebrand, for you were out o' the question, and the young lads hena wit enug to caw the cat frae the cream, but it's a braw old-fashioned house, and what I specially admire is the abundance o' holes and bores and concealments. I could put 20 or 30 men in corner, and a family might live a week without finding them out. Whilk, nae doubt, may on occasion be a special convenience. I wish we had the like o' Osbaldistone Hall on the braes o' Craig Royston, but we maun gar woods, and caves serve the like o' us pure Highland bodies. I suppose His Excellency, said I, was privy to the first accident which befell. I could not help hesitating a moment. You were going to say Morris, said Rob Roy coolly, for he was too much accustomed to deeds of violence for the agitation he had at first expressed to be of long continuance. I used to laugh heartily at that rake, but ill hardly hae the heart to dot again, since the ill-farred accident at the loch, none na His Excellency kenned. Not o' that ployet was a managed atween Rashleigh and mysel, but the sport that came after an Rashleigh's shift, o' turning the suspicion af himself upon you, that he had nae grit favour to fray the beginning gand. Then Miss Di, she maun hae us sweep up our spider's webs again, and set you out o' the justice's claws end. Then the frightened craven Morris that was scared out o' his 7 senses, by seeing the real man, when he was charging the innocent stranger and the gowk of a clerk, and the drunken carl of a justice Ohan Ohinmany, A laugh that jobs Jean mean now that I can do for the pure devil, is to get some messes said for his soul. May I ask, said I, how Miss Vernon came to have so much influence over Rashleigh, and his accomplices, as to derange your projected plan? Mine it was none of mine, no man can say I ever laid my burden on other folks' shoulders, it was a Rashleigh's doings. But undoubtedly, she had great influence wi us baith on account of his excellency's affection, as weel as that she kenned far ower money secrets to be lightlied, in a matter that kind ill tak him. He ejaculated by way of summing up that Guy's women, either secret to keep or power to abuse fuels, shouldna hae chapping sticks. We were now within a quarter of a mile from the village, when 3 Highlanders springing upon us with presented arms, commanded us to stand and tell our business. The single word Gregorog, in the deep and commanding voice of my companion, was answered by a shout, or rather yell of joyful recognition. One throwing down his firelock, clasped his leader so fast round the knees that he was unable to extricate himself, muttering at the same time a torrent of Gaelic gratulation, which every now and then rose into a sort of scream of gladness. The 2 others, after the first howling was over, set off literally, with the speed of deers, contending which should first carry to the village, which a strong party of the MacGregors now occupied. The joyful news of Rob Roy's escape and return the intelligence excited such shouts of jubilation that the very hills rung again, and young and old men, women and children without distinction of sex or age, came running down the vale to meet us with all the tumultuous speed and clamor of a mountain torrent. When I heard the rushing noise and yells of this joyful multitude approach us, I thought it a fitting precaution to remind MacGregor that I was a stranger, and under his protection he accordingly held me fast by the hand, while the assemblage crowded around him with such shouts of devoted attachment and joy at his return as were really affecting. Nor did he extend to his followers what all eagerly sought the grasp, namely of his hand, until he had made them understand that I was to be kindly and carefully used. The mandate of the Sultan of Delhi could not have been more promptly obeyed. Indeed, I now sustained nearly as much inconvenience from their well-meant attentions as formerly from their rudeness. They would hardly allow the friend of their leader to walk upon his own legs, so earnest were they in affording me support and assistance upon the way, and at length, taking advantage of a slight stumble, which I made over a stone, which the press did not permit me to avoid, they fairly seized upon me, and bore me in their arms in triumph towards Mrs. MacAlpine's. On arrival before her hospitable wigwam, I found power and popularity had its inconveniences in the Highlands as everywhere else, for before MacGregor could be permitted to enter the house, where he was to obtain rest and refreshment, he was obliged to relate the story of his escape at least a dozen times over, as I was told by an officious old man, who chose to translate it at least as often for my edification, and to whom I was in policy obliged to seem to pay decent degree of attention. The audience being at length satisfied, group after group departed to take their bed upon the heath, or in the neighbouring huts, some cursing the Duke and Garshatachen, some lamenting the probable danger of Ewan of Briglands, incurred by his friendship to MacGregor, but all agreeing that the escape of Rob Roy himself lost nothing in comparison with the exploit of any one of their chiefs, since the days of Dougal sire, the founder of his line. The friendly outlaw, now taking me by the arm, conducted me into the interior of the hut. My eyes roved round its smoky recesses in quest of Diana and her companion, but they were nowhere to be seen, and I felt as if to make inquiries might betray some secret motives which were best concealed. The only known countenance upon which my eyes rested was that of the bailie, who, seated on a stool by the fireside, received with a sort of reserved dignity the welcomes of Rob Roy, the apologies which he made for his indifferent accommodation, and his inquiries after his health. "I am pretty weel, kinsman," said the bailie, "indifferent weel, I thank ye, and for accommodations ane canna expect to carry about the sout market at his tail, as a snail does his copend. I am blithe that ye hae gotten out o' the hands o' your unfriends." "Weel, weel, then," answered Roy, "what ist ails ye manas weel, that ends weel the world will last our day come, take a cup o' brandy your father. The deacon could take ane at an ora time. It might be he might do sae Robin after fatiguehilk has been my lot mair ways than ane this day." But he continued, slowly filling up a little wooden stoup, which might hold about 3 glasses. He was a moderate man of his bicker. "As I am mysel, here's wussing health to ye, Robin, a sip, and your welfare here and hereafter another taste, and also to my cousin Helen and to your twa hopeful lads, of whom mair anon." So saying, he drank up the contents of the cup with great gravity and deliberation, while MacGregor winked aside to me as if in ridicule of the air of wisdom and superior authority which the bailie assumed towards him in their intercourse, and which he exercised when Rob was at the head of his armed clan in full as great or a greater degree than when he was at the bailie's mercy in the Talbot of Glasgow. It seemed to me that MacGregor wished me as a stranger to understand that if he submitted to the tone which his kinsman assumed it was partly out of deference to the rights of hospitality, but still more for the jest's sake. As the bailie set down his cup he recognized me, and giving me a cordial welcome on my return, he waived farther communication with me. For the present I will speak to your matters anon I maun begin, as in reason why those of my kinsmen I presume, Robin there's nobody here will carry aught, what I am gone to say to the town council, or elsewhere to my prejudice, or to yours. Make yourself easy on that head, cousin Nicol, answered MacGregor, the half o' the gillies winna ken what ye say, and the t'other winna care besides that I wad stow the tongue out o' the head o' any o' them, that suld presume to say o'er again, ony speech, held wy me in their presence. Will cousin sick being the case, and Mr. Osbaldistone here being a prudent youth, and a safe friend ye say, plainly tell ye are breeding up your family to gang an ill gate. Then clearing his voice with a preliminary hem, he addressed his kinsman checking, as Malvolio proposed to do when seated in his state his familiar smile with an austere regard of control ye ken yourself, ye haud light by the lowland for my cousin Helen forby, that her reception o' me this blessed daywalk I excuse on account of perturbation of mind, was muckle on the north side. O friendly, I say outputting this personal reason of complaint, I hae that to say o' your wife. Say nothing of her kinsman, said Rob in a grave and stern tone, but what is befitting a friend to say, and her husband to hear of me, you are welcome to say your full pleasure. Owl, said the bailie, somewhat disconcerted wheeze, let that be a Passover I dinna approve of making mischief in families. But here are your twa sons, Hamish and Robin Wilk, signifies, as I am Jean to understand James and Robert I trust, you will call them Sae in future other, comes nae gude o' Hamishes and Eachines and Angusses, except that there the names ain I chances to see in the indictments, at the western circuits, for cowlifting at the instance of his Majesty's advocate for his Majesty's interest aweel, but the twa lads, as I was saying they hena Sae muckle, as the ordinar gruns man of liberal education the dinna ken, the very multiplication table itself wilk, is the root of a usefu knowledge, and they did neething but laugh and fleer at me, when I told them my mind on their ignorance it's my belief. They can neither read right nor cipher, if sic a thing could be believed o' ain connections in a Christian land. If they could, kinsman, said MacGregor with great indifference, their learning must have come o' free, well for war the deal was I to get them a teacher wad, ye hae had me put on the gate o' your Divinity Hall at Glasgow College, wanted a tutor for Rob Roy's bairns. Na kinsman, replied Mr. Jarvie, but ye might hae sent the lads war they could hae learned the fear o' God, and the usages of civilized creatures. They are as ignorant as the kylos ye used to drive to market, or the very English churls that ye sold them to, and can do neething whatever to purpose. Answered Rob, Hamish can bring down a blackcock when he's on the wing why a single bullet, and Rob can drive a dirk through a twainch board. Sae muckle the war for them, cussin see, muckle the war for them, baith, answered the Glasgow merchant in a tone of great decision, and they ken neething better than that they had better no ken, that neither tell me yourself, Rob, what has o' this cutting and stabbing, and shooting and driving of dirks, whether through human flesh, or fur deals doon for yourselfand, wherena, ye a happier man at the tail o' your bestial, when ye were in an honest calling than ever ye hae been since at the head o' your Highland kerns and gallaglasses. I observed that MacGregor, while his well-meaning kinsman spoke to him in this manner, turned and writhed his body like a man who indeed suffers pain, but is determined no groan shall escape his lips, and I longed for an opportunity to interrupt the well-meant, but as it was obvious to me quite mistaken strain in which Jarvie addressed this extraordinary person, the dialogue however came to an end, without my interference. And Sae, said the bailie, I hae been thinking, Rob, that as it may be ye are ower deep in the black book to win a pardon and ower all to mend yourself, that it wad be a pity to bring up twa hopeful lads to sic a godless trade as your ain, and I wad blithely tack them for prentices at the loom, as I began mysel and my father the deacon afore me, though praise to the giver I only trade now as wholesale dealer and end. He saw a storm gathering on Rob's brow, which probably induced him to throw in as a sweetener of an obnoxious proposition what he had reserved to crown his own generosity, had it been embraced as an acceptable one end, Robin lad, ye needna look sae glum for ill pay the prenticefi, and never plague ye for the 1,000 merks neither. Seed milia die 100,000 devils, exclaimed Rob rising, and striding through the hut my son's weavers milia mollicart but. I wad see every loom in Glasgow beam traddles, and shuttles burnt in hellfire sooner. With some difficulty, I made the bailie who was preparing a reply comprehend the risk and impropriety of pressing our host on this topic, and in a minute, he recovered or reassumed his serenity of temper. But ye mean weel I mean weel, said he, so gie me your hand Nicol, and if ever I put my son's apprentice, I will gie you the refusal o' them. And as you say, there's the 1,000 merks to be settled between us here each in Mac Analyster, bring me my sparrin. The person he addressed, a tall strong mountaineer, who seemed to act as MacGregor's lieutenant, brought from some place of safety a large leathern pouch, such as Highlanders of rank wear before them, when in full dress made of the skin of the sea otter, richly garnished with silver ornaments and studs. I advise no man to attempt opening this sparrin, till he has my secret, said Rob Roy, and then twisting one button in one direction, and another in another, pulling one stud upward, and pressing another downward, the mouth of the purse, which was bound with massive silver plate, opened, and gave admittance to his hand, he made me remark, as if to break short the subject, on which Bailie Jarvie had spoken, that a small steel pistol was concealed within the purse, the trigger of which was connected with the mounting, and made part of the machinery, so that the weapon would certainly be discharged, and in all probability, its contents lodged in the person of anyone who, being unacquainted with the secret, should tamper with the lock which secured his treasure. This, said he, touching the pistol, is the keeper of my privy purse. The simplicity of the contrivance to secure a furred pouch, which could have been ripped open, without any attempt on the spring, reminded me of the verses in the Odyssey, where Ulysses, in a yet ruder age, is content to secure his property by casting a curious and involved complication of cordage around the sea chest in which it was deposited. The bailie put on his spectacles to examine the mechanism, and when he had done returned it with a smile and a sigh, observing, "Ah, Rob, had ither folks' purses been as weel guarded, I doubt if your sparrin wad hae been as weel filled as it kythes to be by the weight." "Never mind, kinsman," said Rob, laughing, "it will I open for a friend's necessity, or to pay a just due, and here," he added, pulling out a rouleau of gold, "here is your 1,000 merks, count them, and see that you are full and justly paid." Mr. Jarvie took the money in silence, and weighing it in his hand, for an instant laid it on the table, and replied, "Rob, I canna tak a tie down a intromit with ither, can nae gude come out I hae seen o'er weel the day. What sort of a gate your gowd is made inil got gear near prospered, and to be plain why you I win a medal wi' teat looks as there might be bluid on't." "Troucho," said the outlaw, affecting an indifference, which perhaps he did not altogether feel, "its gude French gowd, and near, was in Scotchman's pouch, before mine look at them, Manthe, are a Louis d'Ors bright and bonny as the day they were coined." "The war the wa just sae muckle the war, Robin," replied the bailie, averting his eyes from the money, though like Caesar on the Lupercal, his fingers seemed to itch for a trebellion, "is war than witchcraft or robbery, either there's gospel warrant for't." "Never mind the warrant, kinsman," said the freebooter, "you come by the gowd honestly, and in payment of a just debt it came from the one king, you may gie it to the other if ye like, and it will just serve for a weakening of the enemy, and in the point where pure King James is weakest too, for God knows, he has hands and hearts enug, but I doubt he wants the siller." "Hell no, get money Hielanders." "Then, Robin," said Mr. Jarvie, as again, replacing his spectacles on his nose, he undid the rouleau, and began to count its contents. "Nor Lowlanders neither," said MacGregor, arching his eyebrow, and as he looked at me, directing a glance towards Mr. Jarvie, who, all unconscious of the ridicule, weighed each piece with habitual scrupulosity, and having told twice over the sum which amounted to the discharge of his debt, principal and interest, he returned 3 pieces, to buy his kinswoman a gown, as he expressed himself, and a brace more for the twa bairns, as he called them, requesting they might buy anything they liked with them, except gunpowder. The Highlander stared at his kinsman's unexpected generosity, but courteously accepted his gift, which he deposited for the time in his well-secured pouch. The bailie next produced the original bond for the debt, on the back of which he had written a formal discharge, which, having subscribed himself, he requested me to sign as a witness. I did so, and Bailie Jarvie was looking anxiously around for another, the Scottish law, requiring the subscription of 2 witnesses, to validate either a bond or a quittance, you will hardly find a man that can write. Save ourselves within these 3 miles, said Rob, but ill settle the matter as easily, and taking the paper from before his kinsman, he threw it in the fire. Bailie Jarvie stared in his turn, but his kinsman continued, that's a Highland settlement of accounts. The time might come, cousin, were I to keep a these charges and discharges, that friends might be brought into trouble for having dealt with me. The bailie attempted no reply to this argument, and our supper now appeared in a style of abundance, and even delicacy, which for the place might be considered as extraordinary. The greater part of the provisions were cold, intimating they had been prepared at some distance, and there were some bottles of good French wine, to relish pasties of various sorts of game, as well as other dishes. I remarked that MacGregor, while doing the honours of the table with great and anxious hospitality, prayed us to excuse the circumstance that some particular dish or pasty had been infringed on before it was presented to us. You must know, said he to Mr. Jarvie, but without looking towards me, you are not the only guests this night in the MacGregor's country whilk doubtless you will believe, since my wife and the twa lads would otherwise have been mayest ready to attend you, as weel beseems them. Bailie Jarvie looked as if he felt glad at any circumstance which occasioned their absence, and I should have been entirely of his opinion, had it not been that the outlaw's apology seemed to imply they were in attendance on Diana and her companion, whom even in my thoughts I could not bear to designate as her husband. While the unpleasant ideas arising from this suggestion counteracted the good effects of appetite, welcome, and good cheer, I remarked that Rob Roy's attention had extended itself to providing us better bedding than we had enjoyed the night before. 2 of the least fragile of the bedsteads, which stood by the wall of the hut, had been stuffed with heath, then in full flower, so artificially arranged that the flowers being uppermost afforded a mattress at once elastic and fragrant. Cloaks and such bedding as could be collected stretched over this vegetable couch made it both soft and warm. The bailie seemed exhausted by fatigue. I resolved to adjourn my communication to him until next morning, and therefore suffered him to betake himself to bed so soon as he had finished a plentiful supper. Though tired and harassed, I did not myself feel the same disposition to sleep, but rather a restless and feverish anxiety, which led to some farther discourse betwixt me and MacGregor. Chapter 18th. A hopeless darkness settles o'er my fate. I've seen the last look of her heavenly eyes. I've heard the last sound of her blessed voice. I've seen her fair form from my sight depart. My doom is closed. Count Basil. I ken not what to make of you, Mr. Osbaldistone, said MacGregor, as he pushed the flask towards me. You eat not, you show no wish for rest, and yet you drink not, though that flask of Bordeaux might have come out of Sir Hildebrand's ain cellar. Had you been always as abstinent, you would have escaped the deadly hatred of your cousin Rashleigh. Had I been always prudent, said I, blushing at the scene he recalled to my recollection, I should have escaped a worse evil, the reproach of my own conscience. MacGregor cast a keen and somewhat fierce glance on me, as if to read whether the reproof which he evidently felt had been intentionally conveyed. He saw that I was thinking of myself, not of him, and turned his face towards the fire with a deep sigh. I followed his example, and each remained for a few minutes wrapped in his own painful reverie. All in the hut were now asleep, or at least silent, excepting ourselves. MacGregor first broke silence in the tone of one who takes up his determination to enter on a painful subject. My cousin Nicol Jarvie means well, he said, but he presses o'er hard on the temper and situation of a man like me, considering what I have been, what I have been forced to becoming, above all that which has forced me to become what I am. He paused, and though feeling the delicate nature of the discussion in which the conversation was likely to engage me, I could not help replying that I did not doubt his present situation had much which must be most unpleasant to his feelings. I should be happy to learn, I added, that there is an honorable chance of your escaping from it. You speak like a boy, returned MacGregor, in a low tone that growled like distant thunder, like a boy who thinks the auld gnarled oak can be twisted as easily as the young sapling. Can I forget that I have been branded as an outlaw, stigmatized as a traitor, a price set on my head as if I had been a wolf, me family treated as the dam and cubs of the hillfox, whom all may torment, vilify, degrade, and insult, the very name which came to me from a long and noble line of martial ancestors, denounced as if it were a spell to conjure up the devil with. As he went on in this manner, I could plainly see that by the enumeration of his wrongs, he was lashing himself up into a rage in order to justify in his own eyes the errors they had led him into. In this, He perfectly succeeded, his light gray eyes contracting alternately and dilating their pupils, until they seemed actually to flash with flame, while he thrust forward and drew back his foot, grasped the hilt of his dirk, extended his arm, clenched his fist, and finally rose from his seat. "And they shall find," he said, in the same muttered but deep tone of stifled passion, "that the name they have dared to prescribe, that the name of MacGregoris, a spell to raise the wild devil, withal they shall hear of my vengeance, that would scorn to listen to the story of my wrongs, the miserable Highland drover, bankrupt, barefooted, stripped of all, dishonored and hunted down, because the avarice of others grasped at more than that poor all could pay, shall burst on them in an awful change. They that scoffed at the grovelling worm, and trode upon him, may cry and howl, when they see the stoop of the flying and fear-mouthed dragon. But why do I speak of all this?" he said, sitting down again, and in a calmer tone only. "Ye may opine it frets my patience, Mr. Osbaldistone, to be hunted like an otter or a seal or a salmon upon the shallows, and that by my very friends and neighbours, and to have as many sword cuts made and pistols flashed at me as I had this day in the ford of Avondale, would try a saint's temper much more. Highlanders who are not famous for that gude gift, as ye may hae heard, Mr. Osbaldistone. But as thing bides, why me what Nicol said, im vexed for the bairns, im vexed, when I think o' Hamish and Robert living their father's life, and yielding to despondence on account of his sons, which he felt not upon his own, the father rested his head upon his hand. I was much affected, while all my life long I have been more melted by the distress under which a strong, proud, and powerful mind is compelled to give way, than by the more easily excited sorrows of softer dispositions. The desire of aiding him rushed strongly on my mind, notwithstanding the apparent difficulty and even impossibility of the task. "We have extensive connections abroad," said I. "Might not your sons with some assistance send? They are well entitled to what my father's house can give, find an honorable resource in foreign service." I believe my countenance showed signs of sincere emotion, but my companion, taking me by the hand, as I was going to speak farther, said, I think. "Yea, but let us say nae mair o' this. I did not think the eye of man would again have seen a tear on MacGregor's eyelash." He dashed the moisture from his long, grey eyelash and shaggy red eyebrow with the back of his hand. "Tomorrow morning," he said, "we'll talk of this, and we will talk too of your affairs, for we are early starters in the dawn, even when we have the luck to have good beds to sleep in. Will ye not pledge me in a grace cup?" I declined the invitation. "Then by the soul of St. Marinach, I must pledge myself," and he poured out and swallowed at least half a quart of wine. I laid myself down to repose, resolving to delay my own inquiries until his mind should be in a more composed state. Indeed, so much had this singular man possessed himself of my imagination, that I felt it impossible to avoid watching him for some minutes. After I had flung myself on my heath mattress to seeming rest, he walked up and down the hut, crossed himself from time to time, muttering over some Latin prayer of the Catholic Church, then wrapped himself in his plaid with his naked sword on one side and his pistol on the other, so disposing the folds of his mantle that he could start up at a moment's warning, with a weapon in either hand ready for instant combat, in a few minutes. His heavy breathing announced that he was fast asleep, overpowered by fatigue and stunned by the various unexpected and extraordinary scenes of the day. I, in my turn, was soon overpowered by a slumber deep and overwhelming, from which, notwithstanding every cause for watchfulness, I did not awake until the next morning. When I opened my eyes and recollected my situation, I found that MacGregor had already left the hut. I awakened the bailie, who, after many a snort and groan, and some heavy complaints of the soreness of his bones, in consequence of the unwonted exertions of the preceding day, was at length able to comprehend the joyful intelligence that the assets carried off by rashly Osbaldistone had been safely recovered. The instant he understood my meaning, he forgot all his grievances, and bustling up in a great hurry, proceeded to compare the contents of the packet which I put into his hands with Mr. Owen's memorandums, muttering, as he went on, right, real thing bailie, and Whittington where's bailie, and Whittington 706, and 8 exact, to a fraction Pollock and Peelman 28 7 exact praise, be blessed grub, and grinder bitter men cannot. Be 370 gliblad 20, I doubt gliblads ganging slippertongues geenbut, they are smassums. Rests a right praise be blessed we have got the stuff, and may leave this doleful country. I shall never think on Loch Ard, but the thought will gar me grew again. "I am sorry, cousin," said MacGregor, who entered the hut during the last observation, "I have not been altogether in the circumstances to make your reception sick, as I could have desired natheless, if you would condescend to visit my pure dwelling. Muckle, obliged, answered Mr. Jarvie, very hastily, but we maun be ganging, we maun be jogging, Mr. Osbaldistone, and mebusness canna wait. Owl kinsman, replied the Highlander, ye ken our fashion foster the guest that comes further him that maun gang, but ye cannot return by Dryman. I must set you on Loch Lomond, and boat ye down to the ferry o' Balloch, and send your nags round to meet ye there. It's a maxim of a wise man, never to return by the same road he came, providing another's free to him. Aye, Rob, said the bailie, that's ane o' the maxims ye learned when ye were a drovery Cairdna, to face the tenants, where your beasts had been taking a rug of their moorland grass in the byganging, and I doubt your roads war marked now than it was then. The mare need not to travel it o'er often, kinsman, replied Rob, but ye say send round your nags to the ferry. Why, Dougal Gregor is converted for that purpose into the bailie's man, coming not, as ye may believe, from Aberfoyle or Rob Roy's country, but on a quiet jaunt from Stirling. See, here he is. I wadna hae kenned the creature, said Mr. Jarvie, nor indeed was it easy to recognize the wild Highlander, when he appeared before the door of the cottage attired in a hat, periwig, and riding coat which had once called Andrew Fairservice master, and mounted on the bailie's horse and leading mine. He received his last orders from his master to avoid certain places where he might be exposed to suspicion, to collect what intelligence he could in the course of his journey, and to await our coming at an appointed place near the ferry of Balloch. At the same time, MacGregor invited us to accompany him upon our own road, assuring us that we must necessarily march a few miles before breakfast, and recommending a dram of brandy as a proper introduction to the journey, in which he was pledged by the bailie, who pronounced it an unlawful and perilous habit to begin the day. Why, spirituous liquors, except to defend the stomach, whilk was a tender part against the morning mist. In whilk case, his father the deacon had recommended a dram by precept and example. Very true, kinsman, replied Rob, for which reason we who are children of the mist have a right to drink brandy from morning till night. The bailie, thus refreshed, was mounted on a small Highland pony. Another was offered for my use, which however I declined, and we resumed under very different guidance and auspices our journey of the preceding day. Our escort consisted of MacGregor and 5 or 6 of the handsomest, best armed, and most athletic mountaineers of his band, and whom he had generally in immediate attendance upon his own person. When we approached the scene of the skirmish of the preceding day, and of the still more direful deed which followed it, MacGregor hastened to speak as if it were rather to what he knew must be necessarily passing in my mind than to anything I had said. Spoke in short to my thoughts, and not to my words. You must think hardly of us, Mr. Osbaldistone, and it is not natural that it should be otherwise, but remember, at least we have not been unprovoked. We are a rude and an ignorant, and it may be a violent and passionate, but we are not a cruel people. The land might be at peace, and in law for us, did they allow us to enjoy the blessings of peaceful law, but we have been a persecuted generation. And persecution, said the bailie, maketh wise men mad. What must it do then to men like us, living as our fathers did 1,000 years since, and possessing scarce more lights than they did, can we view their bluity edicts against us there, hanging, heading, hounding, and hunting down an ancient and honorable name as deserving better treatment than that which enemies give to enemies? Here I stand, have been in 20 frays and never hurt man, but when I was in het bluid, and yet they wad betray me and hang me like a masterless dog at the gate of ony great man that has an ill will at me. I replied that the proscription of his name and family sounded in English ears as a very cruel and arbitrary law, and having thus far soothed him, I resumed my propositions of obtaining military employment for himself, if he chose it, and his sons in foreign parts. MacGregor shook me very cordially by the hand, and detaining me so as to permit Mr. Jarvie to precede us a maneuver, for which the narrowness of the road served as an excuse, he said to me, "You are a kind-hearted and an honorable youth, and understand doubtless that which is due to the feelings of a man of honor. But the heather that I have trode upon when living must bloom o'er me. When I am dead, me heart would sink, and my arm would shrink, and wither like fern in the frost, were I to lose sight of my native hills. Nor has the world a scene that would console me for the loss of the rocks and cairns wild, as they are that you see around us. And Helen, what could become of her were I to leave her the subject of new insult and atrocity? How could she bear to be removed from these scenes, where the remembrance of her wrongs is aye sweetened by the recollection of her revenge? was once so hard put at by my great enemy, as I may well ca him, that I was forced e'en to gie way to the tide, and removed myself and my people and family from our dwellings in our native land, and to withdraw for a time into Mac Callum Moray's country, and Helen made a lament on our departure, as weel as Maccrimmon himsel could hae framed it, and so piteously sad and weesome, that our hearts amiest broke as we sate, and listened to hear it, was like the wailing of one that mourns for the mother that bore him. The tears came down the rough faces of our gillies as they hearkened, and I wad not have the same touch of heartbreak again, no, not to have all the lands that ever were owned by MacGregor. The Maccrimmons or Maccrimmons were hereditary pipers to the chiefs of Macleod, and celebrated for their talents. The pibroch, said to have been composed by Helen MacGregor, is still in existence. See the introduction to this novel. But your sons, I said thee, are at the age when your countrymen have usually no objection to see the world. And I should be content. He replied that they pushed their fortune in the French or Spanish service, as is the wont of Scottish cavaliers of honour, and last night your plan seemed feasible enug, but I hae seen his excellency this morning before you were up. Did he then quarter so near us? Said I, my bosom throbbing with anxiety. Nearer than he thought, was MacGregor's reply, but he seemed rather in some shape to jalouse your speaking to the young leddy, and so you see. There was no occasion for jealousy, I answered, with some haughtiness. I should not have intruded on his privacy. But ye must not be offended, or look out from amming your curls, then like a wildcat out of an ivitod, for ye are to understand that he wishes most sincere weal to you, and has proved it, and it's partly that whilk has set the heather on fire now. Heather on fire, said Roman, one I do not understand you. Why, resumed MacGregor, ye ken weel enug, that women and gear are at the bottom of the mischief in this world. I hae been misdoubting your cousin rashly, since ever he saw that he wasna to get Di Vernon for his marrow, and I think he took grudge at his excellency mainly on that account. But then came the splore about the surrendering your paper sand. We hae now gued evidence that sae soon as he was compelled to yield them, up he rade post to Stirling, and told the government all and mair than all that was gone dousely on amming us hillfolk, and doubtless that was the way that the country was laid to take his excellency and the leddy, and to make sick an unexpected raid on me. And I hae as little doubt that the poor deevil Morris, whom he could gar believe onything, was egged on by him, and some of the lowland gentry to trepan me in the gate. He tried to do, but if rashly Osbaldistone were baith the last and best of his name, and granting that he and I ever forgather again, the fiend go down my wesend, with a bare blade at his belt, if we part before my dirk, and his best bluid are weel acquainted thegither. He pronounced the last threat with an ominous frown, and the appropriate gesture of his hand upon his dagger. I should almost rejoice at what has happened, said I, could I hope that Rashleigh's treachery might prove the means of preventing the explosion of the rash and desperate intrigues, in which I have long suspected him to be a prime agent. Trow ye na that, said Rob Roy, traitor's word never yet hurt honest cause. He was ower deep in our secrets, that's true, and had it not been so Stirling and Edinburgh castles would have been baith in our hands by this time, or briefly hereafter whilk, is now scarce to be hoped for, but there are ower money engaged, and far ower gude a cause to be gene up for the breath of a traitor's tale, and that will be seen and heard of ere it be lang. And so, as I was about to say the best of my thanks to you for your offer anent my son's whilk last night, I had some thoughts to have embraced in their behalf, but I see that this villain's treason will convince our great folks that they must instantly draw to a head, and make a blow for it, or be ta'en in their houses coupled up like hounds, and driven up to London like the honest noblemen and gentlemen. In the year 1707, civil war is like a cacatrice, have sitten hatching the egg that held it for 10 years, and might hae sitten on for 10 years mair when in comes rashly and chips the shell, and out bangs the wonder amming us, and cries to fire and sword now in sick a matter ill hae need. Oh, a the hands I can mack, and nae disparagement to the kings of France and Spain, whom I wish very weel to King James, is as gude a man as ony o' them, and has the best right to Hamish and Rob, being his natural-born subjects. I easily comprehended that these words boded a general national convulsion, and as it would have been alike useless and dangerous to have combated the political opinions of my guide at such a place and moment, I contented myself with regretting the promiscuous scene of confusion and distress likely to arise from any general exertion in favour of the exiled royal family. Let it come, manlet, it come, answered MacGregor. Ye never saw dull weather clear without a shower, And if the world is turned upside down, why honest men have the better chance to cut bread out of it. I again attempted to bring him back to the subject of Diana, but although on most occasions and subjects, he used a freedom of speech which I had no great delight in listening to, yet upon that alone which was most interesting to me, he kept a degree of scrupulous reserve, and contented himself with intimating that he hoped the lady would be soon in a quieter country than this was like to be for one, while I was obliged to be content with this answer, and to proceed in the hope that accident might, as on a former occasion, stand my friend, and allow me at least the sad gratification of bidding farewell to the object which had occupied such a share of my affections, so much beyond even what I had supposed, till I was about to be separated from her forever. Loch Lomond. We pursued the margin of the lake for about 6 English miles, through a devious and beautifully variegated path, until we attained a sort of Highland farm, or assembly of hamlets, near the head of that fine sheet of water called, if I mistake not, Ledyard, or some such name. Here a numerous party of MacGregor's men were stationed in order to receive us the taste, as well as the eloquence of tribes in a savage, or to speak more properly in a rude state, is usually just, because it is unfettered by system and affectation. And of this, I had an example in the choice these mountaineers had made of a place to receive their guests. It has been said that a British monarch would judge well to receive the embassy of a rival power in the cabin of a man-of-war, and a Highland leader acted with some propriety in choosing a situation where the natural objects of grandeur proper to his country might have their full effect on the minds of his guests. We ascended about 200 yards from the shores of the lake, guided by a brawling brook, and left on the right hand 4 or 5 Highland huts, with patches of arable land around them so small as to show that they must have been worked with the spade, rather than the plough cut as it were out of the surrounding copsewood, and waving with crops of barley and oats above this limited space. The hill became more steep, and on its edge, we descried the glittering arms and waving drapery of about 50 of MacGregor's followers. They were stationed on a spot the recollection of which yet strikes me with admiration, the brook hurling its waters downwards from the mountain, had in this spot encountered a barrier rock, over which it had made its way by 2 distinct leaps, the first fall across, which a magnificent old oak, slanting out from the farther bank, partly extended itself, as if to shroud the dusky stream of the cascade, might be about 12 feet high. The broken waters were received in a beautiful stone basin, almost as regular as if hewn by a sculptor, and after wheeling around its flinty margin, they made a second precipitous dash through a dark and narrow chasm, at least 50 feet in depth, and from thence in a hurried but comparatively a more gentle course escaped to join the lake. With the natural taste which belongs to mountaineers, and especially to the Scottish Highlanders, whose feelings I have observed are often allied with the romantic and poetical, Rob Roy's wife and followers had prepared our morning repast in a scene well calculated to impress strangers with some feelings of awe. They are also naturally a grave and proud people, and however rude in our estimation, carry their ideas of form and politeness to an excess that would appear overstrained, except from the demonstration of superior force which accompanies the display of it. For it must be granted that the air of punctilious deference and rigid etiquette, which would seem ridiculous in an ordinary peasant, has, like the salute of a corpse-de-guard, a propriety when tendered by a Highlander, completely armed. There was accordingly a good deal of formality in our approach and reception. The Highlanders, who had been dispersed on the side of the hill, drew themselves together when we came in view, and standing firm and motionless, appeared in close column behind 3 figures, whom I soon recognized to be Helen MacGregor, and her 2 sons. MacGregor himself arranged his attendants in the rear, and requesting Mr. Jarvie to dismount where the ascent became steep, advanced slowly, marshalling us forward at the head of the troop. As we advanced, we heard the wild notes of the bagpipes, which lost their natural discord from being mingled with the dashing sound of the cascade. When we came close, the wife of MacGregor came forward to meet us. Her dress was studiously arranged in a more feminine taste than it had been on the preceding day, but her features wore the same lofty, unbending, and resolute character, and as she folded my friend the bailie in an unexpected and apparently unwelcome embrace, I could perceive by the agitation of his wig, his back, and the calves of his legs, that he felt much like to one who feels himself suddenly in the gripe of a shebear, without being able to distinguish whether the animal is in kindness or in wrath. "Kinsman," she said, "you are welcoming, you 2 stranger," she added, releasing my alarmed companion, who instinctively drew back and settled his wig, and addressing herself to Mayu also, "Our welcome you came," she added, "to our unhappy country when our bloods were chafed, and our hands were red. Excuse the rudeness that gave you a rough welcome, and lay it upon the evil times, and not upon us." All this was said with the manners of a princess, and in the tone and style of a court, nor was there the least tincture of that vulgarity which we naturally attach to the lowland Scottish. There was a strong provincial accentuation, but otherwise the language rendered by Helen MacGregor, out of the native and poetical Gaelic into English, which she had acquired as we do learn tongues, but had probably never heard applied to the mean purposes of ordinary life, was graceful, flowing, and declamatory. Her husband, who had in his time played many parts, used a much less elevated and emphatic dialect, but even his language rose in purity of expression, as you may have remarked if I have been accurate in recording it, when the affairs which he discussed were of an agitating and important nature. And it appears to me in his case, and in that of some other Highlanders, whom I have known, that when familiar and facetious, they used the lowland Scottish dialect when serious and impassioned their thoughts arranged themselves in the idiom of their native language, and in the latter case, as they uttered the corresponding ideas in English, the expressions sounded wild, elevated, and poetical. In fact, the language of passion is almost always pure as well as vehement, and it is no uncommon thing to hear a Scotchman, when overwhelmed by a countryman, with a tone of bitter and fluent upbraiding, reply, by way of taunt to his adversary, "You have got into your English." Be this as it may, the wife of MacGregor invited us to a refreshment spread out on the grass, which abounded with all the good things their mountains could offer, but was clouded by the dark and undisturbed gravity which sat on the brow of our hostess, as well as by our deep and anxious recollection of what had taken place on the preceding day. It was in vain that the leader exerted himself to excite mirth. A chill hung over our minds, as if the feast had been funereal, and every bosom felt light when it was ended. "Adieu, cousin," she said to Mr. Jarvie, as we rose from the entertainment. "The best wish Helen MacGregor can give to a friend is that he may see her no more." The bailie struggled to answer, probably with some commonplace maxim of morality, but the calm and melancholy sternness of her countenance bore down and disconcerted the mechanical and formal importance of the magistrate. He coughed hemid and was silent. "For you, stranger," she said, "I have a token from one whom you can never—" Helen interrupted MacGregor in a loud and stern voice. "What means this? Have you forgotten the charge?" "MacGregor," she replied, "I have forgotten naught that is fitting for me to remember. It is not such hands as these," and she stretched forth her long, sinewy, and bare arm, "that are fitting to convey love tokens, were the gift connected with aught but misery. Young man," she said, presenting me with a ring which I well remembered as one of the few ornaments that Miss Vernon sometimes wore, "this comes from one whom you will never see more. If it is a joyless token, it is well fitted to pass through the hands of one to whom joy can never be known." Her last words were, "Let him forget me forever." "And can she," I said, almost without being conscious that I spoke, "suppose that is possible?" "All may be forgotten," said the extraordinary female, who addressed me, "but the sense of dishonor and the desire of vengeance." "Said Suez," cried the MacGregor, stamping with impatience. "Strike up." The bagpipes sounded, and with their thrilling and jarring tones, cut short our conference. Our leave of our hostess was taken by silent gestures, and we resumed our journey with an additional proof on my part that I was beloved by Diana, and was separated from her forever. Chapter 19th. Farewell to the land where the clouds love to rest, like the shroud of the dead, on the mountain's cold breast. To the cataract's roar where the eagles reply, and the lake her lone bosom expands to the sky. Our route lay through a dreary yet romantic country, which the distress of my own mind prevented me from remarking particularly, and which therefore I will not attempt to describe. The lofty peak of Ben Lomond, here the predominant monarch of the mountains, lay on our right hand, and served as a striking landmark. I was not awakened from my apathy until after a long and toilsome walk we emerged through a pass in the hills, and Loch Lomond opened before us. I will spare you the attempt to describe what you would hardly comprehend without going to see it, but certainly this noble lake, boasting innumerable beautiful islands of every varying form and outline, which fancy can frame its northern extremity narrowing until it is lost among dusky and retreating mountains, while, gradually widening as it extends to the southward, it spreads its base around the indentures and promontories of a fair and fertile land, affords one of the most surprising, beautiful, and sublime spectacles in nature. The eastern side, peculiarly rough and rugged, was at this time the chief seat of MacGregor and his clan to curb whom a small garrison had been stationed in a central position, betwixt Loch Lomond and another lake. The extreme strength of the country, however, with the numerous passes, marshes, caverns, and other places of concealment or defense, made the establishment of this little fort seem rather an acknowledgment of the danger than an effectual means of securing against it. On more than one occasion, as well as on that which I witnessed, the garrison suffered from the adventurous spirit of the outlaw and his followers. These advantages were never sullied by ferocity when he himself was in command, for equally good-tempered and sagacious, he understood well the danger of incurring unnecessary odium. I learned with pleasure that he had caused the captives of the preceding day to be liberated in safety, and many traits of mercy, and even of generosity, are recorded of this remarkable man on similar occasions. A boat waited for us in a creek beneath a huge rock manned by 4 lusty Highland rowers, and our host took leave of us with great cordiality, and even affection betwixt him and Mr. Jarvie. Indeed, there seemed to exist a degree of mutual regard, which formed a strong contrast to their different occupations and habits. After kissing each other very lovingly, and when they were just in the act of parting, the bailie, in the fullness of his heart, and with a faltering voice, assured his kinsman that if ever an £100, or even 200, would put him or his family in a settled way, he need but just send a line to the Sout Market. And Rob, grasping his baskethilt with one hand and shaking Mr. Jarvie's heartily with the other, protested that if ever anybody should affront his kinsman, and he would but let him ken, he would stow his lugs out of his head, were he the best man in Glasgow. With these assurances of mutual aid and continued goodwill, we bore away from the shore, and took our course for the southwestern angle of the lake, where it gives birth to the river Leven. Rob Roy remained for some time standing on the rock, from beneath which we had departed, conspicuous by his long gun waving tartans, and the single plume in his cap which in those days denoted the Highland gentleman and soldier, although I observe that the present military taste has decorated the Highland bonnet with a quantity of black plumage, resembling that which is borne before funerals. At length, as the distance increased between us, we saw him turn and go slowly up the side of the hill, followed by his immediate attendants or bodyguard. We performed our voyage for a long time in silence, interrupted only by the Gaelic chant, which one of the rowers sung in low, irregular measure, rising occasionally into a wild chorus, in which the others joined. My own thoughts were sad enough, yet I felt something soothing in the magnificent scenery with which I was surrounded, and thought, in the enthusiasm of the moment, that had my faith been that of Rome, I could have consented to live and die a lonely hermit in one of the romantic and beautiful islands amongst which our boat glided. The bailie had also his speculations, but they were of somewhat a different complexion, as I found when, after about an hour's silence, during which he had been mentally engaged in the calculations necessary, he undertook to prove the possibility of draining the lake, and giving to plough and harrow many 1,000 acres from Wilk. No man could get earthly gude, unless it were a ged or a dish of perch now and then. A pike. Amidst a long discussion, which he crammed into mine ear against the stomach of my sense, I only remember that it was part of his project to preserve a portion of the lake just deep enough and broad enough for the purposes of water carriage, so that coal barges and gabbards should pass as easily between Dumbarton and Glenfalloch as between Glasgow and Greenock. At length we neared our distant place of landing, adjoining to the ruins of an ancient castle, and just where the lake discharges its superfluous waters into the Leven. There we found Dougal with the horses. The bailie had formed a plan with respect to the creature, as well as upon the draining of the lake, and perhaps in both cases with more regard to the utility than to the practical possibility of his scheme. Dougal, he said, ye are a kindly creature, and hae the sense, and feeling what is due to your better san. I am e'en we for you, Dougal, for it canna be, but that in the life ye lead you suld get a jedart cast I day sooner or later. I trust, considering my services as a magistrate, and my father the deacons afore me, I hae interest enug in the council to gar them wink a wee at a war fout than yours. The memory of Dunbar's legal proceedings at Jedburgh is preserved in the proverbial phrase jedart justice, which signifies trial after execution minstrelsy, of the border preface P. Roman 56. Sae, I hae been thinking that if ye will gang back to Glasgow, why, us being a strong bucket creature, ye might be employed in the warehouse, till something better suld cast up. Her nainsell muckle obliged till the bailie's honour, replied Dougal, But tail be in her shanks fan she gangs on a causewayed street, unless she be drawn up the gallowgate why toes, as she was before. In fact, I afterwards learned that Dougal had originally come to Glasgow as a prisoner from being concerned in some depredation, but had somehow found such favour in the eyes of the jailer, that with rather overweening confidence, he had retained him in his service, as one of the turnkeys a task, which Dougal had discharged with sufficient fidelity, so far as was known, until overcome by his clannish prejudices on the unexpected appearance of his old leader. Astonished at receiving so round a refusal to so favourable an offer, the bailie turning to me observed that the creature was a natural-born idiot. I testified my own gratitude, in a way which Dougal much better relished, by slipping a couple of guineas into his hand. He no sooner felt the touch of the gold, than he sprung twice or thrice from the earth with the agility of a wild buck, flinging out first one heel, and then another in a manner which would have astonished a French dancing-master. He ran to the boatmen to show them the prize, and a small gratuity made them take part in his raptures. He then, to use a favourite expression of the dramatic John Bunyan, went on his way, and I saw him no more. The bailie and I mounted our horses, and proceeded on the road to Glasgow. When we had lost the view of the lake, and its superb amphitheatre of mountains, I could not help expressing with enthusiasm my sense of its natural beauties, although I was conscious that Mr. Jarvie was a very uncongenial spirit to communicate with on such a subject. "Ye are a young gentleman," he replied, "and an Englishman, and a this may be very fine to you, but for me wha am a plain man, and ken something o' the different values of land. I wadna gie the finest sight we hae seen in the Highlands for the first keek o' the Gorbals o' Glasgow, and if I were ance there it suldna be every fule's errand, begging your pardon, Mr. Francis, that suld take me out o' sight o' St. Mungo's steeple again." The honest man had his wish, for by dint of travelling very late, we arrived at his own house, that night, or rather, on the succeeding morning, having seen my worthy fellow-traveller safely consigned to the charge of the considerate and officious Mattie, I proceeded to Mrs. Flyter's, in whose house even at this unwonted hour light was still burning. The door was opened by no less a person than Andrew Fairservice himself, who, upon the first sound of my voice, set up a loud shout of joyful recognition, and without uttering a syllable ran up stairs, towards a parlour on the second floor, from the windows of which the light proceeded, justly conceiving that he went to announce my return to the anxious Owen. I followed him upon the foot. Owen was not alone, there was another in the apartment. It was my father. The first impulse was to preserve the dignity of his usual equanimity. "Francis, I am glad to see you." The next was to embrace me tenderly. My dear son. Owen secured one of my hands, and wetted it with his tears, while he joined in gratulating my return. These are scenes which address themselves to the eye, and to the heart, rather than to the ear. My old eyelids still moisten at the recollection of our meeting, but your kind and affectionate feelings can well imagine what I should find it impossible to describe. When the tumult of our joy was over, I learnt that my father had arrived from Holland, shortly after Owen had set off for Scotland. Determined and rapid in all his movements, he only stopped to provide the means of discharging the obligations incumbent on his house by his extensive resources, with funds enlarged and credit fortified by eminent success in his continental speculation. He easily accomplished what perhaps his absence alone rendered difficult, and set out for Scotland to exact justice from Rashleigh Osbaldistone, as well as to put order to his affairs in that country. My father's arrival in full credit, and with the ample means of supporting his engagements honourably, as well as benefiting his correspondence in future, was a stunning blow to Macvittie and Company, who had conceived his star set for ever highly incensed at the usage his confidential clerk and agent had received at their hands. Mr. Osbaldistone refused every tender of apology and accommodation, and having settled the balance of their account, announced to them that with all its numerous contingent advantages, that leaf of their ledger was closed for ever. While he enjoyed this triumph over false friends, he was not a little alarmed on my account. Owen, good man, had not supposed it possible that a journey of 50 or 60 miles, which may be made with so much ease and safety in any direction from London, could be attended with any particular danger. But he caught alarm by sympathy from my father, to whom the country and the lawless character of its inhabitants were better known. These apprehensions were raised to agony when, a few hours before I arrived, Andrew Fairservice made his appearance with a dismal and exaggerated account of the uncertain state in which he had left me, the nobleman with whose troops he had been a sort of prisoner, had after examination not only dismissed him, but furnished him with the means of returning rapidly to Glasgow in order to announce to my friends my precarious and unpleasant situation. Andrew was one of those persons who have no objection to the sort of temporary attention and woeful importance which attaches itself to the bearer of bad tidings, and had therefore by no means smoothed down his tale in the telling, especially as the rich London merchant himself proved unexpectedly one of the auditors. He went at great length into an account of the dangers I had escaped, chiefly, as he insinuated, by means of his own experience, exertion, and sagacity. What was to come of me now when my better angel in his Andrew's person was removed from my side? It was, he said, sad, and sair to conjecture that the bailie was nae better than just nobody at a pinch, or something war, for he was a conceited body, and Andrew hated conceit, but certainly atween the pistols and the carabines of the troopers that rappit aft the tane after the t'other as fast as hail, and the dirks and claymores o' the Hielanders, and the deep waters and wiles o' the Avondale, it was to be thought there wad be a pure account of the young gentleman. This statement would have driven Owen to despair, had he been alone and unsupported, but my father's perfect knowledge of mankind enabled him easily to appreciate the character of Andrew and the real amount of his intelligence, stripped of all exaggeration. However, it was alarming enough to apparent he determined to set out in person to obtain my liberty by ransom or negotiation, and was busied with Owen till a late hour in order to get through some necessary correspondence, and devolve on the latter some business which should be transacted during his absence. And thus it chanced that I found them watchers. It was late ere we separated to rest, and too impatient long to endure repose, I was stirring early the next morning. Andrew gave his attendance at my levee as in duty bound, and instead of the scarecrow figure to which he had been reduced at Aberfoyle, now appeared in the attire of an undertaker, a goodly suit, namely of the deepest mourning. It was not till after one or two queries, which the rascal affected, as long as he could, to misunderstand, that I found out he had thought it but decent to put on mourning on account of my inexpressible loss, and as the broker at whose shop he had equipped himself declined to receive the goods again, and as his own garments had been destroyed, or carried off in my honour's service, doubtless, I and my honourable father, whom Providence had blessed, why the means wadna suffer a pure lad to sit down, why the loss o' stand O'Cleese was nae great matter to an Osbaldistone, be praised fort, especially to an old and attached servant o' the house. As there was something of justice in Andrew's plea of loss in my service, his finesse succeeded, and he came by a good suit of mourning, with a beaver and all things conforming as the exterior signs of woe, for a master who was alive and merry. My father's first care when he arose was to visit Mr. Jarvie, for whose kindness he entertained the most grateful sentiments, which he expressed in very few, but manly and nervous terms. He explained the altered state of his affairs, and offered the bailie on such terms as could not but be both advantageous and acceptable that part in his concerns, which had been hitherto managed by Mac Vitie and company. The bailie heartily congratulated my father and Owen on the changed posture of their affairs, and without affecting to disclaim that he had done his best to serve them when matters looked otherwise, he said he had only just acted as he wad be done by that. As to the extension of their correspondence, he frankly accepted it with thanks. Had Mac Vitie's folk behaved like honest men, he said he wad hae liked ill to hae come and ahint them, and out afore them this gate, but it's otherwise, and they maun e'en stand the loss. The bailie then pulled me by the sleeve into a corner, and after again cordially wishing me joy, proceeded in rather an embarrassed tone, I wad heartily wish Maister Francis there suld be as little said as possible about the queer things we saw up yonder awa. There's nae gude, unless ane were judicially examinate, to say onything about that awfu' job o' Morris, and the members o' the council wadna think it creditable in ane of their body to be fighting why a ween Highland men, and singeing their platins, and abune though I am a decent sponsible man, when I am on my right end I canna but think I maun hae made a queer figure without my hat, and my periwig, hinging by the middle like baudrons, or a cloak, flung o'er a cloakpin. Bailie Graham wad hae an unco hair in my neck, and he got that tail by the end. I could not suppress a smile when I recollected the bailie's situation, although I certainly thought it no laughing matter at the time. The good-natured merchant was a little confused, but smiled also. When he shook his head, I see how it is, I see how it is, but say neathing about it. There's a gude callant and charge that lang-tongued, conceited, upsetting serving man o' yours to sae neathing neither. I wadna for ever sae muckle that even the lassic Maddie kenned onything about it, I wad never hear an end on't. He was obviously relieved from his impending fears of ridicule, when I told him it was my father's intention to leave Glasgow almost immediately. Indeed, he had now no motive for remaining, since the most valuable part of the papers carried off by Rashleigh had been recovered for that portion which he had converted into cash, and expended in his own or on political intrigues. There was no mode of recovering it, but by a suit at law, which was forthwith commenced and proceeded, as our law agents assured us with all deliberate speed. We spent accordingly one hospitable day with the bailie, and took leave of him, as this narrative now does. He continued to grow in wealth, honor, and credit, and actually rose to the highest civic honors in his native city. About 2 years after the period I have mentioned, he tired of his bachelor life, and promoted Mattie from her wheel by the kitchen fire to the upper end of his table in the character of Mrs. Jarvie Bailie Graham the Macvitas, and others, for all men have their enemies, especially in the council of a royal burgh, ridiculed this transformation. But said Mr. Jarvie, let them say their say, I'll ne'er fash mysel, nor lose my liking for sae feckless a matter, as a 9 days' clash. My honest father, the deacon, had a byword. Brent brow and lily skin. A loving heart and a leal within is better than gowd or gentle kin. Besides, as he always concluded, Mattie was nae ordinary lassequian. She was akin to the Laird o' Limmerfield. Whether it was owing to her descent or her good gifts, I do not presume to decide, but Mattie behaved excellently in her exaltation, and relieved the apprehensions of some of the bailie's friends, who had deemed his experiment somewhat hazardous. I do not know that there was any other incident of his quiet and useful life worthy of being particularly recorded. Chapter 20th. Come ye hither, my 6 good sons. Gallant men I trow ye be. How many of you, my children dear, will stand by that good Earl and me? 5 of them did answer make. 5 of them spoke hastily. O Father, till the day we die, well stand by that good Earl and thee. The rising in the north. On the morning when we were to depart from Glasgow, Andrew Fairservice bounced into my apartment like a madman, jumping up and down, and singing with more vehemence than tune. The kiln's on fire, the kiln's on fire. The kiln's on fire, shiz, a in a low. With some difficulty I prevailed on him to cease his confounded clamour, and explain to me what the matter was. He was pleased to inform me, as if he had been bringing the finest news imaginable, that the Highlands were clean broken out, every man o' them, and that Rob Roy and his breekless bands wad be down upon Glasgow, or 24 hours, o' the clock gied round. Hold your tongue, said I, you rascal, you must be drunk or mad, and if there is any truth in your news, is it a singing matter, you scoundrel? Drunk or mad, nae doubt, replied Andrew dauntlessly, anes I drunk or mad. If he tells what grit folks dinna like to hear sing, odd the clans will make us sing on the wrang side o' our mouth, if we are sae drunk or mad as to bide their coming. I rose in great haste, and found my father and Owen also on foot, and in considerable alarm. Andrew's news proved but too true in the main. The great rebellion which agitated Britain in the year 1715 had already broken out by the unfortunate Earl of Mars, setting up the standard of the Stuart family, in an lowland hour, to the ruin of many honourable families both in England and Scotland, the treachery of some of the Jacobite agents, Rashleigh among the rest, and the arrest of others, had made George I's government acquainted with the extensive ramifications of a conspiracy long prepared, and which at last exploded prematurely, and in a part of the kingdom too distant to have any vital effect upon the country, which however was plunged into much confusion. This great public event served to confirm and elucidate the obscure explanations I had received from MacGregor, and I could easily see why the Westland clans who were brought against him should have waived their private quarrel, in consideration that they were all shortly to be engaged in the same public cause. It was a more melancholy reflection to my mind that Diana Vernon was the wife of one of those who were most active in turning the world upside down, and that she was herself exposed to all the privations and perils of her husband's hazardous trade. We held an immediate consultation on the measures we were to adopt in this crisis, and acquiesced, in my father's plan, that we should instantly get the necessary passports, and make the best of our way to London. I acquainted my father with my wish to offer my personal service to the government in any volunteer corps, several being already spoken of. He readily acquiesced in my proposal, for though he disliked war as a profession, yet upon principle, no man would have exposed his life more willingly in defense of civil and religious liberty. We travelled in haste and in peril through Dumfriesshire, and the neighbouring counties of England in this quarter. Gentlemen of the Tory interest were already in motion mustering men and horses, while the Whigs assembled themselves in the principal towns, armed the inhabitants, and prepared for civil war. We narrowly escaped being stopped on more occasions than one, and were often compelled to take circuitous routes to avoid the points where forces were assembling. When we reached London, we immediately associated with those bankers and eminent merchants who agreed to support the credit of government, and to meet that run upon the funds on which the conspirators had greatly founded their hopes of furthering their undertaking by rendering the government, as it were, bankrupt. My father was chosen one of the members of this formidable body of the moneyed interest, as all had the greatest confidence in his zeal, skill, and activity. He was also the organ by which they communicated with government, and contrived from funds belonging to his own house, or over which he had command, to find purchasers for a quantity of the national stock, which was suddenly flung into the market at a depreciated price. When the rebellion broke out, I was not idle myself, but obtained a commission, and levied at my father's expense about 200 men, with whom I joined General Carpenter's army. The rebellion in the meantime had extended itself to England. The unfortunate Earl of Derwentwater had taken arms in the cause along with General Foster, my poor uncle Sir Hildebrand, whose estate was reduced to almost nothing by his own carelessness, and the expense and debauchery of his sons and household, was easily persuaded to join that unfortunate standard. Before doing so, however, he exhibited a degree of precaution, of which no one could have suspected him. He made his will. By this document, he devised his estates at Osbaldistone Hall, and so forth to his sons successively, and their male heirs, until he came to Rashleigh, whom on account of the turn he had lately taken in politics, he detested with all his might, had cut him off with a shilling, and settled the estate on me as his next heir. I had always been rather a favourite of the old gentleman, but it is probable that, confident in the number of gigantic youths who now armed around him, he considered the destination as likely to remain a dead letter, which he inserted chiefly to show his displeasure at Rashleigh's treachery, both public and domestic. There was an article by which he bequeathed to the niece of his late wife Diana Vernon, now Lady Diana Vernon, Beauchamp, some diamonds belonging to her late aunt, and a great silver ewer, having the arms of Vernon and Osbaldistone quarterly engraven upon it. But heaven had decreed a more speedy extinction of his numerous and healthy lineage than most probably he himself had reckoned on. In the very first muster of the conspirators, at a place called Green Rig, Thorncliffe Osbaldistone quarrelled about precedence with a gentleman of the Northumbrian border, to the full as fierce and intractable as himself. In spite of all remonstrances, they gave their commander a specimen of how far their discipline might be relied upon by fighting it out with their rapiers, and my kinsman was killed on the spot. His death was a great loss to Sir Hildebrand, for notwithstanding his infernal temper, he had a grain or two of more sense than belonged to the rest of the brotherhood, Rashleigh always excepted. Percival the Sot died also in his calling. He had a wager with another gentleman, who from his exploits in that line, had acquired the formidable epithet of Brandy Swalwell, which should drink the largest cup of strong liquor. When King James was proclaimed by the insurgents at Morpeth, the exploit was something enormous. I forget the exact quantity of brandy which Percy swallowed, but it occasioned a fever of which he expired at the end of 3 days, with the word water, water perpetually on his tongue. Dickon broke his neck near Warrington Bridge, in an attempt to show off a foundered bloodmare which he wished to palm upon a Manchester merchant, who had joined the insurgents. He pushed the animal at a 5-barred gate, she fell in the leap, and the unfortunate jockey lost his life. Wilfred the Fool, as sometimes befalls, had the best fortune of the family. He was slain at Proud Preston, in Lancashire, on the day that General Carpenter attacked the barricades, fighting with great bravery, though I have heard he was never able exactly to comprehend the cause of quarrel, and did not uniformly remember on which king's side he was engaged. John also behaved very boldly in the same engagement, and received several wounds, of which he was not happy enough to die on the spot. Old Sir Hildebrand, entirely broken-hearted by these successive losses, became by the next day's surrender one of the unhappy prisoners, and was lodged in Newgate with his wounded son John. I was now released from my military duty, and lost no time therefore in endeavouring to relieve the distresses of these new relations, my father's interest with government, and the general compassion excited by a parent, who had sustained the successive loss of so many sons within so short a time, would have prevented my uncle and cousin from being brought to trial for high treason. But their doom was given forth from a greater tribunal. John died of his wounds, in Newgate, recommending to me in his last breath a cast of hawks which he had at the Hall, and a black spaniel bitch called Lucy. My poor uncle seemed beaten down to the very earth by his family calamities, and the circumstances in which he unexpectedly found himself. He said little, but seemed grateful for such attentions, as circumstances permitted me to show him. I did not witness his meeting with my father for the first time for so many years, and under circumstances so melancholy, but judging from my father's extreme depression of spirits, it must have been melancholy in the last degree. Sir Hildebrand spoke with great bitterness against Rashleigh, now his only surviving child, laid upon him the ruin of his house, and the deaths of all his brethren, and declared that neither he nor they would have plunged into political intrigue, but for that very member of his family, who had been the first to desert them. He once or twice mentioned Diana always with great affection, and once he said, while I sate by his bedside, Nev, since Thorncliffe and all of them are dead, I am sorry you cannot have her. The expression affected me much at the time, for it was a usual custom of the poor old baronets, when joyously setting forth upon the morning's chase, to distinguish Thorncliffe, who was a favourite, while he summoned the rest more generally, and the loud jolly tone, in which he used to hollow call Thornicall all of them, contrasted sadly with the woebegone and self-abandoning note in which he uttered the disconsolate words which I have above quoted. He mentioned the contents of his will, and supplied me with an authenticated copy original. He had deposited with my old acquaintance Mr. Justice Inglewood, who, dreaded by no one, and confided in by all as a kind of neutral person, had become, for aught I know, the depositary of half the wills of the fighting men of both factions in the county of Northumberland. The greater part of my uncle's last hours were spent in the discharge of the religious duties of his church, in which he was directed by the chaplain of the Sardinian ambassador, for whom with some difficulty we obtained permission to visit him. I could not ascertain by my own observation, or through the medical attendants, that Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone died of any formed complaint bearing a name. In the science of medicine, he seemed to me completely worn out and broken down by fatigue of body and distress of mind, and rather ceased to exist than died of any positive struggle. Just as a vessel buffeted and tossed by a succession of tempestuous gales, her timbers overstrained, and her joints loosened, will sometimes spring a leak and founder when there are no apparent causes for her destruction. It was a remarkable circumstance that my father, after the last duties were performed to his brother, appeared suddenly to imbibe a strong anxiety that I should act upon the will, and represent his father's house, which had hitherto seemed to be the thing in the world which had least charms for him, but formerly he had been like the fox in the fable, contemning what was beyond his reach, and moreover, I doubt not that the excessive dislike which he entertained against Rashleigh, now Sir Rashleigh Osbaldistone, who loudly threatened to attack his father Sir Hildebrand's will and settlement, corroborated my father's desire to maintain it. He had been most unjustly disinherited, he said, by his own father. His brothers had repaired the disgrace, if not the injury, by leaving the wreck of his property to Frank, the natural heir, and he was determined the bequest should take effect. In the meantime, Rashleigh was not altogether a contemptible personage. As an opponent, the information he had given to government was critically well-timed, and his extreme plausibility with the extent of his intelligence and the artful manner in which he contrived to assume both merit and influence had to a certain extent procured him patrons among ministers. We were already in the full tide of litigation with him on the subject of his pillaging the firm of Osbaldistone and Tresham, and judging from the progress we made in that comparatively simple lawsuit, there was a chance that this second course of litigation might be drawn out beyond the period of all our natural lives. To avert these delays as much as possible, my father, by the advice of his counsel, learned in the law, paid off, and vested in my person, the rights to certain large mortgages affecting Osbaldistone Hall, perhaps, however, the opportunity to convert a great share of the large profits, which accrued from the rapid rise of the funds, upon the suppression of the rebellion, and the experience he had so lately had of the perils of commerce, encouraged him to realize in this manner a considerable part of his property. At any rate, it so chanced that instead of commanding me to the desk, as I fully expected, having intimated my willingness to comply with his wishes, however they might destine me, I received his directions to go down to Osbaldistone Hall and take possession of it as the heir and representative of the family. I was directed to apply to Squire Inglewood for the copy of my uncle's will deposited with him, and take all necessary measures to secure that possession which sages say makes 9 points of the law. At another time, I should have been delighted with this change of destination, but now Osbaldistone Hall was accompanied with many painful recollections. Still, however, I thought that in that neighborhood only I was likely to acquire some information respecting the fate of Diana Vernon. I had every reason to fear it must be far different from what I could have wished it, but I could obtain no precise information on the subject. It was in vain that I endeavored by such acts of kindness, as their situation admitted, to conciliate the confidence of some distant relations, who were among the prisoners in Newgate, a pride, which I could not condemn, and a natural suspicion of the Whig Frank Osbaldistone, cousin to the double-distilled traitor, rashly closed every heart and tongue, and I only received thanks cold and extorted in exchange for such benefits as I had power to offer. The arm of the law was also gradually abridging the numbers of those whom I endeavored to serve, and the hearts of the survivors became gradually more contracted towards all whom they conceived to be concerned with the existing government, as they were led gradually, and by detachments, to execution. Those who survived lost interest in mankind, and the desire of communicating with them. I shall long remember what one of them, Ned Shafton by name, replied to my anxious inquiry whether there was any indulgence I could procure him. Mr. Frank Osbaldistone, I must suppose you mean me kindly, and therefore I thank you. But by G, men cannot be fattened like poultry, when they see their neighbors carried off day by day to the place of execution, and know that their own necks are to be twisted round in their turn. Upon the whole, therefore, I was glad to escape from London, from Newgate, and from the scenes which both exhibited to breathe the free air of Northumberland. Andrew Fairservice had continued in my service, more from my father's pleasure than my own. At present there seemed a prospect that his local acquaintance with Osbaldistone Hall and its vicinity might be useful, and of course he accompanied me on my journey, and I enjoyed the prospect of getting rid of him by establishing him in his old quarters. I cannot conceive how he could prevail upon my father to interest himself in him, unless it were by the art which he possessed in no inconsiderable degree of affecting an extreme attachment to his master, which theoretical attachment he made compatible in practice with playing all manner of tricks, without scruple, providing only against his master being cheated by anyone but himself. We performed our journey to the north without any remarkable adventure, and we found the country so lately agitated by rebellion now peaceful, and in good order. The nearer we approached to Osbaldistone Hall, the more did my heart sink at the thought of entering that deserted mansion, so that in order to postpone the evil day, I resolved first to make my visit at Mr. Justice Inglewood's. That venerable person had been much disturbed with thoughts of what he had been, and what he now was, and natural recollections of the past had interfered considerably with the active duty which in his present situation might have been expected from him. He was fortunate, however, in one respect. He had got rid of his clerk Jobson, who had finally left him dudgeon at his inactivity, and become legal assistant to a certain Squire Standish, who had lately commenced operations in those parts, as a justice with a zeal for King George and the Protestant succession, which, very different from the feelings of his old patron Mr. Jobson, had more occasion to restrain within the bounds of the law than to stimulate to exertion. Old Justice Inglewood received me with great courtesy, and readily exhibited my uncle's will, which seemed to be without a flaw. He was for some time in obvious distress how he should speak and act in my presence, but when he found that though a supporter of the present government upon principle, I was disposed to think with pity on those who had opposed it on a mistaken feeling of loyalty and duty, his discourse became a very diverting medley of what he had done, and what he had left undone with pains he had taken to prevent some squires from joining, and to wink at the escape of others who had been so unlucky as to engage in the affair. We were tete-a-tete, and several bumpers had been quaffed by the justice's special desire, when on a sudden he requested me to fill a bona fide brimmer to the health of poor dear Di Vernon, the rose of the wilderness, the heathbell of Cheviot, and the blossom that's transplanted to an infernal convent. Is not Miss Vernon married? Then I exclaimed in great astonishment, I thought His Excellency. Pooh, pooh, His Excellency, and his lordship's all a humbug now. You know mere St. Germain's titles Earl of Beauchamp, and Ambassador Plenipotentiary from France, when the Duke Regent of Orleans scarce knew that he lived, I dare say. But you must have seen old Sir Frederick Vernon at the Hall, when he played the part of Father Vaughan. Good heavens then, Vaughan was Miss Vernon's. To be sure he was said the Justice Coolither's no use in keeping the secret now, for he must be out of the country by this time otherwise. No doubt, it would be my duty to apprehend him. Come off with your bumper to my dear, lost Di. And let her health go round around. And let her health go round. For though your stocking be of silk, your knees near kiss the ground aground. This pithy verse occurs, it is believed, in Shadwell's play of Barry Fair. I was unable, as the reader may easily conceive, to join in the justice's jollity. My head swam with the shock I had received. I never heard, I said, that Miss Vernon's father was living. It was not our government's fault that he is, replied Inglewood, for the devil, a man, there is whose head would have brought more money. He was condemned to death for Fenwick's plot, and was thought to have had some hand in the Knightsbridge affair in King William's time. And as he had married in Scotland a relation of the house of Breadalbane, he possessed great influence with all their chiefs. There was a talk of his being demanded to be given up at the Peace of Ryswick, but he shammed ill, and his death was given publicly out in the French papers. But when he came back here on the old score, we old cavaliers knew him well. That is to say, I knew him not as being a cavalier myself, but no information being lodged against the poor gentleman, and my memory being shortened by frequent attacks of the gout, I could not have sworn to him, you know. Was he then not known at Osbaldistone Hall? I inquired. To none but to his daughter, the old knight, and Rashleigh, who had got at that secret as he did at everyone else, and held it like a twisted cord about poor Di's neck. I have seen her 100 times. She would have spit at him, if it had not been fear for her father, whose life would not have been worth 5 minutes' purchase if he had been discovered to the government. But don't mistake me, Mr. Osbaldistone. I say the government is a good, a gracious, and a just government, and if it has hanged one half of the rebels, poor things, all will acknowledge they would not have been touched had they stayed peaceably at home. Waiving the discussion of these political questions, I brought back Mr. Inglewood to his subject, and I found that Diana, having positively refused to marry any of the Osbaldistone family, and expressed her particular detestation of Rashleigh, he had from that time begun to cool in zeal for the cause of the pretender, to which, as the youngest of 6 brethren, and bold, artful, and able, he had hitherto looked forward, as the means of making his fortune. Probably the compulsion with which he had been forced to render up the spoils which he had abstracted from my father's counting-house, by the united authority of Sir Frederick Vernon, and the Scottish chiefs, had determined his resolution to advance his progress, by changing his opinions, and betraying his trust. Perhaps also, for few men were better judges, where his interest was concerned, considered their means and talents to be, as they afterwards proved, greatly inadequate to the important task of overthrowing an established government. Sir Frederick Vernon, or as he was called among the Jacobites, His Excellency Viscount Beauchamp, had with his daughter some difficulty in escaping the consequences of Rashleigh's information. Here Mr. Inglewood's information was at fault, but he did not doubt, since we had not heard of Sir Frederick being in the hands of the government, he must be by this time abroad, where, agreeably to the cruel bond he had entered into with his brother-in-law Diana, since she had declined to select a husband out of the Osbaldistone family, must be confined to a convent. Original cause of this singular agreement Mr. Inglewood could not perfectly explain, but he understood it was a family compact entered into for the purpose of securing to Sir Frederick the rents of the remnant of his large estates, which had been vested in the Osbaldistone family by some legal maneuver. In short, a family compact, in which, like many of those undertaken at that time of day, the feelings of the principal parties interested were no more regarded than if they had been a part of the livestock upon the lands. I cannot tell, such is the waywardness of the human heart, whether this intelligence gave me joy or sorrow. It seemed to me that in the knowledge that Miss Vernon was eternally divided from me, not by marriage with another, but by seclusion in a convent, in order to fulfill an absurd bargain of this kind, my regret for her loss was aggravated, rather than diminished. I became dull, low-spirited, absent, and unable to support the task of conversing with Justice Inglewood, who in his turn yawned, and proposed to retire early. I took leave of him overnight, determining the next day before breakfast to ride over to Osbaldistone Hall. Mr. Inglewood acquiesced in my proposal. It would be well, he said, that I made my appearance there before I was known to be in the country, the more especially as Sir Rashleigh Osbaldistone was now, he understood, at Mr. Jobson's house, hatching some mischief. Doubtless they were fit company, he added, for each other, Sir Rashleigh having lost all right to mingle in the society of men of honor. but it was hardly possible two such D.D. rascals should collogue together without mischief to honest people. He concluded by earnestly recommending a toast and tankard and an attack upon his venison pasty before I set out in the morning, just to break the cold air on the words. Chapter 21. His master's gone and no one now dwells in the halls of Ivor. Men, dogs, and horses all are dead. He is the sole survivor. Wordsworth. There are few more melancholy sensations than those with which we regard scenes of past pleasure, when altered and deserted in my ride to Osbaldistone Hall. I passed the same objects which I had seen in company with Miss Vernon on the day of our memorable ride from Inglewood Place. Her spirit seemed to keep me company on the way, and when I approached the spot where I had first seen her, I almost listened for the cry of the hounds and the notes of the horn, and strained my eye on the vacant space, as if to descry the fair huntress again descend, like an apparition from the hill. But all was silent, and all was solitary when I reached the hall. The closed doors and windows, the grass-grown pavement, the courts, which were now so silent, presented a strong contrast to the gay and bustling scene I had so often seen them exhibit when the merry hunters were going forth to their morning sport or returning to the daily festival. The joyous bark of the foxhounds, as they were uncoupled, the cries of the huntsmen, the clang of the horses' hoofs, the loud laugh of the old knight at the head of his strong and numerous descendants, were all silenced, now and forever. While I gazed round the scene of solitude and emptiness, I was inexpressibly affected, even by recollecting those whom, when alive, I had no reason to regard with affection. But the thought that so many youths of goodly presence, warm with life, health, and confidence, were within so short a time cold in the grave, by various, yet all violent and unexpected modes of death, afforded a picture of mortality, at which the mind trembled. It was little consolation to me that I returned a proprietor to the halls which I had left almost like a fugitive. My mind was not habituated to regard the scenes around as my property, and I felt myself an usurper, at least an intruding stranger, and could hardly divest myself of the idea that some of the bulky forms of my deceased kinsmen were like the gigantic spectres of a romance, to appear in the gateway and dispute my entrance. While I was engaged in these sad thoughts, my follower Andrew, whose feelings were of a very different nature, exerted himself in thundering alternately on every door in the building, calling at the same time for admittance in a tone so loud as to intimate that he at least was fully sensible of his newly acquired importance as squire of the body to the new lord of the manor. At length, timidly and reluctantly, Anthony Siddall, my uncle's aged butler and majordomo, presented himself at a lower window well fenced with iron bars, and inquired our business. "We are come to tak your charge aff your hand, my auld friend," said Andrew Fairservice. "Ye may gie up your keys as soon as ye like. Ilka dog has his day ill tak the plate and napery. Aff your hand ye hae had your ain time ought Mr. Siddall. But ilka bean has its black and ilka path has its puddle, and it will just set you henceforth to sit at the board end, as weel as it did." Andrew Lang sign. Checking with some difficulty the forwardness of my follower, I explained to Siddall the nature of my right, and the title I had to demand admittance into the hall as into my own property. The old man seemed much agitated and distressed, and testified manifest reluctance to give me entrance. Although it was couched in a humble and submissive tone, I allowed for the agitation of natural feelings, which really did the old man honor, but continued peremptory in my demand of admittance, explaining to him that his refusal would oblige me to apply for Mr. Inglewood's warrant and a constable. "We are come from Mr. Justice Inglewood's this morning," said Andrew, "to enforce the menace, and I saw Archie Ruttledge the constable, as I came up by the countries know to be lawless, as it has been Mr. Siddall, letting rebels and papists gang on as they best listed." The threat of the law sounded dreadful in the old man's ears, conscious as he was of the suspicion under which he himself lay from his religion and his devotion to Sir Hildebrand and his sons. He undid with fear and trembling one of the postern entrances, which was secured with many a bolt and bar, and humbly hoped that I would excuse him for fidelity in the discharge of his duty. I reassured him, and told him I had the better opinion of him for his caution. "Sae have not I," said Andrew. "Siddall is an auld sneckdrawer, he wadna be looking as white as a sheet, and his knees knocking thegither, unless it were for something mair than he's like to tell us." "Lord forgive you, Mr. Fairservice," replied the butler, "to say such things of an old friend, and fellows of it, where following me humbly along the passage. Where would it be your honour's pleasure to have a fire lighted I fear me. You will find the house very dull and dreary, but perhaps you mean to ride back to Inglewood Place to dinner. Light a fire in the library, I replied. In the library, answered the old manabody, has sat there this many a day, and the room smokes, for the daws have built in the chimney this spring, and there were no young men about the hall to pull them down. Our ain reeks better than other folks' fire, said Andrew. His honour likes the librarius nane. Oh, your papishers that delight in blinded ignorance, Mr. Siddall. Very reluctantly, as it appeared to me, the butler led the way to the library, and contrary to what he had given me to expect, the interior of the apartment looked as if it had been lately arranged, and made more comfortable than usual. There was a fire in the grate which burned clearly, notwithstanding what Siddall had reported of the vent taking up the tongs as if to arrange the wood, but rather perhaps to conceal his own confusion. The butler observed it was burning clear now, but had smoked woundily in the morning. Wishing to be alone, till I recovered myself from the first painful sensations, which everything around me recalled, I desired old Siddall to call the landsteward, who lived at about a quarter of a mile from the hall. He departed with obvious reluctance. I next ordered Andrew to procure the attendance of a couple of stout fellows upon whom he could rely, the population around being papists, and Sir Rashley, who was capable of any desperate enterprise, being in the neighbourhood. Andrew Fairservice undertook this task with great cheerfulness, and promised to bring me up from Trinlay no. Twa true-blue Presbyterians like himself, that would face and outface baith the Pope, the Devil, and the Pretenderan Blythe. Will I be their company myself, for the very last night that I was at Osbaldistone Hall, the blight be on ilka blossom in my bit yard, if I didna see that very picture, pointing to the full-length portrait of Miss Vernon's grandfather walking by moonlight in the garden. I told your honour I was flayed by a bogle that night. But you wadna listen to me. I thought there was witchcraft and devilry among the papishers, but I near sought why bodily een, till that awfu' night. Get along, sir, said I, and bring the fellows you talk of, and see they have more sense than yourself, and are not frightened at their own shadow. I hae been counted as gude a man as my neighbour's heir now, said Andrew petulantly, but I dinna pretend to deal wi' evil spirits, and so he made his exit as Wardlaw the landsteward made his appearance. He was a man of sense and honesty, without whose careful management my uncle would have found it difficult to have maintained himself a housekeeper so long as he. Roman 999. He examined the nature of my right of possession carefully, and admitted it candidly. To anyone else the succession would have been a poor one. So much was the land encumbered with debt and mortgage. Most of these, however, were already vested in my father's person, and he was in a train of acquiring the rest, his large gains, by the recent rise of the funds, having made it a matter of ease and convenience for him to pay off the debt which affected his patrimony. I transacted much necessary business with Mr. Wardlaw, and detained him to dine with me. We preferred taking our repast in the library, although Siddall strongly recommended our removing to the stone hall, which he had put in order for the occasion. Meantime Andrew made his appearance with his true-blue recruits, whom he recommended in the highest terms as sober, decent men, well-founded in doctrinal points, and above all as bold as lions. I ordered them something to drink, and they left the room. I observed old Siddall shake his head as they went out, and insisted upon knowing the reason. I maybe cannot expect, he said, that your honour should put confidence in what I say, but it is heaven's truth for all that Ambrose Wingfield is as honest a man as lives. But if there is a false knave in the country, it is his brother Lancieth. Whole country knows him to be a spy for Clerk Jobson on the poor gentlemen that have been in trouble, but he's a dissenter, and I suppose that's enough nowadays. Having thus far given vent to his feelingsto, which however I was little disposed to pay attention, and, having placed the wine on the table, the old butler left the apartment. Mr. Wardlaw, having remained with me until the evening was somewhat advanced, at length bundled up his papers, and removed himself to his own habitation, leaving me in that confused state of mind, in which we can hardly say whether we desire company or solitude. I had not, however, the choice betwixt them, for I was left alone, in the room of all others most calculated to inspire me with melancholy reflections. As twilight was darkening the apartment, Andrew had the sagacity to advance his head at the doorknot to ask if I wished for lights, but to recommend them as a measure of precaution against the bogles, which still haunted his imagination. I rejected his proffer, somewhat peevishly trimmed the wood fire, and placing myself in one of the large leathern chairs, which flanked the old Gothic chimney. I watched unconsciously the bickering of the blaze which I had fostered, and this, said I alone, is the progress and the issue of human wishes nursed by the merest trifles. They are first kindled by fancy, are fed upon the vapor of hope, till they consume the substance which they inflame, and man and his hopes, passions, and desires sink into a worthless heap of embers and ashes. There was a deep sigh from the opposite side of the room, which seemed to reply to my reflections. I started up in amazement. Diana Vernon stood before me, resting on the arm of a figure, so strongly resembling that of the portrait so often mentioned, that I looked hastily at the frame, expecting to see it empty. My first idea was either that I had gone suddenly distracted, or that the spirits of the dead had arisen and been placed before me. A second glance convinced me of my being in my senses, and that the forms which stood before me were real and substantial. It was Diana herself, though paler and thinner than her former self, and it was no tenant of the grave who stood beside her, but Vaughan, or rather Sir Frederick Vernon, in a dress made to imitate that of his ancestor, to whose picture his countenance possessed a family resemblance. He was the first that spoke, for Diana kept her eyes fast fixed on the ground, and astonishment actually riveted my tongue to the roof of my mouth. "We are your suppliants, Mr. Osbaldistone," he said, "and we claim the refuge and protection of your roof, till we can pursue a journey where dungeons and death gape for me at every step." "Surely," I articulated with great difficulty, "Miss Vernon cannot suppose you, sir, cannot believe that I have forgot your interference in my difficulties, or that I am capable of betraying anyone, much less you." "I know it," said Sir Frederick, "yet it is with the most inexpressible reluctance that I impose on you a confidence disagreeable, perhaps certainly dangerous, and which I would have specially wished to have conferred on someone else, but my fate, which has chased me through a life of perils and escapes, is now pressing me hard, and I have no alternative." At this moment the door opened, and the voice of the officious Andrew was heard. "Bring in the Connells, ye can light them gin ye like, can do is easy carried about Yane." I ran to the door, which, as I hoped, I reached in time to prevent his observing who were in the apartment. I turned him out with hasty violence, shut the door after him, and locked it. Then, instantly remembering his two companions below, knowing his talkative humor, and recollecting Siddall's remark that one of them was supposed to be a spy, I followed him as fast as I could to the servants' hall, in which they were assembled. Andrew's tongue was loud as I opened the door, but my unexpected appearance silenced him. "What is the matter with you, you fool?" said I. "You stare and look wild, as if you had seen a ghost." "Enning," said Andrew, "but your worship was pleased to be hasty, because you disturbed me out of a sound sleep. You fool, Siddall tells me he cannot find beds for these good fellows tonight, and Mr. Wardlaw thinks there will be no occasion to detain them. Here is a crown-piece for them to drink my health, and thanks for their goodwill. You will leave the hall immediately, my good lads." The men thanked me for my bounty, took the silver, and withdrew, apparently unsuspicious and contented. I watched their departure, until I was sure they could have no further intercourse that night with honest Andrew, and so instantly had I followed on his heels, that I thought he could not have had time to speak 2 words with them before I interrupted him. But it is wonderful what mischief may be done by only 2 words. On this occasion they cost 2 lives. Having made these arrangements, the best which occurred to me upon the pressure of the moment, to secure privacy for my guests, I returned to report my proceedings, and added that I had desired Siddall to answer every summons, concluding that it was by his connivance they had been secreted in the hall. Diana raised her eyes to thank me for the caution. "You now understand my mystery," she said. "You know doubtless how near and dear that relative is, who has so often found shelter here, and will be no longer surprised that, rashly having such a secret at his command, should rule me with a rod of iron." Her father added that it was their intention to trouble me with their presence as short a time as was possible. I entreated the fugitives to waive every consideration but what affected their safety, and to rely on my utmost exertions to promote it. This led to an explanation of the circumstances under which they stood. "I always suspected Rashleigh Osbaldistone," said Sir Frederick, "but his conduct towards my unprotected child, which with difficulty I wrung from her, and his treachery in your father's affairs, made me hate and despise him. In our last interview, I concealed not my sentiments, as I should in prudence have attempted to do, and in resentment of the scorn with which I treated him, he added treachery and apostasy to his catalogue of crimes. I at that time fondly hoped that his defection would be of little consequence. The Earl of Mar had a gallant army in Scotland, and Lord Derwentwater with Forster Kenmure Winterton, and others were assembling forces on the border. As my connections with these English nobility and gentry were extensive, it was judged proper that I should accompany a detachment of Highlanders who, under Brigadier Mackintosh of Borlum, crossed the Firth of Forth, traversed the low country of Scotland, and united themselves on the borders with the English insurgents. My daughter accompanied me through the perils and fatigues of a march so long and difficult. And she will never leave her dear father, exclaimed Miss Vernon, clinging fondly to his arm. I had hardly joined our English friends, when I became sensible that our cause was lost, our numbers diminished, instead of increasing, nor were we joined by any except of our own persuasion. The Tories of the High Church remained in general undecided, and at length we were cooped up by a superior force in the little town of Preston. We defended ourselves resolutely for one day, on the next the hearts of our leaders failed, and they resolved to surrender at discretion. To yield myself up on such terms were to have laid my head on the block. About 20 or 30 gentlemen were of my mind. We mounted our horses, and placed my daughter, who insisted on sharing my fate, in the center of our little party. My companions, struck with her courage and filial piety, declared that they would die rather than leave her behind. We rode in a body down a street called Fishergate, which leads to a marshy ground or meadow, extending to the river Ribble, through which one of our party promised to show us a good ford. This marsh had not been strongly invested by the enemy, so that we had only an affair with a patrol of Honeywood's dragoons, whom we dispersed and cut to pieces. We crossed the river, gained the high road to Liverpool, and then dispersed to seek several places of concealment and safety. My fortune led me to Wales, where there are many gentlemen of my religious and political opinions. I could not, however, find a safe opportunity of escaping by sea, and found myself obliged again to draw towards the north. A well-treated friend has appointed to meet me in this neighborhood, and guide me to a seaport on the Solway, where a sloop is prepared to carry me from my native country forever, as Osbaldistone Hall was for the present uninhabited, and under the charge of old Siddall, who had been our confidant on former occasions. We drew to it, as to a place of known and secure refuge. I resumed a dress which had been used with good effect to scare the superstitious rustics or domestics who chanced at any time to see me, and we expected from time to time to hear by Siddall of the arrival of our friendly guide, when your sudden coming hither, and occupying this apartment, laid us under the necessity of submitting to your mercy. Thus ended Sir Frederick's story, whose tale sounded to me like one told in a vision, and I could hardly bring myself to believe that I saw his daughter's form once more before me in flesh and blood, though with diminished beauty and sunk spirits. The buoyant vivacity with which she had resisted every touch of adversity had now assumed the air of composed and submissive, but dauntless resolution and constancy. Her father, though aware and jealous of the effect of her praises on my mind, could not forbear expatiating upon them. She has endured trials, he said, which might have dignified the history of a martyrdom, has faced danger and death in various shapes, has undergone toil and privation, from which men of the strongest frame would have shrunk, has spent the day in darkness and the night in vigil, and has never breathed a murmur of weakness or complaint. In a word, Mr. Osbaldistone, he concluded, she is a worthy offering to that God to whom, crossing himself, I shall dedicate her, as all that is left dear or precious to Frederick Vernon. There was a silence after these words, of which I well understood the mournful import. The father of Diana was still as anxious to destroy my hopes of being united to her now, as he had shown himself during our brief meeting in Scotland. We will now, said he to his daughter, intrude no farther on Mr. Osbaldistone's time, since we have acquainted him with the circumstances of the miserable guests who claim his protection. I requested them to stay, and offered myself to leave the apartment. Sir Frederick observed that my doing so could not but excite my attendants' suspicion, and that the place of their retreat was in every respect commodious, and furnished by Siddall with all they could possibly want. We might perhaps have even contrived to remain there concealed from your observation, but it would have been unjust to decline the most absolute reliance on your honor. You have done me but justice. I replied to you, Sir Frederick, I am but little known, but Miss Vernon, I am sure, will bear me witness that. I do not want my daughter's evidence, he said politely, but yet with an air calculated to prevent my addressing myself to Diana, since I am prepared to believe all that is worthy of Mr. Francis Osbaldistone. Permit us now to retire. We must take repose when we can, since we are absolutely uncertain when we may be called upon to renew our perilous journey. He drew his daughter's arm within his, and with a profound reverence, disappeared with her behind the tapestry. Chapter 22. But now the hand of fate is on the curtain, and gives the scene to light. Don Sebastian. I felt stunned and chilled, as they retired imagination dwelling on an absent object of affection, paints her not only in the fairest light, but in that in which we most desire to behold her. I had thought of Diana as she was when her parting tear dropped on my cheek, when her parting token received from the wife of MacGregor augured her wish to convey into exile and conventual seclusion the remembrance of my affection. I saw her, and her cold passive manner expressive of little, except composed melancholy, disappointed, and in some degree almost offended me. In the egotism of my feelings, I accused her of indifferentia of insensibility. I upbraided her father with pride, with cruelty, with fanaticism, forgetting that both were sacrificing their interest, and Diana her inclination, to the discharge of what they regarded as their duty. Sir Frederick Vernon was a rigid Catholic, who thought the path of salvation too narrow to be trodden by an heretic, and Diana, to whom her father's safety had been for many years the principal and moving spring of thoughts, hopes, and actions, felt that she had discharged her duty in resigning to his will not alone her property in the world, but the dearest affections of her heart. But it was not surprising that I could not at such a moment fully appreciate these honorable motives, yet my spleen sought no ignoble means of discharging itself. I am contemned, then, I said when left to run over the tenor of Sir Frederick's communications. I am contemned, and thought unworthy even to exchange words with her. Be it so, they shall not at least prevent me from watching over her safety. Here will I remain as an outpost, and while under my roof at least no danger shall threaten her, if it be such as the arm of one determined man can avert. I summoned Siddall to the library. He came, but came attended by the eternal Andrew, who, dreaming of great things in consequence of my taking possession of the hall and the annexed estates, was resolved to lose nothing for want of keeping himself in view, and as often happens to men who entertain selfish objects, overshot his mark, and rendered his attentions tedious and inconvenient. His unrequired presence prevented me from speaking freely to Siddall, and I dared not send him away for fear of increasing such suspicions as he might entertain from his former abrupt dismissal from the library. I shall sleep here, sir, I said, giving them directions to wheel nearer to the fire an old-fashioned daybed or settee. I have much to do, and shall go late to bed. Siddall, who seemed to understand my look, offered to procure me the accommodation of a mattress and some bedding. I accepted his offer, dismissed my attendant, lighted a pair of candles, and desired that I might not be disturbed till 7 in the ensuing morning. The domestics retired, leaving me to my painful and ill-arranged reflections, until nature, worn out, should require some repose. I endeavored forcibly to abstract my mind from the singular circumstances in which I found myself placed. Feelings which I had gallantly combated, while the exciting object was remote, were now exasperated by my immediate neighborhood to her, whom I was so soon to part with forever. Her name was written in every book which I attempted to peruse, and her image forced itself on me in whatever train of thought I strove to engage myself. It was like the officious slave of Prior Solomon. Abra was ready ere I named her name, and when I called, another Abra came. I alternately gave way to these thoughts, and struggled against them, sometimes yielding to a mood of melting tenderness of sorrow, which was scarce natural to me, sometimes arming myself with the hurt pride of one who had experienced what he esteemed unmerited rejection. I paced the library until I had chafed myself into a temporary fever. I then threw myself on the couch, and endeavored to dispose myself to sleep, but it was in vain that I used every effort to compose myself, that I lay without movement of finger or of muscle, as still as if I had been already a corpse. At that, I endeavored to divert or banish disquieting thoughts by fixing my mind on some act of repetition or arithmetical process. My blood throbbed to my feverish apprehension in pulsations which resembled the deep and regular strokes of a distant fulling mill, and tingled in my veins like streams of liquid fire. At length I arose, opened the window, and stood by it for some time in the clear moonlight, receiving in part at least that refreshment and dissipation of ideas from the clear and calm scene, without which they had become beyond the command of my own volition. I resumed my place on the couch with a heart, heaven knows, not lighter, but firmer and more resolved for endurance. In a short time, a slumber crept over my senses. Still, however, though my senses slumbered, my soul was awake to the painful feelings of my situation, and my dreams were of mental anguish and external objects of terror. I remember a strange agony under which I conceived myself and Diana, in the power of MacGregor's wife, and about to be precipitated from a rock into the lake. The signal was to be the discharge of a cannon, fired by Sir Frederick Vernon, who in the dress of a cardinal officiated at the ceremony. Nothing could be more lively than the impression which I received of this imaginary scene. I could paint even at this moment the mute and courageous submission expressed in Diana's featuresque, wild and distorted faces of the executioners, who crowded around us with mopping and mowing grimaces ever-changing, and each more hideous than that which preceded. I saw the rigid and inflexible fanaticism painted in the face of the father. I saw him lift the fatal matched deadly signal. Exploded. It was repeated again and again and again in rival thunders by the echoes of the surrounding cliffs, and I awoke from fancied horror to real apprehension. The sounds in my dream were not ideal. They reverberated on my waking ears, but it was 2 or 3 minutes ere I could collect myself so as distinctly to understand that they proceeded from a violent knocking at the gate. I leaped from my couch, in great apprehension, took my sword under my arm, and hastened to forbid the admission of anyone. But my route was necessarily circuitous, because the library looked not upon the quadrangle, but into the gardens. When I had reached a staircase, the windows of which opened upon the entrance court, I heard the feeble and intimidated tones of Siddall, expostulating with rough voices, which demanded admittance by the warrant of Justice Standish, and in the king's name, and threatened the old domestic with the heaviest penal consequences if he refused instant obedience ere they had ceased. I heard, to my unspeakable provocation, the voice of Andrew bidding Siddall stand aside, and let him open the door. If they come in King George's name, we have neathing to fear. We hae spent baith bluid and gowd for him. We dinna need to darn ourselves like some folks. Mr. Siddall, we are neither papists nor Jacobites, I trow. It was in vain. I accelerated my pace downstairs. I heard bolt after bolt withdrawn by the officious scoundrel, while all the time he was boasting his own and his master's loyalty to King George, and I could easily calculate that the party must enter before I could arrive at the door to replace the bars, devoting the back of Andrew Fairservice to the cudgel. So soon as I should have time to pay him his deserts, I ran back to the library, barricaded the door as I best could, and hastened to that by which Diana and her father entered, and begged for instant admittance. Diana herself undid the door. She was ready dressed, and betrayed neither perturbation nor fear. Danger is so familiar to us, she said, that we are always prepared to meet it. My father is already up he is in Rashleigh's apartment. We will escape into the garden, and thence by the postern gate. I have the key from Siddall in case of need into the wood. I know its dingles better than anyone now alive. Keep them a few minutes in play, and dear Frank, once more fareth thee well. She vanished like a meteor to join her father, and the intruders were rapping violently and attempting to force the library door by the time I had returned into it. You robber dogs, I exclaimed, wilfully mistaking the purpose of their disturbance. If you do not instantly quit the house, I will fire my blunderbuss through the door. Fire a fuel's bauble, said Andrew Fairservice. It's Mr. Clerk Jobson with a legal warrant to search for, take and apprehend, said the voice of that execrable pettifogger, the bodies of certain persons in my warrant, named charged of high treason, under the 13th of King William chapter 3rd. And the violence on the door was renewed. I am rising, gentlemen, said I, desirous to gain as much time as possible. Come it, no violence, give me leave to look at your warrant, and if it is formal and legal, I shall not oppose it. God save great George our king, ejaculated Andrew. I told ye that you would find nae Jacobites here. Spinning out the time as much as possible, I was at length compelled to open the door which they would otherwise have forced. Mr. Jobson entered with several assistants, among whom I discovered the younger Wingfield, to whom doubtless he was obliged for his information, and exhibited his warrant directed not only against Frederick Vernon, an attainted traitor, but also against Diana Vernon, spinster, and Frank Osbaldistone, gentleman, accused of misprision of treason. It was a case in which resistance would have been madness. I therefore, after capitulating for a few minutes' delay, surrendered myself a prisoner. I had next the mortification to see Jobson go straight to the chamber of Miss Vernon, and I learned that from thence, without hesitation or difficulty, he went to the room where Sir Frederick had slept. The hare has stolen away, said the brute, but her form is warm. The greyhounds will have her by the haunches yet. A scream from the garden announced that he prophesied too truly in the course of 5 minutes, Rashleigh entered the library with Sir Frederick Vernon and his daughter as prisoners. The fox, he said, knew his old earth, but he forgot it could be stopped by a careful huntsman. I had not forgot the guarding gate, Sir Fredericker, if that title suits you better, most noble Lord Beauchamp. Rashleigh said, Sir Frederick, thou art a detestable villain. I better deserved the name Sir Knight, or my lord, when under the direction of an able tutor, I sought to introduce civil war into the bosom of a peaceful country. But I have done my best, said he, looking upwards to atone for my errors. I could hold no longer. I had designed to watch their proceedings in silence, but I felt that I must speak or die. If hell, I said, has one complexion more hideous than another, it is where villainy is masked by hypocrisy. Ha, my gentle cousin, said Rashleigh, holding a candle towards me and surveying me from head to foot, right welcome to Osbaldistone Hall. I can forgive your spleen. It is hard to lose an estate and a mistress in one night, for we shall take possession of this poor manor house in the name of the lawful heir, Sir Rashleigh Osbaldistone. While Rashleigh braved it out in this manner, I could see that he put a strong force upon his feelings both of anger and shame, but his state of mind was more obvious when Diana Vernon addressed him. Rashleigh, she said, I pity you for deep as the evil is which you have labored to do me, and the evil you have actually done. I cannot hate you so much as I scorn and pity you. What you have now done may be the work of an hour, but will furnish you with reflection for your life. Off what nature I leave to your own conscience, which will not slumber forever. Rashleigh strode once or twice through the room, came up to the side table, on which wine was still standing, and poured out a large glass with a trembling hand. But when he saw that we observed his tremor, he suppressed it by a strong effort, and looking at us with fixed and daring composure, carried the bumper to his head, without spilling a drop. It is my father's old Burgundy, he said, looking to Jobson. I am glad there is some of it left. You will get proper persons to take care of old Butler, and that foolish Scotch rascal. Meanwhile, we will convey these persons to a more proper place of custody. I have provided the old family coach for your convenience, he said, though I am not ignorant that even the lady could brave the night on foot or on horseback, were the errand more to her mind. Andrew wrung his hands. I only said that my master was surely speaking to a gayist in the library, and the villain Lancy, to betray an auld friend, that sang aft the same psalm book why him every Sabbath for 20 years. He was turned out of the house together with Siddall, without being allowed to conclude his lamentation. His expulsion, however, led to some singular consequences, resolving, according to his own story, to go down for the night where Mother Simpson would give him a lodging for old acquaintance' sake. He had just got clear of the avenue and into the old wood, as it was called, though it was now used as a pasture ground rather than woodland, when he suddenly lighted on a drove of Scotch cattle, which were lying there to repose themselves after the day's journey. At this Andrew was in no way surprised, it being the well-known custom of his countrymen who take care of those droves to quarter themselves after night upon the best unenclosed grass ground they can find and depart before daybreak to escape paying for their night's lodgings. But he was both surprised and startled when a Highlander springing up accused him of disturbing the cattle, and refused him to pass forward till he had spoken to his master. The mountaineer conducted Andrew into a thicket where he found 3 or 4 more of his countrymen, and said, Andrew, I saw soon they were ower money men for the drove, and from the questions they put to me, I judged they had other tow on their rock. They questioned him closely about all that had passed at Osbaldistone Hall, and seemed surprised and concerned at the report he made to them. And troth, said Andrew, I told them I kenned for dirks and pistols were what I could never refuse information to in a my life. They talked in whispers among themselves, and at length collected their cattle together, and drove them close up to the entrance of the avenue, which might be half a mile distant from the house. They proceeded to drag together some felled trees, which lay in the vicinity, so as to make a temporary barricade across the road. About 15 yards beyond the avenue, it was now near daybreak, and there was a pale eastern gleam mingled with the fading moonlight, so that objects could be discovered, with some distinctness, the lumbering sound of a coach drawn by 4 horses, and escorted by 6 men on horseback, was heard coming up the avenue. The Highlanders listened attentively. The carriage contained Mr. Jobson and his unfortunate prisoners. The escort consisted of Rashleigh and of several horsemen peace officers, and their assistants. So soon as we had passed the gate at the head of the avenue, it was shut behind the cavalcade by a Highlandman stationed there for that purpose. At the same time the carriage was impeded in its farther progress by the cattle amongst which we were involved, and by the barricade in front. Two of the escort dismounted to remove the felled trees, which they might think were left there by accident or carelessness. The others began with their whips to drive the cattle from the road. "Who dare abuse our cattle?" said a rough voice. "Shoot him, Angus." Rashleigh instantly called out a rescue, and firing a pistol, wounded the man who spoke. "Claymore," cried the leader of the Highlanders, and a scuffle instantly commenced. The officers of the law, surprised at so sudden an attack, and not usually possessing the most desperate bravery, made but an imperfect defense considering the superiority of their numbers. Some attempted to ride back to the hall, but on a pistol being fired from behind the gate, they conceived themselves surrounded, and at length galloped off in different directions. Rashleigh meanwhile had dismounted, and on foot had maintained a desperate and single-handed conflict with the leader of the band. The window of the carriage on my side permitted me to witness it. At length Rashleigh dropped. "Will you ask forgiveness for the sake of God, King James, and auld friendship?" said a voice which I knew right well. "No, never," said Rashleigh firmly. "Then traitor, die in your treason," retorted MacGregor, and plunged his sword in his prostrate antagonist. In the next moment, he was at the carriage door. Handed out, Miss Vernon assisted her father and me to alight, and dragging out the attorney head foremost, threw him under the wheel. "Mr. Osbaldistone," he said in a whisper, "you have nothing to fear. I must look after those who have your friends will soon be in safety. Farewell, and forget not the MacGregor." He whistled. His band gathered round him, and hurrying Diana and her father along with him, they were almost instantly lost in the glades of the forest. The coachman and postilion had abandoned their horses, and fled at the first discharge of firearms, but the animals, stopped by the barricade, remained perfectly still and well. For Jobson, that they did so, for the slightest motion would have dragged the wheel over his body. My first object was to relieve him, for such was the rascal's terror that he never could have risen by his own exertions. I next commanded him to observe that I had neither taken part in the rescue nor availed myself of it to make my escape, and enjoined him to go down to the hall and call some of his party who had been left there to assist the wounded. But Jobson's fears had so mastered and controlled every faculty of his mind that he was totally incapable of moving. I now resolved to go myself, but in my way I stumbled over the body of a man, as I thought dead or dying. It was, however, Andrew Fairservice, as well and whole as ever he was in his life, who had only taken this recumbent posture to avoid the slashes, stabs, and pistol balls which for a moment or two were flying in various directions. I was so glad to find him that I did not inquire how he came thither, but instantly commanded his assistance. "Rashleigh was our first object," he groaned, when I approached him as much through spite as through pain, and shut his eyes as if determined, like Ago, to speak no word more. We lifted him into the carriage, and performed the same good office to another wounded man of his party, who had been left on the field. I then with difficulty made Jobson understand that he must enter the coach also, and support Sir Rashleigh upon the seat. He obeyed, but with an air as if he but half comprehended my meaning. Andrew and I turned the horses' heads round, and opening the gate of the avenue, led them slowly back to Osbaldistone Hall. Some fugitives had already reached the hall by circuitous routes, and alarmed its garrison by the news that Sir Rashleigh, Clerk Jobson, and all their escort, save they who escaped to tell the tale, had been cut to pieces at the head of the avenue by a whole regiment of wild Highlanders. When we reached the mansion, therefore, we heard such a buzz as arises when bees are alarmed and mustering in their hives. Mr. Jobson, however, who had now in some measure come to his senses, found voice enough to make himself known. He was the more anxious to be released from the carriage, as one of his companions, the peace officer, had, to his inexpressible terror, expired by his side with a hideous groan. Sir Rashleigh Osbaldistone was still alive, but so dreadfully wounded that the bottom of the coach was filled with his blood, and long traces of it left from the entrance into the stone hall, where he was placed in a chair, some attempting to stop the bleeding with cloths, while others called for a surgeon, and no one seemed willing to go to fetch one. "Torment me not," said the wounded man. "I know no assistance can avail me. I am a dying man." He raised himself in his chair, though the damps and chill of death were already on his brow, and spoke with a firmness which seemed beyond his strength. "Cousin Francis," he said, "draw near to me." I approached him, as he requested. "I wish you only to know that the pangs of death do not alter one iota of my feelings towards you. I hate you," he said, the expression of rage throwing a hideous glare into the eyes, which were soon to be closed for ever. "I hate you with a hatred as intense now, while I lie bleeding and dying before you, as if my foot trode on your neck. I have given you no cause, sir, I replicand, for your own sake. I could wish your mind in a better temper. You have given me cause, he rejoined, in love, in ambition, in the paths of interest you have crossed, and blighted me at every turn. I was born to be the honor of my father's house, I have been its disgrace, and, all owing to you, my very patrimony has become yours. Take it, he said, and may the curse of a dying man cleave to it. The death of Rashleigh. In a moment after he had uttered this frightful wish, he fell back in the chair, his eyes became glazed, his limbs stiffened. But the grin and glare of mortal hatred survived even the last gasp of life. I will dwell no longer on so painful a picture, nor say any more of the death of Rashleigh, than that it gave me access to my rights of inheritance without farther challenge, and that Jobson found himself compelled to allow that the ridiculous charge of misprision of high treason was got up on an affidavit, which he made with the sole purpose of favouring Rashleigh's views, and removing me from Osbaldistone Hall. The rascal's name was struck off the list of attorneys, and he was reduced to poverty and contempt. I returned to London, when I had put my affairs in order at Osbaldistone Hall, and felt happy to escape from a place which suggested so many painful recollections. My anxiety was now acute to learn the fate of Diana, and her father, a French gentleman, who came to London on commercial business, was entrusted with a letter to me from Miss Vernon, which put my mind at rest respecting their safety. It gave me to understand that the opportune appearance of MacGregor and his party was not fortuitous. The Scottish nobles and gentry engaged in the insurrection, as well as those of England, were particularly anxious to further the escape of Sir Frederick Vernon, who, as an old and trusted agent of the House of Stuart, was possessed of matter enough to have ruined half Scotland. Rob Roy, of whose sagacity and courage they had known so many proofs, was the person whom they pitched upon to assist his escape, and the place of meeting was fixed at Osbaldistone Hall. You have already heard how nearly the plan had been disconcerted by the unhappy Rashleigh. It succeeded, however, perfectly, for when once Sir Frederick and his daughter were again at large, they found horses prepared for them, and by MacGregor's knowledge of the countryfare, every part of Scotland and of the north of England was familiar to him, were conducted to the western seacoast, and safely embarked for France. The same gentleman told me that Sir Frederick was not expected to survive for many months, a lingering disease, the consequence of late hardships and privations. His daughter was placed in a convent, and although it was her father's wish she should take the veil, he was understood to refer the matter entirely to her own inclinations. When these news reached me, I frankly told the state of my affections to my father, who was not a little startled at the idea of my marrying a Roman Catholic. But he was very desirous to see me settled in life, as he called it, and he was sensible that in joining him with heart and hand in his commercial labors, I had sacrificed my own inclinations. After a brief hesitation and several questions asked and answered to his satisfaction, he broke out with, I little thought a son of mine should have been Lord of Osbaldistone Manor, and far less that he should go to a French convent for a spouse, but so dutiful a daughter cannot but prove a good wife. You have worked at the desk to please me, Frank, it is, but fair you should wive to please yourself. How I sped in my wooing, will Tresham, I need not tell you. You know too how long and happily I lived with Diana, you know how I lamented her, but you cannot know how much she deserved her husband's sorrow. I have no more of romantic adventure to tell, nor indeed anything to communicate farther, since the latter incidents of my life are so well known to one who has shared with the most friendly sympathy the joys as well as the sorrows, by which its scenes have been checkered. I often visited Scotland, but never again saw the bold Highlander who had such an influence on the early events of my life. I learned, however, from time to time, that he continued to maintain his ground among the mountains of Loch Lomond, in despite of his powerful enemies, and that he even obtained to a certain degree the connivance of government to his self-elected office of Protector of the Lennox, in virtue of which he levied blackmail with as much regularity as the proprietors did their ordinary rents. It seemed impossible that his life should have concluded without a violent end. Nevertheless, he died in old age and by a peaceful death sometime about the year 1733, and is still remembered in his country as the Robin Hood of Scotland, dread of the wealthy, but the friend of the poor, and possessed of many qualities both of head and heart, which would have graced a less equivocal profession than that to which his fate condemned him. Old Andrew Fairservice used to say that there were many things ower bad for blessing, and ower gude for banning, like Rob Roy. Here the original manuscript ends, somewhat abruptly, I have reason to think that what followed related to private affairs. Postscript. The second article of the appendix to the introduction to Rob Roy contains two curious letters respecting the arrest of Mr. Graham of Killern by that daring freebooter while levying the Duke of Montrose's rents. These were taken from scroll copies, in the possession of His Grace, the present Duke, who kindly permitted the use of them. In the present publication the novel had but just passed through the press, when the Right Honourable Mr. Peelhouse important state avocations do not avert his attention from the interests of literature transmitted to the author copies of the original letters, and enclosure of which he possessed only the rough draft. The originals were discovered in the State Paper Office by the indefatigable researches of Mr. Lemon, who is daily throwing more light on that valuable collection of records from the documents with which the author has been thus kindly favored. He is enabled to fill up the addresses which were wanting in the scrolls. That of the 21st Nov 1716 is addressed to Lord Viscount Townshend, and is accompanied by one of the same date to Robert Pringle Esquire Under Secretary of State, which is here inserted as relative to so curious an incident. Letter from the Duke of Montrose to Robert Pringle Esq Under Secretary to Lord Viscount Townshend. S.R. Glasgow 21 Nov 1716. Having had so many dispatches to make this night, I hope ye'll excuse me that I make use of another hand to give yow a short account of the occasion of this express, by which I have written to my Roman 450 Duke of Roxburgh and my Lord Townshend, which I hope ye'll get carefully delivered. Mr. Graham Younger of Killern being on Monday last in Menteith, at a country house collecting my rents, was about 9 o'clock that same night surprised by Rob Roy, with a party of his men in arms, who having surrounded the house, and secured the avenues, presented their guns in at the windows, while he himself entered the room with some others with cocked pistols, and seized Killern with all his money, books, papers, and bonds, and carried all away with him to the hills at the same time, ordering Killern to write a letter to me, of which ye have the copy enclosed, proposing a very honourable treaty to me. I must say this story was as surprising to me as it was insolent, and it must bring a very great concern upon me, that this gentleman, my near relation, should be brought to suffer all the barbarities and cruelties which revenge and malice may suggest to these miscreants for his having acted a faithful part in the service of the government, and his affection to me in my concerns. I need not be more particular to you, since I know that my letter to my Lord Townshend will come into your hands, so shall only now give you the assurances of my being with great sincerity. S.R. most humble servant, signed Montrose. I long exceedingly for a return of my former dispatches to the secretaries about Methven and Cawlell Urquhart, and my wife's cousins Balnamoon and Finnevan. I must beg Yowl'll give my humble service to Mr. Secretary Methven, and tell him that I must refer him to what I have written to my Lord Townshend in this affair of Rob Roy, believing it was needless to trouble both with letters. Examined Robert Lemon, Deputy Keeper of State Papers. State Paper Office. Nov 4 1829. Note the enclosure referred to in the preceding letter is another copy of the letter which Mr. Graham of Killern was compelled by Rob Roy to write to the Duke of Montrose, and is exactly the same as the one enclosed in His Grace's letter to Lord Townshend, dated November 21, 1716 R. Roman 50, the last letter in the appendix, no Roman 228, November, acquainting the government with Killern's being set at liberty, is also addressed to the Under-Secretary of State Mr. Pringle. The author may also here remark that immediately previous to the insurrection of 1715, he perceives from some notes of information given to government that Rob Roy appears to have been much employed and trusted by the Jacobite party, even in the very delicate task of transporting specie to the Earl of Breadalbane, though it might have somewhat resembled trusting Don Raphael and Ambrose de Lamela with the church treasure. Notes to Rob Roy. Note A. The Grey Stone of MacGregor. I have been informed that at no very remote period it was proposed to take this large stone, which marks the grave of Dugald Sire M. Hoare, and convert it to the purpose of the lintel of a window, the threshold of a door, or some such mean. Use a man of the clan MacGregor, who was somewhat deranged, took fire at this insult, and when the workman came to remove the stone, planted himself upon it with a broad axe in his hand, swearing he would dash out the brains of anyone who should disturb the monument, athletic in person, and insane enough to be totally regardless of consequences. It was thought best to give way to his humor, and the poor madman kept sentinel on the stone day and night till the proposal of removing it was entirely dropped. Note B. Dugald Sire Mhor. The above is the account which I find in a manuscript history of the clan MacGregor, of which I was indulged with a perusal by Donald MacGregor-esque late major of the 33D Regiment, where great pains have been taken to collect traditions and written documents concerning the family, but an ancient and constant tradition, preserved among the inhabitants of the country, and particularly those of the clan MacFarlane, relieves Dugald Sire Mhor of the guilt of murdering the youths, and lays the blame on a certain Donald or Duncan Lean, who performed the act of cruelty with the assistance of a gillie who attended him, named Charlioch or Charlie. They say that the homicides dared not again join their clan, but that they resided in a wild and solitary state as outlaws, in an unfrequented part of the MacFarlane's territory. Here they lived for some time undisturbed, till they committed an act of brutal violence on two defenseless women, a mother and daughter of the MacFarlane clan. In revenge of this atrocity, the MacFarlanes hunted them down and shot them. It is said that the younger ruffian Charlioch might have escaped being remarkably swift of foot, but his crime became his punishment, for the female whom he had outraged had defended herself desperately, and had stabbed him with his own dirk in the thigh. He was lame from the wound, and was the more easily overtaken and killed. I always inclined to think this last the true edition of the story, and that the guilt was transferred to Dugald Sire Mhor as a man of higher name, but I have learned that Dugald was in truth dead several years before the battle, my authority being his representative Mr. Gregorson of Ardtornish. See also note to Introduction Legend of Montrose Vol Roman 6. Note Roman 100, the Loch Lomond Expedition. The Loch Lomond Expedition was judged worthy to form a separate pamphlet which I have not seen, but as quoted by the historian Ray, it must be delectable. On the morrow, being Thursday the 13th, they went on their expedition, and about noon came to Inversnade, the place of danger, where the Paisley men, and those of Dumbarton and several of the other companies, to the number of 100 men, with the greatest intrepidity, leapt on shore, got up to the top of the mountains, and stood a considerable time, beating their drums all the while, but no enemy appearing, they went in quest of their boats, which the rebels had seized, and having casually lighted on some ropes and oars hid among the shrubs at length, they found the boats drawn up a good way on the land, which they hurled down to the loch. Such of them as were not damaged they carried off with them, and such as were they sank and hewed to pieces. That same night they returned to Luss, and thence next day to Dumbarton, from whence they had at first set out, bringing along with them the whole boats they found in their way on either side of the loch, and in the creeks of the isles, and mooring them under the cannon of the castle. During this expedition the pinnaces discharging their patereros, and the men their small arms, made such a thundering noise through the multiplied rebounding echoes of the vast mountains on both sides of the loch, that the MacGregors were cowed and frighted away to the rest of the rebels, who were encamped at Strath Fillan. Ray's History of the Rebellion 4 to p. 287. Note Roman 500 Author's Expedition against the MacLarens. The author is uncertain whether it is worthwhile to mention that he had a personal opportunity of observing, even in his own time, that the king's writ did not pass quite current in the brass of Balquhidder. There were very considerable debts, due by Stewart of Appin chiefly to the author's family, which were likely to be lost to the creditors, if they could not be made available out of this same farm of Invernenty, the scene of the murder done upon MacLaren. His family, consisting of several strapping deerstalkers, still possessed the farm by virtue of a long lease for a trifling rent. There was no chance of anyone buying it with such an encumbrance, and a transaction was entered into by the MacLarens, who, being desirous to emigrate to America, agreed to sell their lease to the creditors for L, and to remove at the next term of Whitsunday. But whether they repented their bargain, or desired to make a better or whether from a mere point of honor, the MacLarens declared they would not permit a summons of removal to be executed against them, which was necessary for the legal completion of the bargain. And such was the general impression that they were men capable of resisting the legal execution of warning, by very effectual means. No king's messenger would execute the summons without the support of a military force, an escort of a sergeant, and 6 men was obtained from a Highland regiment lying in Stirling, and the author then, a writer's apprentice equivalent to the honorable situation of an attorney's clerk, was invested with the superintendence of the expedition, with directions to see that the messenger discharged his duty fully, and that the gallant sergeant did not exceed his part by committing violence or plunder. And thus it happened oddly enough that the author first entered the romantic scenery of Loch Katrine, of which he may perhaps say he has somewhat extended the reputation, riding in all the dignity of danger with a front and rear guard and loaded arms. The sergeant was absolutely a Highland sergeant kite, full of stories of Rob Roy and of himself, and a very good companion. We experienced no interruption whatever, and when we came to Invernity, found the house deserted. We took up our quarters for the night, and used some of the victuals which we found there. On the morning, we returned as unmolested as we came. The MacLarens, who probably never thought of any serious opposition, received their money and went to America, where, having had some slight share in removing them from their paupera regna, I sincerely hope they prospered. The rent of Invernity instantly rose from L to L or L, and when sold the farm was purchased, I think by the late Laird of Macnab, at a price higher in proportion than what even the modern rent authorized the parties interested to hope for. Note E. Alan Breck Stewart. Alan Breck Stewart was a man likely in such a matter to keep his word. James Drummond MacGregor, and he, like Catherine and Petruchio, were well matched for a couple of quiet ones. Alan Breck lived till the beginning of the French Revolution, about 1789. A friend of mine, then residing at Paris, was invited to see some procession which was supposed likely to interest him. From the windows of an apartment occupied by a Scottish Benedictine priest, he found sitting by the fire a tall, thin, raw-boned, grim-looking old man, with the petit croix of St. Louis. His visage was strongly marked by the irregular projections of the cheekbones and chin. His eyes were gray, his grizzled hair exhibited marks of having been red, and his complexion was weather-beaten and remarkably freckled. Some civilities in French passed between the old man and my friend, in the course of which they talked of the streets and squares of Paris, till at length the old soldier, for such he seemed, and such he was, said with a sigh in a sharp Highland accent, "Deal ane o' them is worth the High Street of Edinburgh." On inquiry, this admirer of Auld Reekie, which he was never to see again, proved to be Alan Breck Stewart. He lived decently on his little pension, and had in no subsequent period of his life shown anything of the savage mood in which he is generally believed to have assassinated the enemy and oppressor, as he supposed him of his family and clan. Note F. The Abbess of Wilton. The nunnery of Wilton was granted to the Earl of Pembroke, upon its dissolution, by the magisterial authority of Henry Roman VIII, or his son Edward Roman VI. On the accession of Queen Mary of Catholic memory, the Earl found it necessary to reinstate the abbess and her fair recluses, which he did with many expressions of his remorse, kneeling humbly to the vestals, and inducting them into the convent and possessions from which he had expelled them. With the accession of Elizabeth, the accommodating Earl again resumed his Protestant faith, and a second time drove the nuns from their sanctuary. The remonstrances of the abbess, who reminded him of his penitent expressions on the former occasion, could wring from him no other answer than that in the text, "Go spin, you jade, go spin." Note G. Monsmeg. Monsmeg was a large, old-fashioned piece of ordnance, a great favorite with the Scottish common people. She was fabricated at Mons in Flanders, in the reign of James Roman IV, or Roman V of Scotland. This gun figures frequently in the public accounts of the time, where we find charges for grease to grease, Meg's mouth withal to increase, as every schoolboy knows the loudness of the report, ribbons to deck her carriage, and pipes to play before her, when she was brought from the castle to accompany the Scottish army on any distant expedition after the Union. There was much popular apprehension that the regalia of Scotland and the subordinate palladium Mons Meg would be carried to England to complete the odious surrender of national independence. The regalia sequestered from the sight of the public were generally supposed to have been abstracted in this manner. As for Mons Meg, she remained in the castle of Edinburgh, till by order of the Board of Ordnance, she was actually removed to Woolwich about 1757. The regalia by His Majesty's special command have been brought forth from their place of concealment in 1818, and exposed to the view of the people, by whom they must be looked upon with deep associations. And in this very winter of 18,289 Mons Meg has been restored to the country, where that which in every other place or situation was a mere mass of rusty iron, becomes once more a curious monument of antiquity. Note H. Fairy superstition. The lakes and precipices amidst which the Avon Dhu, or River Forth, has its birth, are still, according to popular tradition, haunted by the elfin people, the most peculiar, but most pleasing of the creations of Celtic superstitions. The opinions entertained about these beings are much the same with those of the Irish, so exquisitely well narrated by Mr. Crofton Croker. An eminently beautiful little conical hill, near the eastern extremity of the valley of Aberfoyle, is supposed to be one of their peculiar haunts, and is the scene which awakens in Andrew Fairservice the terror of their power. It is remarkable that 2 successive clergymen of this parish of Aberfoyle have employed themselves in writing about this fairy superstition. The eldest of these was Robert Kirk, a man of some talents, who translated the Psalms into Gaelic verse. He had formerly been minister at the neighbouring parish of Balquhidder, and died at Aberfoyle in 1688 at the early age of 42. He was author of The Secret Commonwealth, which was printed after his death in 1691, an edition which I have never seen and was reprinted in Edinburgh 1815. This is a work concerning the fairy people, in whose existence Mr. Kirk appears to have been a devout believer. He describes them with the usual powers and qualities ascribed to such beings in Highland tradition. But what is sufficiently singular, the Rev. Robert Kirk, author of the said treatise, is believed himself to have been taken away, by the Pharisee revenge perhaps, for having let in too much light upon the secrets of their commonwealth. We learn this catastrophe from the information of his successor, the late amiable and learned Dr. Patrick Graham, also minister at Aberfoyle, who in his Sketches of Perthshire has not forgotten to touch upon the Dina Skye or Men of Peace. The Rev. Robert Kirk was, it seems, walking upon a little eminence to the west of the present manse, which is still held a Dun Shy or fairy mound, when he sunk down in what seemed to mortals a fit, and was supposed to be dead. This, however, was not his real fate. Mr. Kirk was the near relation of Graham of Duckray, the ancestor of the present General Graham, Stirling. Shortly after his funeral, he appeared in the dress in which he had sunk down to a medical relation of his own, and of Duckray. Go, said he to him, to my cousin Duckray, and tell him that I am not dead. I fell down in a swoon, and was carried into fairyland, where I now am. Tell him that, when he and my friends are assembled at the baptism of my child, for he had left his wife pregnant, I will appear in the room, and that if he throws the knife which he holds in his hand over my head, I will be released and restored to human society. The man, it seems, neglected for some time to deliver the message. Mr. Kirk appeared to him a second time, threatening to haunt him night and day, till he executed his commission, which at length he Roman 999, the time of the baptism arrived. They were seated at table, the figure of Mr. Kirk entered, but the Laird of Duckray, by some unaccountable fatality, neglected to perform the prescribed ceremony. Mr. Kirk retired by another door, and was seen no more. It is firmly believed that he is at this day in Fairyland. Sketches of Perthshire, p. 254. The treatise by Robert Kirk here mentioned was written in the year 1691, but not printed till 1815. Note Roman 1 Clachan of Aberfoyle. I do not know how this might stand in Mr. Osbaldistone's day, but I can assure the reader whose curiosity may lead him to visit the scenes of these romantic adventures, that the Clachan of Aberfoyle now affords a very comfortable little inn. If he chances to be a Scottish antiquary, it will be an additional recommendation to him that he will find himself in the vicinity of the Rev. Dr. Patrick Graham, minister of the Gospel at Aberfoyle, whose urbanity in communicating information on the subject of national antiquities is scarce exceeded even by the stores of legendary lore, which he has accumulated. Original note: the respectable clergyman alluded to has been dead for some years. See note H.